This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good Friday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center on what could be a very historic and just the least dangerous day, though, in the severe weather world. And in terms of just the tornadic activity, we have to be paying attention here and watching for these tornadoes to touch down at a moment's notice. PDS tornado watches here in play in the purple right now. One of them to the south here, including parts of Iowa. We'll be tracking that one toward the north. But in terms of areas toward the south, they're going to be looking toward parts of Arkansas, Illinois, Kentucky, Missouri, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Texas. And then that northern watch there is for parts of Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, and Wisconsin. So we really have to just be paying attention here, talking about until 8 o'clock Central Time or so, a very serious weather situation evolving here. So you just got to be ready to get that tornado safe spot there immediately. This is as serious as it gets. So we got to be ready to track very dangerous tornadoes as they touch down here across parts of the center of the country, really. We have 3 tornado warnings currently in play right now. They're all in the state of Arkansas. So let's go ahead and kind of begin there right now and see what's going on in toward that region. You can see a storm toward the west of Little Rock. We're tracking this one right now. It is showing some signs of rotation, of course, and I'll go ahead and pull up our Little Rock radar here so you guys kind of get an idea of what's going on as we're going to continue to keep getting new updates here in. They're going to issue a tornado warning on this in toward the Little Rock metro area here in just a moment, it looks like. But you see that hook on this storm toward parts of Saline County. The rotation isn't the worst I've ever seen, but it could tighten up really quickly here as the environment is just so prone, so favorable to producing strong to violent long track tornadoes here today. So you really have to be careful. I mean, even if we just have a few of them here, we're going to have big problems on our hands. So just be paying attention here is what I'm trying to tell you. We really just got to be paying attention here and getting in toward that tornado safe spot as necessary. Looking for debris. I don't know if that's debris right now. I think that's more just the actual inflow to this versus the debris. But we're going to have to continue to watch, continue to track the scenario here as the afternoon goes along, as the situation escalates on us. I know the new update here is on the warning there for parts of Cleburne, Independence, Izzard, and Stone counties. You see the tornado warning for Little Rock there, but let's go ahead and go up toward the north. We're talking about areas there toward Stone County, possible tornado there, it looks like, as we get about 10 miles south of Mountain View. So you just want to really be taking this situation seriously here. We're talking about this storm moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, just take this situation very seriously in case this were to produce a tornado here with little heads up in terms of starting to get that debris signature. But a tornado warning means you got to go ahead and respect that polygon, which is in play here up toward the north. So you just got to be really careful here as we continue along in the Weather Center to give you guys the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here. Just trying to make sure everything's really monitored. We're really giving you the heads up. As you can see here, that kind of fell apart in that latest scan. Go ahead and go back toward the south now, north of Greenbrier. We're seeing a lot of pinks there and greens. The activity trying to come together there. Right now it's not really tight, but if it got tight here, we could have some problems on our hands in toward this area. So you got to just be really mindful here of what could happen. And then as we get toward the south here, you have the new tornado warning for Little Rock now, the Little Rock metro area. This is for parts there. It looks like a Faulkner, Saline, and Pulaski counties until about 2:30 Central Time. So you want to go ahead and get in that tornado safe spot. Even got to watch out for some ping pong ball size hail as well. That's a potential threat in here, a potential hazard too, as we're looking toward the Little Rock metro area over the next little bit. So again, Roy just paying attention here as these warnings come on out. We're talking about Little Rock, we're talking about Benton, West Little Rock, Bryant, North Little Rock Airport, over toward even Camp Robinson, Sylvan Hills, Salem and Saline County, north of Little Rock, Sherwood, Maumelle, downtown Little Rock, southwest Little Rock, Otter Creek, Lakewood, even over toward the community there of it looks like even Levy. So again, I just want to be really cognizant of what's going on. You're hearing these beeps indicative of what's happening. Let's go ahead and pull up our tornado safety tips here right now. There's tornado safety tips to kind of give you guys an idea of what you need to do if you're under a tornado warning. Go ahead and seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on that bicycle helmet or football helmet. Whatever you put on there, one or the other, is to protect your head there from that potential flying debris. That's such a dangerous hazard here. You can have a concussion from that, or you can get even more seriously injured or even killed there if that debris hits you there in the head. And you have other areas, obviously, that need to be protected as well, but that's one of the most important. So just keep that in mind for your feet. If you have a tornado hit, you want to make sure you have those shoes on in advance of that so you don't cut your feet up. So just keep that in mind. But everybody in that purple area we were showing you a moment ago, that widespread swath really into the PDF tornado watches, one or the other, one to the south. I mean, we're talking about parts there of Little Rock's metro area and that, and toward the north, we're talking about areas around Iowa, for instance, and that. I mean, they're connected, though, and you just got to stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to get alert. You got to be ready. These storms are moving very quickly today. That storm moving towards Little Rock, it is moving there, it looks like, at about 50 miles an hour off toward the north and east. That's a low-level rotation, according to the Weather Service there. Dennis Kavanaugh is saying it's increasing rapidly near the community of Guy, and this is a storm, actually, they're telling us is north of the Little Rock metro. So that's a different storm there. They want to let us know about what's happening with that one. So let's just go ahead and make sure we're keeping an eye on everything that's going on here in this overall setup and this overall environment. I'll go ahead and come back on camera right now then and see that. I'll go ahead and say that this is what we were watching. It was showing some very strong winds in opposing directions. Those have even strengthened a little bit more, but we're trying to see if we get a tightening of the greens and the reds per se here. And if we were to get that, we may end up getting a confirmed tornado out of that. So you got to be really careful here. Got to be really just taking heed on what, again, looks to be one of the more dangerous days we've seen in a while. I mean, it's the first high risk we've had in just over 2 years in the country. I mean, we didn't have Mayfield's event, per se, the high risk. That didn't mean this would be worse, but it definitely has that possibility. So you just really got to be paying attention here as the afternoon and in the evening goes on as well. So let's go ahead and go up toward a storm. We just got a tornado warning and toward parts of northern Missouri. So let's go ahead and go up there right now. We'll show you what's happening on this storm here in toward parts of Missouri. You'll kind of get an idea of what's going on as we're getting more updates in. It's going to be a very fast afternoon here in terms of just how things come together so rapidly, so we have to be on our toes. And this is a tornado warning in northern Missouri now for parts of Mercer and Putnam counties at about, it looks like 206. It's a very thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Was located near the community of Spikard, or about 15 miles north of Trenton, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So we're talking about Princeton, over toward Powersville and Mill Grove under this tornado warning. So you got to take shelter immediately, move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building here, and avoid those windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So keep that in mind here as we watch this stuff toward the north. This is the Des Moines radar right now that we're looking at this from. And just double checking here, that is the best view. You have a bunch of storms to the north here we'll have to watch as well. See if those start to rotate on us. Now, in some areas where we have too many storms, that could be an issue and a hindrance to the higher tornado threats. But we'll just have to wait and see if that comes together or not in that type of fashion. But let me go ahead and zoom on in here to a storm. This is west of Cape Girardeau right now in the heartland. There's no tornado warning on it yet, but a severe thunderstorm warning's in place. So let me go ahead and just see what we're dealing with on this one right now. You'll be able to see here, this is toward a part of Bollinger County They're talking about a storm here that is showing signs of some hail. Also, some damaging wind gusts as well. It's moving east at 70 miles an hour. So this storm is just flying in terms of that speed. We're talking about Marble Hill, Cascade, over toward the community of Grassy there and Glen Allen. Again, this is in the heartland, so we got to be paying attention up here. I mean, we have just a really wide range here in terms of areas that are going to be impacted today by potentially a historic type of threat. So just keep that in mind. This right now is not tornadic, not showing that right away, but it could change. This storm could change and really pick up rotation rapidly. So got to keep that in mind. I know they're talking about watching a live drone footage right now. Some of that live drone footage of it, obviously rotating wall cloud near Bend, Arkansas, and then just trying to see that there. It looks like there's a tornado vortex signature associated with the Guy, Arkansas storm as well. So let's get back down toward the south right here. We'll try to give you guys the latest. This is a storm to the south of the one around Guy, Arkansas. This is moving toward Little Rock, so we obviously pay even a little more attention to this because of the high population density. But this is the one that's really starting to come together, folks. I don't like this look on this storm here. This is north of Little Rock. This is north of Greenbrier. As we're watching this, you can kind of see here that it's going to be crossing over State Road 25, Arkansas 25 in short order. A tornado warning right now in play for parts there of it looks like Van Buren, Cleburne, and over toward Faulkner counties. So they just dropped parts there. It looks like a Conway, but again, just continuing to get updates in here into the chat session, so bear with me here. There's a lot going on. It's a one-man band, so I'm trying to do the best I can to protect you, your friends, and your family here on this Friday afternoon as we continue along with this coverage. Let me see if there's any questions right now from the viewers out there. I don't see any questions here at this point, but we'll continue to look here to see if there's anything that kind of catches my eye that we really need to answer here in terms of one of those questions, or if any question really would be something that would be helpful here, maybe for me to give the answer to, because if I give the answer to you, you might have other people interested in that answer as well. So again, continuing to watch things. I know this is a storm in Arkansas. Let's go back up to that storm in Missouri, southeast Missouri for now, the heartland. We're talking about areas there around Cape Girardeau. This is mainly south of Perryville and Perry County, Missouri right now. But we have the storm here is about to cross I-55 here pretty soon. Nothing in terms of rotation right now, which is good news. It doesn't really show that here at this point as we go between some of the different scans here on the Doppler radar. But we have some of those hail indications, so you got to keep that in mind. I mean, obviously you get a gust of 60 miles an hour, so just trying to see exactly what is going on here with this. Let me go ahead and go back on over. I know we have our other radar view up on that storm in northern Missouri. It seems like it's starting to tighten up here as well. And so far we haven't had any confirmed tornadoes today, but that could change pretty quickly. Seems like it may have ended up having a situation here where we had a touchdown in Arkansas a little bit earlier on, but nothing was really definitive in terms of the pre-signature on Doppler radar. But let me go ahead and go back on over here so we can kind of see this tornado warning in parts of Mercer County, Missouri, northern Missouri here. We have some areas there in the blues there and in the reds coming together, so we're really getting that rotation here to get its act together right now in toward this area. It seems nothing confirmed though, but we're looking at 9,000 feet up, so it might be kind of hard to confirm a tornado here at this point in toward this area. So just kind of stay tuned. Already getting a report though out of the Princeton, Missouri area here of about hail to 1.5 inches in size. So just gotta have to keep an eye on this and continue to watch these scans to see if the rotation tightens or weakens here. Again, nothing confirmed at the present time, but that could change here pretty rapidly as they've continued to allude to. So let me go ahead and go on over toward the Little Rock view again. We'll go ahead and try to give you guys a look on that. And just to say what is happening there in central Arkansas, they're saying there's strong rotation with the storm headed toward West Little Rock. So, yeah, I don't like that hook. I know the rotation on storm relative velocity in some ways it doesn't look as tight on the one level, but then if you go to a level higher here, maybe it's kind of getting away from the noise a little bit. It may be so and so, even a more dangerous type of rotation you're trying to set up, and this would have a very high population impact here, folks. We're just seeing exactly what is happening in the chat. I know some of these storms are showing incredible lightning, so that's not what you want to see, obviously. As we continue to watch, we're starting to really get these storms to grow in toward those higher levels, really, and just get their act together in terms of that rotation to try to get that down to the surface in the form of a tornado, maybe a stronger tornado here today. So just keep that in mind as we continue to watch. This is south of Ferndale, north of Salem right now. Again, this is headed toward Little Rock. So we just have to be really careful around Little Rock here. This is the other kind of level here on the Doppler radar. I'll go up a level again, and then I'll go up even another level. And you can see that rotation there. We'll stick with the 0.9 degree level for now because that's seemingly doing a better job with this. So again, this is what we're tracking here right now. This area right there where the mouse is, where my hand is, pretty much headed in this general direction. And we just have to really get folks in the shelter around Little Rock right now. Nothing's been confirmed, but again, things could change at a moment's notice here. They could change at a moment's notice as this action moves in toward areas there in Pulaski County, for instance. So this tornado warning here for parts of Faulkner, over toward Pulaski and Saline counties. So I know we're getting word now that tornado may be imminent here on a storm off of 430 as it's looking there. It seems the rotation is increasing there right to left in the storm. So you don't want to hear about that, obviously. The storms here, this one to the north seems like it's fading right now. So really, all eyes here probably turning to this one really because I know Weather Service is now saying they've contacted the office in Memphis because they may need to seek shelter at the Little Rock office if this storm continues on its current track. So that's some important news here for parts of Pulaski County right now. Looking there, you can't see much on this, but looking at 0.5 degree and then 0.9 degree, it's going to be kind of messy in here at points. But we'll continue to watch, continue to get the latest updates, obviously, as the situation does transpire. Again, a radar indicated tornado moving in toward Little Rock right now. So let's just kind of give you a little bit better view on that. In fact, again, tracking this tornado as it does try to make its way in toward this area here in central Arkansas. So again, you got to get into your room. You got to get away from windows. Put that bike helmet on there to protect your head. Put that football helmet on, or one or the other, of course. And then you want to put those shoes on there to make sure if there's broken glass after a tornado, your feet don't get cut up. And really, I mean, if you're in a mobile home, in some instances it may be a little late, but in others, in the tornado watch is in play, it'd be best to avoid those type of structures here because those can be dangerous. And the stats bear it out. They're much more dangerous generally to be in than the site-built structures there, and those site-built homes. So just kind of keep that in mind here. We just have to really be cognizant of what can happen as we're looking at these Doppler scans. Again, to see if things kind of ramp up or ramp down. Let's go to the base reflectivity again. Try to give you guys the latest. You see that hook there on this storm headed there toward Little Rock in central Arkansas. So, I mean, just bearing in mind here that these storms today could end up being ones that you really, really want to be in a basement or a tornado shelter. I'm talking about even if you have like a specially built tornado shelter, just because of the magnitude of the type of winds that we could see. So just keep that in mind here as we continue to watch. And we're going to have to watch this storm as well as it gets out there toward the east and toward parts of Lonoke County here in a little bit. So keep that in mind. This could be a threat for Lonoke County here later on. Maybe areas around Cabot there. We'll see. Maybe a little to the south. But just kind of continue to watch here and pay attention. This could ramp up on us pretty quickly here. You just got to be ready to take those tornado precautions at a moment's notice. Again, things like a basement there can be really helpful to be in these type of situations. I mean, you just want to really protect yourself here if that is possible in terms of a type of room like that. So let's go and put that EF scale here and just explain when we're talking about violent tornadoes. We don't mention that much, but unfortunately, we're talking about maybe tornadoes there that could be in toward that EF4 plus range. So could have devastating damage here. Devastating damage. It's not out of the question toward some of these areas. Maybe not Little Rock, maybe another area. But just keep that in mind. That's what an EF4 is. And that's what, and EF5 is also covered as well. We haven't had one of those in about a decade or so since the Moore tornado in 2013, and we really hope that we don't have something like that come together here today. So I know we're getting reports there of a rotating wall cloud there 2 miles west-northwest of Little Rock. Some strong rotation is being noticed, so keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and go back on over here. Let's go ahead and go back on over right now toward the Doppler radar. Again, you see this here. I'm looking at that rotation. It seems like it may be trying to come together a little bit right now. I don't see any debris necessarily. It's kind of cluttered in there for now, but things are kind of messy. But you got to be taking shelter there. You see the Kamak Village. That's one of the areas that really needs to take shelter, it looks like here, over the next little bit. So keep that in mind as we continue to watch here. I know, checking some different things right now behind the scenes. I'm just trying to see if there's any questions or any comments here of note as we continue along here. Again, this is a tornado warning for the Little Rock metro area, so you need to pay attention here around Little Rock. We're now getting word now from James Adelot there. He's in Tulsa. He's saying that KATV has video of debris being lofted, so we may have a tornado on the ground now, headed in toward Little Rock. Likely a tornado on the ground then, headed in toward Little Rock right now. Oh, yes. We got to get in shelter now. That's really tightened up on that latest scan. We got to be in shelter. Tornado on the ground, likely near the Snell Mountain Parkway. Very likely a tornado to the west of West Little Rock. Looking at live video right now, it looks like on YouTube, a tornado on the ground in Pulaski County. So again, a tornado now on the ground here in the Little Rock metro area. You gotta get in shelter right away here. Put that football helmet on. Put that bicycle helmet on. We need to get you in shelter. We have a tornado on the ground now, headed toward the Kamak Village. If that's familiar to you, looking at the population here, it looks like pretty densely populated area now. As word is tracking, so we need to get you guys into shelter right away here. Again, a tornado on the ground here. First time we've had a radar confirmed, or at least spotter confirmed, tornado today within this tornado outbreak. So they have now gone with a large and extremely dangerous tornado type of wording now. So you gotta get in shelter. I think it is now radar confirmed. They're saying a minute ago they didn't really have the debris signature, but now there's a debris signature. Large and extremely dangerous tornado over West Little Rock, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So let's just watch this together. This scan's from about a minute or two ago, and this is headed right there, and looks like in the general direction, maybe north here or south. I mean, you always have to account for margin for error. That's why the boxes, the tornado warnings are so big, but this is headed toward the Kamak Village area there, and maybe North Little Rock as well. So again, let me point this rotation out. I'll put it on here on the screen. We'll zoom back in a little bit, and I'll move the map over just for a second so I can point this out. There's your tornado on the ground right in this general area here, and we got to get folks in shelter. I know I'm getting word right now that there's a live feed from a storm chaser there. It looks like with rotation and updraft west of Little Rock. They didn't see debris on that, but okay, we're getting word from Brennan Dare, though. He's a really well-known spotter here. He's saying there's massive debris with this tornado. So this is a very serious situation. I don't see it on debris tracker on this one tilt. Let's check the other yet. You can kind of see it on here now. It's so messy in here. But this is headed right toward, it's headed right for the Kamak Village. If you know anybody around the Kamak Village here, they got to be in shelter right now. They got to be taking their tornado precautions here. We're talking about, this is in parts of Pulaski County right now. This is a very serious situation, and if this starts to tighten up anymore, we start getting a bigger debris signature, this could get upgraded to a tornado emergency, but that does not impact what you do. You need to take shelter. This could be a matter of life and death here toward the Kamak Village, as we're looking there just northwest of downtown Little Rock right now. This could be a very significant tornado headed right for the Kamak Village. In toward this area, the Kamak Village, that's an alternative pronunciation, but I would say Kamak Village here at this point, as we have this debris here in play. It's harder to see on this mode right now, which may be good news, but we're getting some issues. We're so close to the radar, and we're hearing reports. I mean, a spotter has said they're getting a lot of debris to come up, so I suspect this is a very dangerous tornado on the ground. We can't completely guarantee that, but the Weather Service is calling this a large and extremely dangerous tornado. And it looks like 3 minutes ago on a stream, it was a large tornado, according to a media member there in the Fayetteville area, kind of chiming in here as well. So they're all watching this across the region, across the state here, a potentially historic tornado outbreak. We have our first PDS tornado warning of the day. Put that football helmet on. Put that bicycle helmet on. If you're around the Kamak Village here in the Little Rock Metro, this is a potentially large tornado bearing down on you. You put there's something over you to cover yourself. It's probably on you right now, based on the way the radar scans here. There's always a little bit of a lag, not by much. I've tweaked some things with our settings to try to get the best available imagery here. But again, we'll get a new scan here shortly, but it's going to be right over at Kamak Village. I am pretty confident that that'll be the case. So let's go ahead and go back up now toward our tornado safety tips. I want to just reiterate those to our viewers. Okay, they're going to issue a tornado emergency now for Little Rock and North Little Rock and the surrounding communities. They're not taking any chances here, folks. So that's the new word we're getting. We don't want anybody caught off guard in a situation like this. So I know we're getting more information here in right now in toward the chat, but tornado emergency coming, but just seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting that football helmet on or bicycle helmet on. This is very serious stuff, folks. Tornado emergency just being issued. A new polygon just coming out. I'm checking some more things behind the scenes now. Things are really starting to explode. Let me go ahead and go back over to our other view here. And it looks like this is going to include areas there in Lonoke County as well. So this is going to be a tornado emergency now for Metro Little Rock, a particularly dangerous situation in play here. I know they kind of went with the broader wording just to kind of try to encompass as many areas here as possible. Little Rock office taking shelter, so now they've now taken over at Memphis. They've now taken control of the warning issuing process, and vehicles have now been thrown on Henson and 430. So let's go back over to the radar again. Tornado emergency now, folks. Tornado emergency has been issued here. So again, just keep these tornado safety tips in mind. But here is that radar view, your tornado right in here, folks. So if you're watching there from Lonoke County as well, we may have some viewers there as well as obviously in parts of the metro there toward parts of Pulaski County. You got to take shelter. You got to do it now. We've had reports of vehicles, according to Brennan Dare, being thrown on Henson and 430. This is a potentially catastrophic tornado. Get in that basement. Get in that tornado safe spot right away. This is a matter of life and death potentially. You got to take shelter here right now, folks. You have to take shelter. I know it gets messy here. We've had this before occasionally where we have the radar just gets so messy in here. We really don't know exactly what's happening, but I think this is where your tornado would be here as the last scan. That's from about 2 minutes ago now. So it's going to be crossing over, it looks like, I-40. It's going to cross the interstate here. So we can't have anybody driving here on I-40. We've already had issues there toward 430. But now I-40, a tornado is going to cross the interstate. Maybe a very destructive one. Nobody needs to be driving right now here as we're looking. I know the intersection there between I-430 and I-40. You go south and east of that. Nobody should be driving between there and the intersection with I-30, it looks like. As we know, a debris ball, they're telling us, oh boy. It's right over the interstate now. It's going so quickly. This is why we were so concerned. It's literally headed right for the radar site, folks. This is really bad. Really bad news. The wind right now, so 81 way, 90 the other way. So we could be talking about winds well in excess of 150 miles an hour now. Right here, headed right for the airport. It looks like, I believe that's what this would be. Yeah, that's the sensor right there. Little Rock, North Little Rock Municipal Airport. The tornado's headed right toward the airport here. You got to take shelter. This is a matter of life and death here in the central Arkansas area. And the Memphis office is taking over because they've gone ahead and gotten in a safe spot there at the office in Little Rock. Yeah, maybe at the airport near their office. I would think it would be, considering the timing of all this. And this is headed right for them, it looks like. This is bad news. You gotta take shelter right now. I mean, this is classic. This is classic. I mean, you can just see it right here, folks, the bend back of this. And then your debris ball and reflectivity. This is how they did in the olden days, really. Going back with radar 20, 30 years ago before you had debris signature. I mean, even maybe a little longer than that. But you didn't have correlation coefficient. You just had the reflectivity. And we have that we had that then. We have that now is what I'm trying to say. And you can just see that debris within the actual radar scan here. Radar scans as we get on here right now. This is where the tornado's headed. You see Sherwood, and they kind of step back on over now. This is very serious stuff. But you see the radar, you see, let me get back over to this so it says it a little bit better. I mean, you got to get in shelter. You got to do everything you can because this is a catastrophic tornado headed right for the airport here around North Little Rock. You got to just say a prayer for these folks. This is as bad as it gets here around the airport. We're talking about areas here in Pulaski County, but then in the Lonoke County. We've got to be watching there. If you have relatives in that area in Lonoke County, they need to know what's going on. They need to know what's going on here, folks. This is some bad stuff that we're looking at on the radar. Again, it's just crossed over the interstate here, no doubt causing just all sorts of havoc. If the folks are out there along I-40, it's just something you just hate to see. There it is right here. It's right there. I mean, this is it. And may actually be underneath our area where we can't see it because it's just so close. Maybe it misses them just by a little bit there across that sensor and across where the radar site is. So right now, it could be off a little bit. It could be displaced a little bit. There's your airport, per se, radar site there. And then there's your airport sensor. And then there's the tornado right somewhere in here. It could be displaced a little, though. Sometimes we get displacement here right by the radar site when stuff like this happens. So, again, a tornado emergency, a catastrophic tornado here into where the Little Rock metro area. Let's pull up that information for the catastrophic threat. I want to just go ahead and pop that in the corner here. It's a one-man band, so I'm telling myself this as I do it. But again, we have to just get folks into shelter here. This is so serious, the situation that we're in now. Catastrophic damage is possible. Basement, interior room, something to protect yourself. You just really have to pray for these people. You got to protect yourself there from that flying debris. You gotta just do everything you can. Right now, it's about preserving your life here at this point as we're looking here in toward parts of the North Little Rock area. But try to remain calm. I know this is a tense situation, but just try to breathe here a little bit and remain calm the best you can because bad decisions can be made if you get just too really amped up per se. But again, observing the tornado on the ground right now is one of the ham radio operators. We're also getting a report confirmed tornado debris. Highway 107, another informational source there, and Khalil Avenue around Sherwood. So maybe it's a little bit here with the addresses kind of I mean, that's how sometimes they work here. They're not going to show up exactly like the map shows because the addresses kind of cover a more broad stretch than the actual city name or possibly the city limits. I'm not 100% sure here, but they've given all the operations to Memphis as Little Rock's office. Staff is in a tornado shelter. They're in the shelter right now at the Weather Service. That's how concerned they are. If it doesn't hit them, it's going to get very close to them. So they're in the shelter, they're talking to us right here in the chat from the shelter, some of them. But the Memphis office is the one issuing here the warning. So this is a dire situation here, a dire situation right now. And we're just going to have to get folks into shelter here. This is bad news again. This could be a threat here toward Cabot and a little bit, or maybe just south of there a little bit. You're into this box, so you got to take shelter if you're in Austin or Cabot. It's time to take shelter downstream. I know that's a little bit of advance notice, but you can't mess around with this, folks. This is one of the most volatile, really, the setups we've seen in a decade or so in the meteorology landscape, it looks like. Hopefully, we don't have more of that stuff verifying, but we probably will as we go ahead and see this here right by the radar site right now. It's right there. You can kind of see the debris if you look here. I kind of don't want to go too close on some of this because it could be displaced a little, but we'll just say around Arkansas 107 is where the tornado probably is right now. But again, we're checking all the different tilts right now if you're wondering what I'm doing. Again, we have a tornado emergency, a catastrophic tornado here in toward the Little Rock Metro, parts of Faulkner, Lonoke, Prairie, Pulaski, and White County in Arkansas under this tornado warning until 3:15 Central Time at 2:34. A confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over North Little Rock there. The airport area moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is a fast mover. You can't wait around for this. You can't wait around here as we continue to watch. The couple may have just went south of the airport, but it's going to be a close call here. We'll probably get word from them in a moment if they're all right, but they're kind of just checking here in the chat. A very serious situation. It's always a situation where stuff can be displaced a little bit. I would kind of think here that hopefully, I mean, you never know because this circled area here may not kind of encompass just everything perfectly too, but more than likely, this is a situation where maybe it just missed that sensor, but they are reporting seeing a visual sighting of a tornado there from the airport now. So it may be right there on them, it might be right in the distance, we're not sure, but that sighting just coming in right now here over the last few moments. Hopefully we get word that they're okay there at the airport in just a moment, but we haven't got that yet. I know they're going to drop Faulkner County out. The Memphis office had to take over. They had to commandeer that control because the Little Rock office needed that to happen here because they had to take Saturday to get away from their equipment and protect themselves. They had to protect their lives here because of how serious this is. So you just gotta really understand how dangerous of a situation we're talking. We kind of thought this might go from 0 almost to 60, and we had some stuff showing up, but that's what it has gone to, a higher end, really a catastrophic threat. They're still seeing a debris ball. Let's see here. You can kind of see that here. It's all kind of muddied here. We have to look, but I mean, I can kind of see what they're talking about here for sure. I have it on the high-res radar, so we're getting a little more updated radar scan information. Sometimes there's some issues if I don't have it on this mode, so that's why it's a little bit sharper. But sometimes that makes it a little harder to see some stuff here, especially right at the radar site. But right now, this is where the tornado would be, right in here, folks. That's right there, along or near. It looks like Arkansas 176. So. Again, debris signature still apparent in the debris data, showing debris northeast of Sherwood there on 176. So we're watching this. I need to make sure some family know about this here in the Weather Center. So I'm going to be back here in just a couple minutes to give you more information on this tornado emergency here. Again, this is very serious stuff. There may even be something on the Arkansas Department of Transportation camera there on Rodney, Parham, and the X and 8 area, we're being told. So here, just really seeing a bad situation develop. I got to check on some things like I referred to, like I alluded to. I'll be back here in just a moment.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Back here, listeners, we give new information on this situation. They're still calling it a catastrophic threat here with a confirmed large and destructive tornado located over Gravel Ridge or over Sherwood, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and zoom back on into the Doppler right now. There it is. There's a look at it right now there. As we're continuing to watch. That was it there just a second ago. This is your newest scan now. Roy trying to give you that best look here. It's headed right for the Jacksonville, Arkansas area here. The Jacksonville, Arkansas area. You see here the blues. You see the reds here coming together. We got to get folks here into shelter. This could be a matter of life and death here, folks. This could be a matter of life and death as we're looking. The wind numbers don't add up quite as high as they did, but it's so messy in here. We can't let our guard down here. We could be getting some issues with the Doppler radar trying to give us some lesser than actual wind data, but seeing winds at 65 one way right now and about 35 the other way. Still seeing winds of 100 miles an hour with a storm that's had a history of producing a large and destructive tornado. So you can't lay your guard down here, and you got to take this very seriously. It's coming right into Jacksonville in Arkansas right now, in central Arkansas, not Florida, not North Carolina. Arkansas is what we're talking about right now in Jacksonville. This tornado coming on in right now in Jacksonville, Arkansas. As we continue to give you guys the latest information, you got to get in shelter there, and you got to do it right now. As we continue to watch here. I know we have other tornado warnings as well. So real quick, let me go ahead and touch on those. Some in Missouri, some in Illinois here. There's a PDS watch up there too. We could have just destructive tornadoes all over the place here, folks. Haven't had them yet, but I want to make sure we're at least kind of giving you the latest on the other stuff as we're being told. Confirmed tornado crossing as they're back at Arkansas Little Rock office there. Now back here giving us updates, so they're apparently safe, but it's crossed over here. It looks like 67 and 167 with reported trees blown off the road. Quite a bit of debris over the highway, and now cars being blown off the road, not trees. They made a mistake there. They just corrected themselves. But again, they're in a hectic scenario. They're having to just get out. It appears of their tornado shelter. So let's go ahead and go on over to Missouri now. This is a tornado warning here. This is northwest of Columbia, Missouri, and the University of Missouri here, folks. This is not confirmed at the last check, but it is a storm producing, it looks like golf ball size hail or so, and maybe some winds there that are at least 60 miles an hour, but also could be a little bit higher than actually. I click on the warning for the tornado itself. Now the hail threat seems to have gone up more, which makes sense, up to 2 inches in diameter. So I'll keep that in mind here. We're talking about areas like Fayette, New Franklin there. Under this threat, and there's just a lot going on, a lot of warnings here on the board. Another tornado. These storms all by themselves it's really bad, but these are all discrete like this. This could end up turning into a scenario that has very bad consequences here, and very bad outcomes as we're looking right now. Not a confirmed tornado, but it could become confirmed very quickly here. Looking south of Brookfield in Arkansas. This is a storm all by itself, a tornado warning for parts of Charlton and Lynn counties here in Missouri. So that's the area we're looking at right there. And the one to the south is for parts of Howard County. So that's what this one is, with a very nasty looking hail signature right now. This is in central Missouri, as we just have to continue to go back between everything. Tornado warning south of Peoria as well. This is headed for maybe Peoria, Illinois, very highly populated area, so keep that in mind. But let's get back to our tornado emergency right now, folks. A very serious situation, maybe headed just already right through Jacksonville, Arkansas now, and it may be headed there as we go between some reviews. We've been watching stuff to the north here. I've been switching between radar scans. We have 2 radars up today, so let me make sure I get to the right view here. This is right there around the east side of Jacksonville, Arkansas, where we've had, it looks like, a very serious tornado come on through there. The debris signature is tough to kind of make out right now because it's just so cloudy here with the view. Doesn't mean there's not one, but again, this is where the tornado is right now. To be crossing here in a little bit, and toward parts of Lonoke County, Arkansas 89. So keep that in mind here. I know we're also getting reports of at least minor injuries now back out toward the west here, just so you guys know there. toward that Little Rock metro area. It would appear that's from Benadera. But again, watching this right now, we have winds 51 away. We have 50 the other way, maybe even closer to 60 the other way. So getting that strong tornado range here. I know we've had much stronger values at points, so it's kind of been up and down here on us. In these type of wind readings, but that could indicate maybe a stronger, a more violent tornado at points, and other points maybe a little bit lesser, but still potentially deadly tornado nonetheless, moving to some of these other areas. So again, that's what we're down with right now. Again, a tornado emergency continues here. A tornado emergency continues for that area around Jacksonville and Arkansas. We're talking about areas, let me just read off these names here. This could impact locations in or around Sherwood, also over toward Cabot, Beebe, Austin, Old Austin, McRae, even over toward Sylvania, Olmsted, Garner, Macon, Jacksonville, obviously, Little Rock Air Force Base in the warning, Ord, Thurman, Parnell, Gravel Ridge, South Bend, Gibson, Vanity Corner, and Butlerville. So again, that's what we're down with right now here with this. Again, we have these reds here, the winds that are going away from the radar, and the greens toward the radar. And this is where we have your tornado. This is where the couplet is, but it just moved on us. Obviously, that's how radar works. The airport radar didn't get hit, obviously. It's still functioning here. That's some good news, at least. Maybe it came closer onto the actual area there in toward the grounds, but maybe it didn't actually hit the radar. But it looks like we're getting reports in here of a tornado touchdown there from law enforcement. Main Street in Oak and Jacksonville, Arkansas is where this tornado just touched down. And again, it's going to be crossing here in pretty short order. Looks like State Road 89, Arkansas 89. So again, we have this storm here in this direction, folks. That's where it's headed. You got to take your tornado precautions here right away. It doesn't matter. I mean, it may not be quite as densely populated as other zones, but it doesn't matter here. You gotta take those tornado precautions. You gotta take shelter immediately here in a tornado emergency situation like this. So again, this is what we're dealing with right now. A tornado emergency here for parts of central Arkansas. So again, we're just seeing a bunch of new information come in terms of thunderstorm warning cluster coming for Little Rock there could pose a significant threat for those engaging in first response and rescue. So keep that in mind. We have lightning around. I turned it off because it was getting so hard to actually see the radar here earlier on. Let me put that back on for the time being, and you'll be able to see there is that electrical energy there, but more of it trying to self appear. It's interesting we're not getting quite as much of that here, but you saw the debris on the actual reflectivity here, folks, of the Doppler radar, the reflectivity here of the Doppler radar, the debris showing up here, and that's what you would look at here years ago to find out if a tornado was underground, something like that showing up here where it's not necessarily making sense for maybe a hail core, then that's where you kind of knew you had a tornado when you compared that with storm relative velocity. But now we have correlation coefficient, which can help us out here as well. I know things of that are actually kind of messy, but you can make it out there. You can definitely make it out. That was in Lonoke County. That's in Lonoke County here, folks. This is a tornado on the ground in Lonoke County. That's part of the county here where this is. That includes Cabot and Austin and Old Austin here. So we really need to take in shelter. This is about to cross again. This will give you perspective. Arkansas 89 here. This is a tornado on the ground, it appears. On the ground here, about to cross Arkansas 89. Everybody needs to be in shelter here in this area right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull up our tornado safety information again on the screen just so you guys have an idea of what you need to be doing here if you're a tornado warning. Basement in this part of the country would probably be preferable, though. I'd prefer that if you could do that here. That would make the most sense. I got to check something here behind the scenes. We're getting a lot of new information in right now. Let's check power outage numbers. See exactly what's going on there in terms of those numbers. In Arkansas, we're up to 40,000 customers or so in the dark. Over 33,000, nearly 34,000 of those in Pulaski County in Arkansas there right now. That's according to poweroutage.us. So not good news there as we continue to watch here. I'm checking some information right now. I am checking the information here right now behind the scenes. It's something that I need to be looking at. And it is going to be headed, just so everybody knows here, going to be headed very close here towards some of these areas that I have family in. I'm looking at a product here. I have their address up, and it's headed right in their direction. So just for reference here, I don't want to get too specific since we're obviously streaming across the country, but it's literally headed right there. I mean, they got to be in shelter. They got to be in shelter there right now. So again, we need to be getting in shelter there in Lonoke County. This is a tornado emergency, folks. A tornado emergency in place. So this is a matter of life and death. Got to get in that basement. Got to take all those tornado precautions here possible here that you can to protect yourself right now. So again, this is very serious stuff, folks. Very serious stuff. Gotta hope it breaks up, but it may not break up. Let me go ahead and come back on camera right now. Again, I know it's in some ways you don't see the city names there, but these are people that have addresses here of some of these bigger city names per se to the north that live down here. So again, we have the debris showing up. We have a large tornado on the ground here. 65 maybe one way there. We have winds about 35 the other. That's 100 miles an hour wind. Surprised in some ways, not even worse than that, based on some of the reports we've already been getting out toward the west here in the history of this. Maybe it's weakened a little, but 100 mile an hour wind, even if that's all that happened, which it could re-strengthen into something much worse, that can still be deadly, obviously. And that's starting to kind of maybe trying to get act together a little bit more here right now as we look at our scans. We look at our scans right now, 56 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. That's 100 miles an hour worth of wind here. 100 miles an hour worth of wind. So you gotta get folks in shelter here. Gotta get folks in shelter. I'm looking at it. It looks like it's about to be crossing 321 for reference here. If you guys are watching there on a localized level, it looks like that's where we're going to be tracking it here a little bit, maybe later on. Actually, I'm looking at our map. It's a high-res map. So just bear with me. Actually, it looks more like it's the north to south road of 89. So 321, ignore what I said on that because that's a road that's more west to east there. So that's something that we're not quite looking at right now. It's just ignore what I said on that. But again, we're trying to do some street level stuff on a different source here. There's already been reports of injuries in the Little Rock area. So again, this is as serious as it gets, folks. As serious as it gets. We got to get folks in the shelter right now. I gotta check some more things behind the scenes. I'll be right back here on Cloud Weather. So keep watching the stream here. Keep watching the stream, and we'll be keeping you guys advised on this tornado emergency situation as this is in the north parts of Lonoke County now.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Back here in the Weather Center, just trying to let family members know here about what's going on. So I apologize. Just trying to make sure everybody's staying safe there in Lonoke County with this very significant threat that's starting to move as we get further out toward east now into some of the neighboring counties. Now you see the tornado emergency box on the screen here. Now that is not the case anymore in terms of it being that type of product. It's just one notch down now because I haven't been able to confirm necessarily just the destructive nature of this here in the last few moments, but again, we just have to be very careful here as it moves toward the Butlerville area, as we still have a history with this storm of being very dangerous. It's still a PDS warning. We could still have a large tornado on the ground here, no doubt, as we're getting reports out of Pulaski County now. Trees down along with damage and destroys homes there, Pontiac and Oches in North Little Rock, and we're getting reports 2 miles southeast of Highway 89, the Cabot area, of trees down and debris on the road. So again, we just really have to be taking this situation seriously right now. We have 2 other tornado warnings in the country at this point. One for parts of Henderson and Warren counties there in parts of Illinois, and then another one there for parts of Woodford, Tazewell, and Peoria counties there in that state as well. So there's a radar indicated right now. I just got another one issued there, it looks like, and then Illinois. We'll go to that view here on the radar. We have other radar mode there up for that area here as well. Tornado warning in play over parts of south central Iowa here. It actually looks like in southeast Iowa, issued by the Des Moines office. So let me double check that. That is parts of Iowa there. I don't know why. I know looking at my screen here, a little bit hard to read there the difference between IA and IL, but nonetheless similar part of the country as we continue along with the coverage. We're now being told a police station severely damaged there and Khalil blocked is what we're being told. So that's not good news, obviously. Not good news at all in towards some of these areas. But again, I'm going to go ahead and look back to the west because we have Little Rock there. A lot of lightning here. This is a damaging wind situation right now going through the areas that were just hit by a tornado here around Little Rock. That is not what you want to see, not what you want to hear. But let me go ahead and go up toward our radar. We have one situated there toward the north here, so I can kind of focus on some of these areas here further up a little bit. So let's go ahead and go to that right now so we can give you the best view. I have the Des Moines radar up right now. This new tornado warning just being issued here. It looks like there just a moment ago, and it does include Ottumwa there in Iowa. So let's go ahead and go on over to our main radar slot. I have this one on radar 1 or other where we can actually go ahead and point things out with a mouse on radar 2 here at this point. So again, this is moving toward Ottumwa there in Iowa. Again, a very dangerous situation here, about 2.75 inches in diameter reported out of this. So this is not just a tornado threat, which we do have right now, but also a very large and destructive hail threat here as well. So Ottumwa, Iowa there, a tornado warning here in play as we're looking up toward the north and east. And then let's just kind of go ahead and switch over to the Quad City radar right now. The Quad Cities radar there, I should say. And we'll go ahead and see what's going on in parts of Illinois. Let's go ahead and see here some of these scans if we can. Is this radar down? Let's double check here. It's not loading for me here at the moment. So let's go ahead and pull up a radar to the south, the Lincoln, Illinois radar then, and look at the storm around Peoria. This is a very nasty storm around Peoria. Nothing confirmed yet, but it looks like it wants to get its act together here. We have the winds here, the red going away from the Doppler. These blues, winds going toward the radar. They could try to come together like a magnet here real quick on us and be problematic. They're not quite there yet, but we got to be paying attention here into where this part of Illinois, these parts of Illinois. As we look back toward the west now, we're looking there, this storm here, this is a tornado warning for parts of Henderson and Warren counties there in Illinois. So we just have to be paying attention here as well. A dangerous situation in play as we get up toward areas that are southwest right now of Galesburg. But we'll have to watch there in that vicinity as well. I know tomorrow we're going to be watching a threat here of some strong to severe storms in toward parts of southern Georgia and toward our local area, much lower than today, but it's not a zero, it's a non-zero tornado threat here, what we're talking about. So keep that in mind. Just got to keep that in mind here. We'll be paying attention to that as well. But let's go ahead and go back on over right now to that other storm toward parts of Arkansas. Let's go back on over here to see what it's looking like. It's looking weaker here at this point, which is some good news, but still could have a tornado on the ground headed toward Butlerville, Arkansas there. It still have, I know that debris fallout, at least it seems, showing up here on our radar scans. So still going to take sector on Butlerville, Arkansas, and Hickory Plains in Arkansas as well. So just got to keep that in mind. This is to the south, really that biggest threat of BB, but again, I just got to be careful around Butlerville and Hickory Plains. Could have a tornado headed your way here right now. So again, this is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, going for parts of Prairie, Lonoke, and White counties. We're being told of at least one house destroyed in the Kamak village where we were so concerned earlier on. Probably more than that, I would kind of speculate there and believe, but at least one coming in from a report here in the chat session right now. So we're just going to keep watching here, keep tracking. This is here right now, though, as we're watching this scenario. This is a tornado warning where the threat is at this point moving out of Lonoke County, really, as we're looking here at our different lines. It's going to be moving out of there pretty soon and getting in toward parts there of areas downstream. So talking about Prairie County, and then we have a little bit of White County in here as well. But again, just continuing to watch here the situation. This is really broadened out now, so that's some good news. Still could be a tornado there, not out of the question, but looking like at the moment at least things have broadened out with this. Got to still take shelter though, interior room away from windows, but that looks like it's broadened out here at this point. As it's again, the county lines are a little hard to see, but moved out of Lonoke County here, here probably about right now, I would say. It's in the process of moving out of there. I know the county lines again are actually right here. I know that it kind of looked like the line was a little bit further to the west, but you kind of have to look really carefully here with our maps. So I know looks like many products are not being transmitted properly. Notably, updated warnings are now reaching cell phones, and they'll be issuing new tornado warnings for every necessary update for a tornado here because they're just having some issues, it looks like, with the overall warning dissemination process here at this point. So again, just continuing to watch here, continuing to track the situation. I know they're not going to be, let's see, what are they not going to do? They're not yet confirming tornado, but they're going to issue a new tornado warning now for Little Rock and North Little Rock. So another storm back behind here. Oh yeah, that's really starting to sow. It's really starting to show some rotation. You can't see it much on this mode, but it's really starting to show the rotation here. You have a little hook on this. So close to the radar, it might get kind of muddied in here. So a similar maybe pathway if this sort of get going to the last tornado. So there's your new box. And it does all the way go through parts there of Lonoke County there. Over the next little bit as well. So a new threat entering in toward parts of Lonoke County here. But again, just seeing the different reports come out of Pulaski County from a little while ago, out of that Kamak village area where a house was destroyed. So again, just got to keep watching that here, keep tracking that for sure. Again, let me go ahead and see what's going on here as we're looking. I see some of these rotational signatures here. Obviously pretty concerning here in the Weather Enterprise. I'm doing just some analysis here behind the scenes right now if you guys are wondering what I might be doing here as I'm looking at the screen. So just kind of keep that in mind here. Just kind of keep that in mind as we have these nasty situations here in play across parts of central Arkansas right now. Again, just continuing to watch things here. I mean, you can see toward the Hickory Plains area we have this threat, and then we also have the new threat now right in the Little Rock metro area. So again, talking about areas maybe close to Sherwood, but again, a little bit muddy here at times. They're saying it's near more like McAlmont there, if I'm pronouncing that right, or maybe near Sherwood, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So again, I just got to be cognizant of this here. Just got to be really cognizant of what's going on in this type of situation. So again, we have this new tornado warning, this radar indicator to this point, but already going through some of these areas, it seems, are close by these areas that were just hit by the last tornado that was confirmed, that was destructive, it seems. So that's not what you want to see, obviously. I know these temperatures out there in this area are making this very favorable as well, with the 70s, with some of those readings here on the board. I mean, it's just a really nasty setup. I'm going to zoom out because we haven't done this in a while. Let me go ahead and zoom on out here to the broad view in just a second. Again, we've been going between our different radars there looking to the north as well, obviously. So let's go ahead and go to this broad perspective right now. You see this purple here on this map. This is the PDS tornado watch to the south. We have another one toward the north here. I mean, it's a particularly dangerous situation. That's what we're dealing with right now. Yeah, these yellow boxes, these are more base tornado watches per se, as we kind of look down toward their areas in Louisiana, Texas, further to the south as well. But again, PDS threat is where we just have the higher end danger, that high risk of severe weather in play. Again, looking at some different things right now. You can kind of see here as we go to the SBC information here, we have your 30% tornado risk in play. Still a wide corridor to go to the south and toward the north here, folks. So you got to really be cognizant of that. We are not done by any stretch of the imagination. Gotta continue to stay weather aware. Gotta continue to stay weather aware as they're saying that the storm is very close to the office over the city of Sherwood. They have a new radar indicated tornado with a velocity present aloft. You have to look way up because the storm is so close to the radar. So 12.5 degrees is what they're talking about here on that. So let's go ahead and kind of continue to watch here, looking at some of these different scans. I'm just trying to look at them here right now and see which one may be the best for the viewership at home. So just trying to see. We'll kind of just show you here some of these scans at least here in just a second. Bear with me as we continue to watch and continue to give you the latest. I'm just going to see the lower scan first here on our other mode. I know we have both radars up, so again, bear with me as we're looking to the north radar, and we also have the south radar here as well. And this is not showing it as well, but as you go further up in toward this axis here, you can kind of see the greens and reds trying to come together here. As we get a little bit further up, you can kind of see that rotation here east of Sherwood. So again, just kind of keep that in mind. We have this electrical potential here as well. A lot of that lightning here in play. It's not overwhelming though, it doesn't seem on this view, but it doesn't necessarily correlate perfectly, especially in an extreme setup like this. But sometimes it can help you kind of detect some things. But again, let's just go ahead and continue to get folks in shelter now with this new tornado warning for the Little Rock Metro. It's not a confirmed tornado at this point. We just got to really continue to be taking the situation seriously here in toward this area. And you have these tornado warnings here. That new tornado warning that got issued, so radar indicated one now for parts of Woodruff, Prairie, Lonoke, and White counties. A little bit of Lonoke in that one as it kind of moves away, but again, that's the storm we had this the highest level of concern early on. It started to weaken some, but we have a storm back behind it now with another tornado threat. Both of them are radar indicated. So at this moment, all the tornado warnings are radar indicated in the country. We have 6 of them really. I mean, the one overlaps. I mean, it was last check, not necessarily. I would not think radar indicated it still had PDS under the last check, but the one, the purple, I mean, it was tornado emergency earlier on, that's why it's on the screen. But right now, everything that we're tracking is radar indicated, but that can change here in a heartbeat, in a moment's notice. So we're going to keep watching, keep tracking here in the Weather Center. Again, let me go ahead and see what's going on here. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back at our view, and I think we're going to go ahead and take a break here for a few minutes. I get a tornado warning around Little Rock. It's not confirmed. If something happens in terms of getting that confirmation, we'll jump back in here pretty quick if we get a confirmed tornado around Little Rock here. But we're going to go ahead and take a break for a bit right now as we continue to watch and continue to track the situation. About a 9-minute break, I do believe, is where we're going to go with this, unless we end up having to come back in here with some type of more pressing news about a more serious tornado situation when it's been confirmed, which is possible with all the different ones we have to the north there, toward the south. We have a lot of accents setting on up, so keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date here. It's 4:15 Eastern, 3:15 Central here at this point. So we'll see you back here at about 24 past the hour. Stay tuned, everybody, unless, of course, we have to come back in sooner, then we will see you before then.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now at about 24 past the hour or so. We're now getting word of a confirmed tornado on the ground toward parts of Illinois. So let's go ahead and zoom in up there. You can see here, this is east of Peoria. There's a storm we were watching around Peoria a little while ago. Giving you the word here from the office in Lincoln, Illinois at 3:21. Train weather spotters confirmed a tornado south of Eureka. And this is going to move in northeast at 50 miles an hour. So we need to get you guys in shelter immediately. I have radar 1 here, as where we'll go with this in just a moment. Radar 1 here. So let me go ahead and get this isolated so it's a better look, Roy, at the storm. I don't see a whole bunch on this, I don't think, but it's kind of messy in here a little bit. So we'll just see the whole structure because it is an interesting structure here. On radar number 1. So here's radar 1. You can see here we have some hail, it looks like, to the north here around areas like Benson and Roanoke. But then the tornado is closer to Eureka here in Illinois. This is a tornado warning for parts of Woodford as well as Tazewell and McLean counties there. As I know, I'm reading some stuff here on that storm in Lonoke County, Arkansas. It is not a confirmed tornado right now, and got somebody there in the chat, Brenna Dare actually. He's watching the supercell spin east of Jacksonville from the skies, but no real lowering at this time. But it is rotating big time, so we'll continue to keep our eyes on that here and give you the latest as that does come on out on that. Nothing confirmed there, but that could change rapidly in Lonoke County, Arkansas. But this right now is the one that's confirmed. It's not set up really well on here, but if you're in these areas, parts of McLean as well as Tazewell and Woodford counties, you want to go ahead and take those tornado precautions immediately. Interior room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So you got to do that here right now. As I go ahead and say you guys some other information here. We have other tornado warnings, of course, in between north and south, as they're saying that the storm is still showing a 56% chance. Let me go to the radar to the south here. I want to go to our main radar then, our main source. This storm here east there of Little Rock, headed toward some of those addresses there that might kind of go to areas that stay there to the north, like Cabot, Austin. Some of those addresses kind of come down to the south a little bit here, and we could end up having a tornado touching down with this storm, 56% chance, according to the Weather Service. Interesting product they use there to determine that. But let's go ahead and say, you guys, this here on our other view. I know I don't see a lot of it on the other mode, but let me go ahead and go to radar number 2 now. So this is radar number 2, and you can kind of see we're in an area we don't have a lot of names showing up at the city limits of Cabot here. Just to the north, you see Butlerville as well. So again, continuing to watch, and now we're saying the structure of the storm southeast of Cabot could produce a tornado at any point here. Yeah, I don't like that cyclonic look there. It's not showing up good at all in velocity though, but it could produce a tornado at any point there around some of those areas toward the east. So you got to take those tornado precautions here. You know, if you're north of the interstate there, you're north of, it looks like, which interstate is that? I-40. So again, got to take south to there. You have the other rotation in the north here as well. We're watching. This is a tornado warning, not confirmed right now though, for parts of Prairie, White, and Woodruff counties. So you got to take those tornado precautions there too. Interior room away from windows. So again, just really monitoring things. And then we have our radar number 1. Let's go back to Illinois then. You can see here Woodford County there, where we're tracking some of this activity of the greens and reds. We've already had a confirmed tornado in here. So again, that's something to keep in mind. Now that debris signature there, you saw to the east, I shouldn't call it debris signature, that's not what that is, but my point is that signature on the radar, it looks like debris, but it's actually this inflow or a false signature there. So I don't know if this tornado is very large or destructive here at this point, but it's still dangerous with a report of one coming in just a little while ago here. So you got to be taking those tornado precautions, of course, in this type of scenario. So again, let's go ahead and check some more stuff now. You can see here south of Davenport, we have a tornado warning, a part of Warren County also just looking at some of the communities involved in that, like Coldbrook there, under this as well. So, got to be taking those tornado precautions. You see Ottumwa, Iowa under a warning. Let's switch to a different radar for some of this stuff out toward the west end. The Des Moines radar trying to give us a better view at least, and this is moving right toward Ottumwa, it looks like. Oh yeah, that's really tightening up. That's really tightening up toward Ottumwa, Iowa now. You can see the greens and the reds there. Nothing confirmed at this point, but this radar scan is about 8,000 feet up there. So let's watching this carefully. Let me double check, make sure this is the best radar for this. It is, unfortunately. I mean, we're having to look really high up at this, so it may take a while for a debris signature to be realized. So if you're on Ottumwa, Iowa, you need to take shelter immediately here. If you're around Ottumwa, Iowa, the time to take shelter is now. This has a real chance of producing maybe a stronger tornado right in toward that area there, Ottumwa, Iowa. The time to take shelter here is now. Interior room, away from windows. Let's go back to those tornado safety tips, in fact. And this is always a helpful graphic for everybody. Now we have the tornado watch and play for so many spots, but a tornado headed right there toward Ottumwa, Iowa here at this present point. So take shelter now. You see those tips on the screen. I'm just going to check some more stuff behind the scenes here at this point as we continue along here with the coverage. We're trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family here. It's so important to do that here at Clouds Weather. So, again, I just want to make sure we're giving you guys everything we can. We need to get back down to radar number 2 right now. Radar number 2 here for that storm in Arkansas that's in the vicinity of Cabot. We want to make sure everybody's staying safe down there. So, I know it didn't look like much on storm relative velocity, which I'll see here in a moment, but doesn't mean it's not necessarily a tornado producer. I mean, the reflectivity mode has a pretty nasty look to it. So let's go ahead now. Let's go ahead and see what we have on our other radar source. That's going to be radar number 2 here as we continue along in the coverage. So this is radar number 2. You see this tornado warning here. This red box. This is one that just got issued out here just a moment ago. A tornado warning for parts of Prairie and Lonoke counties in central Arkansas at about 4 o'clock. At 3:30, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Parnell or near Lonoke, moving east about 60 miles an hour. So, got to take shelter there. And some of those communities that are under this warning include, but are not limited to Cabot, as well as Barrettsville, Parnell, Butlerville. I know Cabot downtown isn't in this just to verify that, but areas to the south and to the east are. So, that's something to really be mindful of for sure here. And I'm just looking at some of our different products here, some of our different products behind the scenes to get a good gauge on what's happening. I'm just trying to see exactly how this storm has looked in the last little bit, even in our storm relative velocity product here. Just kind of interesting to see that, and it's really something to be taking heed of for sure if you're in this area in parts of Lonoke County. So, again, a tornado warning does continue here right now for parts of Lonoke, Prairie counties here in Arkansas. And another warning up toward, it looks like, areas toward the south and west. So let's go ahead and go to Hempstead, Howard, Little River, and Sevier County. Now, this is tight rotation as we're getting there, not too far from Texas. This is looking there just north of Saratoga, south of Mineral Springs there. We got some pretty tight rotation now with this. So that's a tornado warning here with this storm moving off toward northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, tornado safety tips need to be kept in mind here. Get in toward that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on that football helmet or bicycle helmet. So that's what we're dealing with here. This is pretty far down to the south as we're looking in toward parts of, I guess you could call it southwest Arkansas here at this point. And we have the storm on our areas here toward the north and east that we're continuing to watch. Again, that's radar indicated right now, unlike the one that was its predecessor. But again, we're just going to keep tracking. I know we're getting reports of a home destroyed in areas around Oak Ridge and North Little Rock. So you hate hearing about stuff like that. And then we have our other radar scan here, watching that storm around Ottumwa, Iowa. Let's get over there again, Ottumwa, Iowa now. Nothing confirmed on that as of last check. But we're going to go ahead and go back to radar number 1. You have this area here. We have these blues per se coming together with the pinks and reds. We could have a tornado in here. We're looking really high up on this because of the way the radar scans here have to be. We're kind of too far from a really reliable radar feed per se to get us to lower levels to give us maybe better extra information here. But again, just going to have to keep watching, keep tracking here. It's really messy, but tornado warning does continue there. Areas there, I believe this will be called Wapello County, is really have this continuing. It is canceled out. It looks like Davis County. So again, tracking this here very carefully. Let's go ahead and go back. I want to go to the broad view now. I know one area that's really had a lack of accidents so far, and this could be good news, obviously it is so far, but could end up being bad news later on if we get the parameters to kind of come together and take advantage of the more unstable air mass that could arise in southeast Missouri. So we had a warning there. It was severe thunderstorm warning there southeast of Perryville a little while ago, but right now stuff's kind of calm looking in that region, but we still got hours to go with this. I mean, it's not going to be all night, but still got hours to go with this. So let's go ahead and go back over to the south right now. You have currently, it looks like 7 tornado warnings on the board. You see, I mean, we have tornado threats from Texas to past Chicago here with the tornado watches in play. If that kind of really does things justice here, or tries to do things justice with this overall setup with the lower pressure and then just the overall unstable environment here, capable of producing those supercellular tornadoes, which can be the most dangerous, the most destructive here. So such a problematic scenario on this Friday as we continue to watch, continue to track things. I know this is at one that had a confirmed tornado warning on it. I haven't got any new updates out of the Lincoln, Illinois office on that. Let's go ahead and go back towards Galesburg now. Galesburg and Illinois, Warren County, radar indicated tornado warning there. And we have a new warning out ahead of the one that's moving through Ottumwa right now. This is a destructive storm, at least with the now baseball-sized hail potential coming on through. So that might be on the north side of Ottumwa, or just headed there out, or even the west side as well. I mean, but that is right there near, it looks like, the Ottumwa Industrial Airport. So keep that in mind. That hail core may be getting right over them. So just got to be really careful with that here in the next few moments. But I know checking here toward areas of South hail to about 2.5 inches around Centerville, Iowa. As we go ahead and look here, you have stuff here northwest of St. Louis, not tornado warning, but severe thunderstorm warned here. At the present time, a lot of discrete storms that could be problems later on unless we get too many that kind of tamp the environment down some. But if we get, unfortunately, just the right number, those could have enough really ump to them per se. To be problematic, be able to get all those parameters sucked into them and be destructive in nature later on, as we're getting some pretty strong winds, even non-thunderstorm winds toward parts of that state here at this point out in areas not getting the storminess per se. So we're being told here in the chat that homes, according to amateur radio, North Little Rock were destroyed at Oak Ridge. So just the information we're getting right now, that's from earlier on damage and storminess that came on through. So just keep that in mind. These storms really already causing big time problems. You see here what we're dealing with. We're looking southeast of Dallas, some severe thunderstorm warnings. South of Corsicana, nothing tornado warning there, but there's a tornado watch in play. Even getting more parts of the Arkansas there, you have areas like Ruston, Louisiana Tech under that, but lower risk there versus areas toward the north. I mean, we have obviously really grave concerns for areas here like Memphis, Tennessee, the University of Memphis, here as we're looking ahead of the timeline, even Oxford, Mississippi. They're not under this PDS watch here at this point, but still some nasty concerns for you guys. You got to be paying attention and be monitoring this scenario and just continuing to watch the latest scan. Excuse me, I know we've been talking a while here, so just bear with me. So as we continue along here in the coverage, so just continuing to look at all of our Doppler radar scans here. I know they're saying so far they've had 2 confirmed tornadoes here. One Little Rock through Jacksonville, Arkansas, continuing northeast there, and then the first one was from near Piney to Fountain Lake. That's probably even right. I think that one might have been the one right before it came on the air. Even it wasn't as clear on radar, but there were some indications that were pretty nasty with it. It wasn't confirmed in the moment though. But, again, just continuing to watch things here in this type of scenario as we continue to watch the latest radar scans. We have that one tornado warning that's been confirmed up toward parts there of Illinois. I know there's now a wall cloud with a storm there west of, it looks like the Ark there. So we'll keep our eyes on that. The community of the Ark there in Arkansas. That confirmed tornado warning here. I'm looking at it. They're saying still was a damaging tornado earlier on radar 1, but we're not really seeing much on it at this point. It's really overwhelming, but still take shelter, obviously. So with no definite confirmed tornadoes right now, we're going to do another about 10-minute or so break here. We'll say 50 past the hours, and we're going to come back on with more weather information to protect you, your friends, and your family here, unless something really breaks on us here in terms of a really significant type confirmed tornado situation. So let's go back to just the broad perspective. I know we're getting different reports of homes being destroyed, which is always so problematic here coming in the chat session, but I'll go ahead and just leave you with this view for now here, as we'll be back here at about 50 past the hour, so that is about 9 minutes now as we look at that clock. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather, 3:50 Central, 4:50 Eastern, as we'll be back, is when we'll be back with our next update, unless something breaks on us here sooner.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud here, back in the Weather Center. We're watching a storm in Iowa that's really concerning me. Now we have a very dangerous tornado type of scenario here setting on up northeast of Ottumwa. Storm we were looking at earlier on. We're getting reports maybe of a tornado on a tower cam, but at this point, I mean, it's obviously a tornado based on this. I mean, it's headed close toward Martinsburg, Iowa. It seems like it is a situation here that is kind of passed by the highest populated area here, but to be quite honest, it's still impacting areas of concern here with maybe a destructive tornado. I think they're just calling this, at the last check, a tornado confirmed, but they're not calling it PDS or anything of that type of level, but it looks like that's what that is to me here at this point. A particularly dangerous type of situation with the winds of 106 one way and 64 the other way. I know we're really high up, but the debris signature is massive on this. It looks like moving toward Martinsburg, and now it's displaced a little bit, so I got to be kind of careful saying it might miss Martinsburg a little. It may hit right in Martinsburg there if things are displaced a little bit. So everybody in these tornado warnings got to take shelter. I mean, this looks like maybe the strongest circulation we've had all day here, at least rivaling what we had with the tornado emergency there earlier on in Arkansas. So just trying to give you guys the latest here on what's happening in this type of situation. You see parts there of Jefferson or Washington counties here under this warning, and then another county here as well. Cook there, if I'm pronouncing that right. That may be a bad pronunciation, but just trying to give the word out for everybody here out ahead of this. Maybe Cuyahoga County there, but this is where it's kind of headed into maybe here for a moment, just as we try to watch these scans here to give you guys the latest. It's really headed right into where that area it would appear. I'm trying to just make sure I got my county names right here. Yeah, that's the county right there. So I was trying to do my best with the geography and not make any mistakes that kind of confuse you guys at home. But again, this is where the tornado is right in there. They're not calling this a considerable threat as we expected. That's what it is for sure here. A large and extremely dangerous tornado over Martinsburg, Iowa. And it is located there also 11 miles south of Sigourney, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So again, you can see here, these are some really nasty colors on the velocity. Winds there of about 77 one way and about 57 the other way. So you do the math on that. Let's just round up to 80 and 60. So we're talking about winds there maybe to about 140, but that latest scan might be even higher there, even higher possibly in this. Let's look now. 80 one way and about 60 still, maybe still up, so still that similar number, about 140 miles an hour with a wind possibly. And we're looking higher up, but that debris signature would correlate, I think, a destructive tornado around Martinsburg, Iowa right now. I feel like this might be a tornado emergency type of situation, to be quite honest. They haven't quite gone there yet at the offices between Des Moines and Davenport. I know. We're seeing some different information, and we're looking there. This is Ottumwa there, where it was around a little while ago. We're not sure if it actually touched down at Ottumwa. It looked like maybe it kind of waited till it got past town, which if this would have went right over town like this, we would have been talking about it. Just a catastrophic scenario here for sure. But we're talking about a family member has sent a video of a large cone tornado to a media member 1 mile north of Batavia, Iowa there. So again, that's the wording we're getting in right now. Yeah, this is that area. So they saw it even from down here, it looks like. I mean, if it's on the southern end, it might have been pretty easy to see, possibly. It's kind of hard to say for sure, but it seemed like it maybe rained around some, but on that southern end, it was possible maybe seeing that for a little bit there in that distance. But again, you can see here, obviously you don't be looking outside for this because this is a deadly type of tornado, here. And it's moving in toward parts of this area. I don't know how many spotted out here, to be quite honest, because they might have been focusing on, I don't know, where Arkansas. So this looks like a situation that's a matter of life and death for sure to me right now. I mean, that is as bad as it gets with that debris signature. I feel like it might not be getting ramped up enough here in the level of conversation by me or some things that I'm seeing on some or other sources. So let's make sure we're talking about this here in Iowa right now. I mean, these debris numbers, I mean, that's even debris there. I mean, looks like 18,000 feet. This is for sure debris there. They're at 14,000 feet. So this is a large, maybe violent, let me rephrase that. This is probably a large tornado that could be strong to violent here in nature. That's talking about maybe F3, F4 type of strength here. So let's go ahead and pull up our enhanced Vegeta scale here right now. Our enhanced Vegeta scale, so you guys have an idea of what's going on with this. We're talking about winds there, again, 140 is what I was seeing a moment ago, a little bit higher up. The debris would support something really serious here, folks. So you got to take shelter. It's a particularly dangerous situation here in toward this area. So you got to be taking this very seriously here. Severe to devastating damage, I would think. It's got to be taking this really seriously based on the different scans we're getting here on the Doppler radar technology right now. They come back on the camera here. Again, really seeing this there. My goodness, that is really bad, folks. That's now 97 miles an hour one way, and then we're getting about 40 the other way. So, I mean, the one color's not so bad and so distinctive there is problematic. I mean, 105. I mean, obviously we're getting a strong to violent tornado in here in proximity, if not over Iowa 149 and Iowa 78 right now. So again, this is really serious stuff as we're looking in parts of Iowa, the south of Sigourney there. If you're wondering here what we're doing and where we're at here in the geography of things. So again, a PDS situation in Iowa right now, a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here around Martinsburg, Iowa. This is really bad stuff. I mean, that debris signature is about as bad as it gets here. Really distinctive, this high up at almost 8,000 feet. A matter of life and death here right now in Iowa for sure, based on what I'm seeing here within the Doppler radar scans. So again, we're really just having to take shelter here right now with this. You can really just see these winds going away from the radar and toward the radar here, and toward this area there. Between Martinsburg and Linby. So again, I just gotta be treating this here with the utmost seriousness in toward this area. This is something that is really bad in terms of the type of damage it could have already caused and could be causing. I know. Looks like ham radio operators had a large tornado on the ground, and they're seeing this from 3 miles north of Richland, looking off toward the west. So again, that's the information we're getting in right now out of this area. So a large tornado on the ground here, folks. A very dangerous tornado in progress. I'll back this up a little bit. We were watching this around Ottumwa earlier. It's not something that really maybe should have been catching people off guard. We saw this rotation here. It looked kind of serious around Ottumwa, looking high up, and then we got it confirmed as it started to move away from Ottumwa, Iowa. And now it's moving further on up as I try to keep track of it. That's the newest scan, and that shows winds there of, it looks like 70 one way and 80 the other way. So maybe winds to 150 miles an hour, a possibility here. And then we're looking higher up on the radar, but the debris signature would support this here, I think. Winds to 150 miles an hour possibly here, which is not something I say lightly. I don't take seeing that lightly here in this type of situation. Winds to 150 miles an hour here in Iowa. Just got a new update on this. They're still calling this a PDS situation. They haven't went to a tornado emergency. But as I said earlier on some of this stuff, you don't wait for a tornado emergency. You don't wait for an escalated tornado warning or an upgraded tornado warning, regular tornado warning. You got to get in that interior room and get away from windows. You can't mess around with this stuff here, especially today based on the parameters that we're seeing here and the overall setup. You cannot be messing around. You got to take this stuff very seriously here. For sure. I mean, this is really classic look here to a strong to violent tornado in terms of the velocity at this point here. Again, this is southeast. It looks like of Hayesville, Iowa right now, west of Ollie, Iowa. So again, this is really serious, and this is again northeast of Ottumwa. If you're kind of wondering where we're at here in the grand scheme of things, again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. And you know what? This has caught my eye here, and it needs to be catching everybody at the University of Iowa's eye. If this were to hold together, it's still ways away, but if it held together, like what we saw in Mississippi back last Friday, Iowa City, the University of Iowa could be at risk here, folks. That's where we're looking right here. There's Iowa City, and this could be, it may miss them, but it could be headed for them too, heading that general direction here. So everybody, all those students at the University of Iowa need to be alert here that a very dangerous tornado could be headed their way in about an hour, give or take. Let me go ahead and check the distances here to make sure that would be the right estimate. Northeast at 50 miles an hour, so let's see where 50 miles gets us here from this current area of rotation or other mode. Looking there, 41, 42 miles axis, a little less than an hour maybe toward the University of Iowa here to Hawkeye Nason. Could be in some trouble here. The university, that school there that so many people care about across the country, if this were to hold together. So hopefully it doesn't, but this environment is so prone to holding together here. We got to be careful with this action. These storms are so prone to holding together. One thing I do notice, though, and this may help us out, here is it kind of looks like on my other source that some of the action back behind may try to catch it, and then that would disrupt the circulation here. That would disrupt the circulation potentially, I would think here, but could still have some destructive weather in play for sure nonetheless. So again, let me go ahead and look here. You see a rotation tracker. And then I was looking at this stuff back behind. It looked like, at least on just a one-man band type of glance here at this, this stuff from behind might try to catch it and disrupt the circulation here. But again, I can't guarantee that's going to happen. This is a volatile environment that the University of Iowa could be at risk here if this really holds together. You see Cedar Rapids, they have tornado warnings on the line, so even it may not take, a storm all by itself to produce a tornado here in this setup, even if maybe it's not a really, really significant tornado, but I know we're seeing some information in that now there's a circulation in Poweshiek County, if I'm pronouncing that right, and it's crossing I-80, so let's look out here. Now we have these storms with rotation on them. We're looking there not too far away from Grinnell, Iowa. So west of Cedar Rapids, that stuff we were looking at a moment ago. We have a lot of hail down here. It looks like south of Quincy. It's moving toward Hannibal. Hannibal, ping-pong ball-sized hail moving in that area now. So that's not what you want to see around Hannibal in Missouri. This is some bad stuff that we're seeing on that Doppler radar here. You see northwest of St. Louis, some of these nastier storms. Severe, but not tornado warning, but this one is tornado warning in Arkansas with a hook on it. So let's go back to radar number 2 here. And yeah, that storm on radar number 2 really seems like it's starting to get its act together there. So let me go ahead and make sure we're on the best view of this. See if Little Rock is the closest one to some of these counties that are under this warning. We'll just double check here, and it is. And it's still in that rotation tighter than it was. For sure now, as we're getting out there with that hook on here. That's radar number 1 as we continue to watch toward the north. But here's radar number 2 now. As we get here toward the south, you can see here some of these blues, some of these pinks here, stuff trying to come together a little bit in this area. I may get another tornado down. It's pretty significant because this has a lot of potential for growth here. It has a lot of inflow potential here. Not much right to the south of it here. It's discrete. And that's really a cause for concern. Maybe something to watch here as we get further in eastern Arkansas, maybe even toward Memphis later, but it's really far to give you a forecast on that here at this point. But I will have to watch. This stuff is just so serious. It looks like it's more out ahead than that storm in Iowa even, which might make it not really get disrupted here as quick. So it may not get disrupted as quick as what I'm trying to go with that. So again, we got a tornado warning in East Texas now, headed for Tyler, Texas. So let's go ahead and go down here. The tornado warning toward Tyler, Texas, north of Jacksonville, Texas. We were talking about Jacksonville, Arkansas getting impacted with a tornado emergency earlier on. But this is toward Tyler, Texas. Radar indicated tornado warning now for parts of Smith County until about 4:30. So White House, Tyler, Overton, Arp there under this tornado warning. You see some stuff there east of Waco as well. You have a tornado warning, possible tornado. It could head in the vicinity. I don't know exactly how close, but it could head in the vicinity, at least of Texarkana. It's not set up good on this view. We'll watch. We're seeing some tornado warning north of Hope, Arkansas now as well. Nothing confirmed with it, but some stuff. We're watching a storm there. Looks like maybe that's one of them that's moving toward Arkadelphia. Let me see how long that warning goes. That's till 4:30 local time. So they may be watching multiple storms in here, really. We have some stuff near Blevins in Arkansas there. So continue to watch that. And then you continue to look here. We have some new updates to tornado warnings in Iowa now. Again, we were talking about a storm there, southwest Cedar Rapids, now confirmed tornado for Poweshiek County there. It was located over Brooklyn or 9 miles north of Montezuma, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. And we have another box there that has been issued out ahead. Both here being issued in the state of Iowa, one by the Des Moines office, one by the Quad Cities office there. Or well, Quad Cities could be Iowa or Illinois, I suppose, because the way they do this. I'm not 100% sure where that office is, but nonetheless, tornado warnings here in the state of Iowa right now as we're watching things move closer to Cedar Rapids. So just got to keep that in mind here. We just have to continue to watch as this situation does transpire. We have stuff southwest of Chicago here now. These aren't tornado warnings right now, but we have to just keep our eyes on them to see how things kind of come together on us here. As this stuff gets closer toward the Chicago metro, could be some damaging weather there. Now a tornado warning for Hannibal. It looks like this storm with a big hail headed toward Hannibal. You see the hail indicator there, 2.75 inches in diameter. Home was being heavily damaged there by baseball-sized hail. And this is headed in the direction of Hannibal. So let's go ahead and put our radar number 1 on this storm for a moment. If we can, as things are really getting as nasty as they'll really almost ever get in the weather world, but things could still get even a little bit worse tonight. Just having so many storms pop up all over a wide space here in the country. So let's see where we're at with this. We want to go to the storm, the Illinois, Missouri storm right now. So that's going to be at St. Louis radar, pretty high up, but there's some definite rotation there heading in the direction of Hannibal. So let's go ahead and go up there now. On this view here, you can see that hail core right in Hannibal. This is very bad news for Hannibal, Missouri. A destructive hailstorm for you guys now is starting to become the storyline there. We just got a report of hail to an inch point, inch and 3/4 there a second ago as well. Coming on in here, this is a bad hail core over Hannibal. The tornado will be on the south side of town now. If there is one with this, it looks like baseball-sized hail moving through Hannibal, Missouri, causing some destruction right now, no doubt, to windshields and things in that realm. So note what you want to see here in Hannibal, Missouri at this present point here, as we're at just a little bit past 5 o'clock on this Friday. So again, doing the best we can here. It's a one-man band, so I'm trying to keep up with everything here. That's why I'm looking down a lot. I don't like to look down this month away from the camera, but it's a one-man band, so we kind of have to just concentrate on what's coming at us here. Storm after storm, really getting their act together in different ways. So let's see what we have up toward Iowa, though. Let's go to the Quad Cities radar. They're still seeing a considerable threat for that storm located near Lancaster and near Sigourney, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So it's a southern storm here, and you can still see the rotation really tight on this. You can see this here north of Ollie, the community of Ollie, Iowa, and the debris. Let's pull that up here at the present point, and you can really see that debris signature, not quite as well defined as it was, but it's still really definitive here east of Hayesville, Iowa. So again, this is what we're dealing with right now. A nasty situation here on that Quad Cities radar, which is about 7,000 feet up. You have these storms here moving towards Cedar Rapids. You have confirmed tornado down here near Brooklyn, Iowa now. I don't see it under debris necessarily, but Was that spotter confirmed? It was broadcast media confirmed. Okay. New tornado warning now as this gets closer to Iowa City. PDS warning here for Keokuk, if I'm pronouncing that right. Or Keokuk maybe, or again, I may be mispronouncing that, but I just want to let everybody know in the area, if you're kind of familiar with that name, then you probably understand what I'm saying. But off of Johnson, Washington, and Iowa counties, a large and extremely dangerous tornado here, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So that's the latest speed on this. Like maybe even gets a little bit quicker up toward Iowa City if it holds together here. 4:45 is the expiration on this. That's 40 minutes, so a little more than 40 minutes away from Iowa City and the University of Iowa here if this holds together. So again, you can see this hook on this. Very well defined. That's what we're down with. Let me see if we have any questions from the viewers right now. I'll go ahead and see if there's anything coming in here that might be of note here. So I don't see anything at this point, but just continuing to watch, continuing to track. You can see here around Harper, Iowa right now. Got to be taking those tornado precautions here in toward that area for sure, with this very nasty situation on hand. Moving toward that area at this point. You can see around Brooklyn and Iowa, you have some areas of rotation here as well. So just kind of be really, really careful here. You just cannot be letting your guard down in these type of situations. And then let's get back to Hannibal and Missouri now, where they have a lot of hail right over town. Really dangerous hail situation for Hannibal. Tornado's not confirmed. There's a tornado warning as well. So this is the exception inside that interior room, inside of that sturdy building. But again, Hannibal, Missouri here. We're talking about some nasty hail moving right into where that area here. I'll go to our hail tracker, and you'll be able to see what we're talking about here. Talking about hail over an inch in diameter here on this mode, but it's a lot bigger than that based on the reports, obviously, and the radar says that here. The hail product is not estimating good, I think, because the St. Louis radar is so far away, but this is clear that we're getting bad hail around Hannibal. 2.5 inches in diameter there, being reported by a trained spotter. We're talking about baseball size or baseball-like size hail here in toward this area, which is really bad news. A destructive hailstorm on Hannibal, Missouri right now, so keep that in mind. Let's go back up to the north now. We have these storms in Iowa. Multiple tornado warnings there. Not much in the heartland right now, which is some good news for them, but we'll keep watching. Toward the southwest of Little Rock, a slew of tornado warnings. The tornado warning west of Texarkana. Another tornado warning around Tyler. We haven't looked at this storm really on storm relative velocity, so we're going to pull radar 2 on the storm there. Let's go ahead and look at this. I know they're going to have to issue a tornado warning on a storm north of Arkadelphia shortly. They're saying the Little Rock office is. The rotation, by the way, in the Tyler storm is pretty meager per se. It's weak. So that's some good news, but radar 2 will show that for you guys. Doesn't mean something's not there, but some strong winds moving into town for sure, but it doesn't look all that impressive here at this point there in East Texas. But just continuing to get the latest here into the Weather Center right now at about 4:09 Central, 5:09 Eastern on this Friday. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, continuing to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. Let's go ahead and go back on over right now to the broad perspective. I know a new tornado warning just got issued for parts of Clark, Grant, Hot Spring counties in Arkansas. And so now we have, it looks like 13 tornado warnings in the country here. But all the confirmed ones are toward Iowa here at this point in time, at least, and toward Iowa. So you're talking about areas there northeast of Ottumwa, west of Cedar Rapids, southwest of Iowa City. So that's kind of what we're down with right now. As we continue to look here, all these different areas of rotation, not what you want to see, obviously. Let me look at radar number 1, see what we have in terms of storm relative velocity. Just bear with me. That's a nasty, nasty circulation there on this view, moving in the direction of Iowa City still. Maybe again it'll break up, maybe we'll get lucky, but right now this is right now ahead of the main line, per se, that's trying to develop. And this could be really problematic in terms of maybe producing a more destructive tornado headed in the direction of the University of Iowa there. It's right behind my head, so let me move this over a little bit more so you guys can kind of get an idea. So this is where the University of Iowa is. This is where our tornado is. It's headed in this direction, and that's problematic. So I know report of a new tornado in Iowa, not certain the exact location, but getting tornadoes to really pop here in this state at this point there. in the timeline. So you see some rotation here. Elberton, I guess you could say we're seeing some of that. A radar indicated rotation up that way. Pretty tight there. This one in here, let's double check it. This is probably going to be the base confirmed broadcast media and the other broadcast media as well. So around Hartwick maybe it looks like at this point, but this looks like the more destructive type of tornado that could be occurring. It looks like it's about 6 to 7 miles southwest of Kyoto here at this point. It looks like based on a report from a spotter. So that's the information we're getting in right now. Ham radio relaying the information here in the chat at this point, but Cyclonic looked at this as well. So again, watching this very carefully here as it continues to progress off toward the north and east here. So gotta be really careful in Iowa City. Large and extremely dangerous tornado at the last check, moving northeast. And they're giving us an update now that there's 2 tornadoes on the ground in this area. One here looks like was located over Harper, 10 miles east of Sigourney, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. A life-threatening situation being near Kinross at around 4:15 local, Wellman around 4:20, and Kelowna there over toward Amish and Holbrook around 4:25. So that's kind of the storyline there. Public report of a tornado on the ground and debris along Highway 80 there, I-80 I should say, at mile marker 194. So that's in Poweshiek County. So again, I just really dealing with all this stuff. Nothing in terms of a tornado emergency at this point, but we need to go ahead and catch a breath for a moment in case something like that does arise, or something really arises toward Iowa City and the University of Iowa. So we're at about 4:13 Central Time right now, 5:13 Eastern. We'll be back at about 5:20 Eastern, 4:20 Central with more weather information. As I go ahead and catch my breath for just a moment. I'm going to get our broad view set up here. See you back here about 20 past the hour with more, unless something arises to like that tornado emergency level here. As this is a really nasty situation. Again, 2 tornadoes maybe on the ground there, it looks like, which you hate to see in this one little area there in Iowa, which is really a rare type of scenario for sure. We don't see that too often. We saw that in Nebraska one time. I do believe they're going back several years. I don't know the extent of this though, in terms of just the ultimate strength of these, how they're looking. But if there's spiders out there, there's probably going to be crazy videos of that here as we look ahead toward the timeline. See you back here about 20 past the hour. Stay tuned, everybody.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center about 20 past the hour on this Friday, 4:20 in that central time zone where all this action is happening. Unfortunately, getting new updates in here to the chat session right now. We currently have looks like about 11 tornado warnings here ongoing in our nation. So let's go ahead and go from south to north right now. The worst of the stuff actually more toward the north, but in Texas, that tornado warning on Tyler no longer in play. But we have 2 tornado warnings south of Little Rock right now. These red boxes. One of them going for parts of Clark and Pike counties in Arkansas, and then another one going here for parts, it looks like, of Grant and Hot Spring counties. We'll go over to the east now. We have stuff headed in the general direction of Memphis. Tornado warning for St. Francis and Cross counties there. We also have a tornado warning back to the west there, continuing for parts of Woodruff County and eastern Arkansas. And then that little box there on the screen also, it appears, was for parts of Woodruff County. Let me double check. Yeah, that was for parts of Woodruff as well. And a big break in southeast Missouri. They're not seeing much right now, which is great news. They're under the PDS tornado watch, so you still got to stay weather aware, and things could start to add up on us if we have a situation here where things are just too quiet for too long. I do notice the temperature is a little cooler up there, though, in that general area. Looking at instability, maybe a little bit less, but and then the visible satellite here. Let's see if that might be what's kind of helping them out. Some maybe more cloud cover there is possible, but definitely a little bit cooler. We'll see if things come together later on. Just do a chance. Around Hannibal, though, that big hailstorm just coming on through there in northeastern parts of Missouri, per se. And then we have the tornado warnings here in toward areas in eastern Iowa. That storm around Ottumwa has been on the ground for a while and could still be a problem for Iowa City. Even reported 2 tornadoes on the ground with this a little while ago, and this is still a problem potentially for Iowa City folks. We cannot let our guard down around the University of Iowa. As I'm looking at some of our products here, I mean, hopefully the circulation doesn't continue like it's continuing right now toward the university, because that would be a big problem here. We keep reiterating that because we want you to let your students know if they go to the University of Iowa that they have a potential dangerous storm headed their way. Maybe it doesn't hold together to the ultimate level it's doing right now, but if it does, they're going to have problems here if it comes right there into Ward Central Johnson County. So we got to be really careful here with this storm here. We have the winds right now as they go here. It looks like 105 one way and 60 the other. So that's winds. Folks who do that math, that's a wind to 165 miles an hour headed toward Wellman, Iowa. But then eventually maybe again Iowa City, maybe close by if it's not right there. That could be a problem for the University of Iowa here. And we've been talking about it for a while. We're going to keep talking about it here on and off until that threat is no longer in play for them. But right now it looks like it definitely could be a threat for that university there. Iowa City is where Iowa is located there, University of Iowa. So that's always problematic here as we're looking at things in the state. So again, I'm just continuing to watch things. I'm going to pull up the safety tips again so you kind of know what to do in this type of situation here. We were talking about Iowa City last night in our coverage that they had a big threat, and this one storm looks like it's destined for that area here unless something interferes with it enough to knock it down in terms of that rotation. You just really got to be careful here. I know we just don't want anybody to get hurt in this situation here. I'm efforting some information behind the scenes because it's a one-man band, so I have to do the things here behind the scenes to get the information to tell you guys about what's going on. And this is right now headed toward Wellman, Iowa. So you really got to be taking shelter here. Now there's some really bad damage pictures, really bad tornado images coming out of this storm, it looks like. So you just hate to see stuff like this. We really got to be, if you know anybody in Iowa City that goes to the University of Iowa, go ahead and let them know now. Maybe it breaks up. I hope it does. But if this doesn't break up and it heads right toward Iowa City, we could be talking about a mass casualty type situation. Now, mass casualty doesn't mean mass fatalities. It could mean mass injuries here. Some fatalities are definitely a possibility if this were to head in toward Iowa City, because, I mean, Iowa is populated here, sparsely populated in some areas, not much population in others, but Iowa City is a population hub, and this tornado here could be headed that way here in a little bit. They're not in a tornado warning yet, but if this heads in that direction, if it holds it together, we're going to have problems. The speed on this right now is northeast at 60 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and check. It's only now 23 miles away. That's only, yeah, this is getting kind of nasty. Look, I'm going to check our direction here. And maybe it heads on the west side of town, looking at our rotation tracker, which would be some good news for the Iowa City Metro. But you never know with these type of storms. You never know as they continue to watch here. I'm going to check some more things behind the scenes. Let me pull up. Well, I'll wait because I have to be on the camera here to do that. But I'm checking some information behind the scenes. If you hear my keyboard here, trying to punch some stuff in to get an idea on what's happening. Again, can't be taking any chances around Iowa City, though. I know there's a lot of concern across the meteorology community right now for Iowa City in case this does head for them there. Right now, again, it may head on the western side, but it's so close to call here. And they're going to go ahead. It looks like the western area of Iowa City and in North Liberty, they're going to go ahead and issue a new tornado warning now. So let me go ahead, come back on camera for that. As we go ahead and look at some of our different things, we continue to track this trajectory here of this storm here at about 27 past the hour on this Friday, a day where you don't want to be on the roads on that Friday evening commute. If you're in the path of a tornado, you cannot be taking any chances here with these tornadoes. Right now we have, it looks like 10 tornado warnings on the board here all at one time. I know, I remember just even much higher numbers than that during that April 27, 2011 event. But these are pretty high numbers nonetheless. As we're looking at this on this mode, but I want to pull up rotation tracker now. And we'll go ahead and kind of give you guys an idea of how it looks on this as well. And this is what makes me conclude maybe it just misses them just toward the west a little. But it's so close to call. I mean, let's see the population density out here. It does seem like it may cut off pretty quick here. But let's go ahead and see. They're going to issue a new warning. It's coming out now. So let's see where that box takes us here. It's probably going to go something, yeah, about right where I was going to kind of draw it here. They are including parts of Iowa City in this, but not all of it. But it does look like, as I checked the warning here, it does include University Heights here and the University of Iowa around 440 Central. Maybe it misses them to the west a little, but you're under this warning now, it appears, and you need to take shelter. We can't have you messing around with a storm like this if you're at the University of Iowa here. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, about 16 miles southwest of Iowa City, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour here, folks. So again, we just can't be messing around with this. Let's go ahead and go to radar number 1. This is moving near Wellman right now, where we have the rotation, maybe 2 different areas of rotation in line with hearing 2 different reports there of tornadoes. Getting a spotter report of the tornado headed toward Kelowna. So that's some interesting information there. Maybe headed just west, but depends on the addresses a little bit there. But yeah, this rotation here, the latest scans coming on in on the Doppler radar. Again, maybe something more like this, which would pass it just maybe the northwest side of Iowa City, western side of Iowa City, but nonetheless, you've got to be really cognizant of what's going on. Let's check the debris tracker here. That debris signature is massive there, folks. I am surprised we haven't had a tornado emergency on this at some point or another in its life cycle, but again, and that could still happen if this really threatens Iowa City for sure. That would be a type of wording that they could end up using there at the Weather Service office. But again, right now in the office there in the Quad Cities of Iowa, Illinois, they're going with the PDS type of wording. Really watching this moving toward areas around Wellman, Iowa here at this point. So a pretty dangerous tornado here. Nobody needs to be driving out here in this area. Particularly dangerous situation is what we're dealing with right now. So again, you cannot let your guard in. You got to take this very seriously as we continue coverage right now on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch to protect you, your friends, and your family here. Eventually, this will have to, if it's holding together at this point, you have to cross the interstate. It'll have to cross over. It looks like I-80. I mean, that's still a ways away if it holds together. It does seem like on that latest scan, it's not quite as tight as it was. And it does seem like maybe that line back behind now Yeah, but lying back behind, I think it's starting to disrupt the circulation a little bit. But again, it's just so close to call here. You just can't be kind of messing around in this type of scenario. So again, we're at 30 past the hour now. We're tracking 12 tornado warnings here all at one time. So again, I just have to be really cognizant of what's happening. Let's go back to tornado safety tips right now as we just continue along here to keep you guys safe. Possible tornado on the ground. Another one in the community of Buddha there, according to a media member. That's what we're being told at this present point. So this guy to be taking his tornado precautions here when you have a tornado warning in play. Just really can't be messing around here for sure. So just checking on everything, getting some notes even here put together in the Weather Center as things are coming into play. So I'm going to check power outage numbers now. Here toward the country. This kind of gives us a good indication of things sometimes. Highest outage number, Arkansas, over 70,100 customers in the dark, according to poweroutage.us. Some stronger winds, maybe some wildfire concern out toward Oklahoma. Almost 27,000 customers in the dark, not storm threat though, but as we look toward parts of areas there in Colorado even, about 15,000 customers in the dark. In Missouri, where there is a storm threat, 12,000 or so customers to that electricity. So that's kind of the storyline right now. We're being told by the Davenport office, per se, the Quad Cities, that this is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado type of scenario. But it looks like North Liberty over toward Tippin there, and those areas are more currently the tornado path rather than Coralville over toward Iowa City. But this could change, and they're monitoring it closely. It still could change trajectory on us a little bit in a situation that is so intense here. I know the Weather Service is also saying they're transitioning a scenario that's into more of a QRCS one versus a maybe stronger tornado threat per se, or more violent one. I think that's what they're implying anyway. They're saying we'll have more rapid spin-up tornadoes. That could be an issue here as well. Some of these storms, they murder the line. That's what you get. So keep that in mind. But again, this is what we're dealing with right now. And you see our precautions on the screen. I'm going to step back in front of the camera here, getting reports of all sorts of couplets in the line there in northeast Iowa. So let's go ahead and come back here now, break some more things down. You can see this rotation here, pretty tight, maybe not quite as much as it was near Wellman. And then you have storms west of Cedar Rapids here, confirmed tornado warning as a little bit earlier on. It's now radar indicated there. We'll watch for Cedar Rapids and Lynn County. Still something to pay attention for them for sure. And then as we just continue to watch here, getting more information on in right now. No, different hail reports, things like that, coming on in the different parts of the country. We already had all those hail reports toward Hannibal. And then let's go ahead and go back now over toward our other view here. I want to go ahead and see what we have in terms of the other view here right now, that broad perspective. We currently now have, it looks like, as they do the math, 12 tornado warnings in play. Quite a few in Arkansas, quite a few in Iowa. Looks like one in Illinois here. Let's go ahead and see this one. This is toward the Princeton community. That general area is now being issued by the Quad Cities office for over the last little bit for parts of Henry and Bureau counties in northwest and north central Illinois. So gonna be watching that there. That's west of Ottawa, Illinois. And then we have this morning here southeast of Quincy. That's the hail producer that we were watching around Hannibal. We have all these rogue storms. They're not looking too intense right now, but that could change rapidly with the overall parameter space here. These STP values are extreme over a wide area here, folks, and that's problematic. So just keep that in mind as we continue to give you guys the very latest here, looking north to south. A bunch of those mornings, Iowa again, and in Arkansas, you see a pretty good clustering. One west of Memphis, two southwest of Little Rock. So had all that damage around Little Rock earlier on. We had a tornado emergency situation around there in central Arkansas, which is always of utmost concern. So the utmost concern there. So again, this have to be a really watching situations as they do evolve on us. You see these rogue storms here, they're not confirmed at this point, but this one here is out of Arkadelphia with the worst of this threat, it looks like. And another one may be closer to where it is south of Malvern or near Malvern. No, you're under the warning. Respective polygon takes shelter there as you're in toward these areas. And I zoom out just a little bit here. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know that tornado around Little Rock and that other tornado in Iowa, just northeast of Ottumwa, Those both look to me, based on radar indications, debris, and reports here of at least EF3 type tornadoes, it would appear. So let's go ahead and put an EF scale up. I know things will be determined later on. Haven't had time to evaluate a whole bunch. Trying to evaluate things a little bit more on the fly in terms of some damage done than we did last Friday. You know, kind of hard to catch some of that there at first because it was nighttime too, but during the day we get some better evaluations sometimes as well. But based on what I've seen, I believe both of those were at least EF3 in intensity there. The stuff towards south eastern Iowa, I would call it there, Ottumwa area, maybe south central, but the Ottumwa area, that storm there isn't moving away. Looked like a really disruptive one, and the one around Little Rock as well, with all the damage coming in. More population density, it seems, impacting around Little Rock based on the reports so far. So at least EF3 damage is what I'm thinking. Storm spotters here are looking at this damage, but it's going to be determined by the National Weather Service offices and their surveys here. So that's something to kind of watch and wait for. So that's kind of the update right now on that. Let's come back on camera again as we're getting more and more information in here at this present time. Iowa, let's go back to Iowa here. You see what we're dealing with up in that state. Now, all these tornado warnings, we got just so many of them now, folks. I know funnel cloud there looks like 4 miles southwest of Richmond, Iowa, and Washington County. Look at all these tornado warnings. My goodness. We have this getting into a messy type of scenario where it's going to be hard to warn folks in some ways because just everything is kind of turning tornadic, maybe a little bit lower on that scale variety, but still dangerous, can be deadly, especially for those in mobile homes or those caught without shelter, which unfortunately a mobile home isn't very adequate shelter, to be quite honest. But let's go ahead and see what we have. One of these tornado warnings PDFs continuing for parts of Johnson, Washington, and Iowa counties there until about 5:15 Central Time. Another there for parts of Keokuk there, if I'm pronouncing that right, as well as Johnson, Washington, and Iowa until about 4:45 local. Another for Benton and Iowa at about 4:45 local. One for parts of Illinois, for parts of Pike, Adams, and Brown counties there. That's as we look a little bit over there, just so you guys know. That was one of the more recent updates there from the St. Louis office. Then we have a warning from Des Moines, Marshall, Blackhawk, Tama there, Bremer, over toward Grundy and Butler counties there. Some of these may bleed over into some of the other states, but not yet. It doesn't look like most of them are. Most of these here in Iowa. Buchanan, Benton, and Lynn. So that's another one in Blackhawk. Marshall, I think we might have already went over that one actually. There's just so many of them now. We have Bureau County and Illinois. None of these are all standing out necessarily. Any of these are really standing out here at this point. So that's where we're going to keep watching here as we go ahead and look at these radar scans. So, let's go ahead and see what we have with the Iowa City stuff. It looks like it's becoming more in line with the lines. So let's go ahead and see your radar number 1 here. That'll kind of give us the view. You can kind of see what we're down with. You can see what we're down with here. It's becoming more messy. So these are more those QRCS tornadoes, which are harder to kind of detect here, but they're also weaker. So we could have something headed toward the interstate here, but it's a lot more broad here at this point. Still could be tornadic though, for sure, and toward some of these different areas here. It's really just getting so messy. Did get a gust of 54 miles an hour on Marshalltown, Iowa recently. So it's got to be really careful with that. So again, the bulk of the tornado warnings toward Iowa right now. In fact, let's just go ahead and I'll see if we can kind of read off some of these again. This one here for Louisa, Johnson, and Washington counties in Iowa. Another one here for parts of Keokuk, Johnson, Washington, and Iowa counties. The one to the north toward Iowa City, but maybe just off toward the west is for parts with the biggest threat anyway. Johnson, Washington, and Iowa counties. Another tornado warning portions here. It looks like Benton and Iowa counties. Yet another tornado warning here for parts of Buchanan, Benton, and Iowa. And then we have a tornado warning here, and I'm going to click on the right box. This one's for parts of Benton, it looks like, as these are all becoming entangled, really. These tornado warnings. Another tornado warning out toward the west here, parts of Marshall, Blackhawk, Tama, and Grundy counties. Then we have yet another tornado warning toward Grundy Center, the Marshall, Blackhawk, Tama, Bremer, Grundy, and Butler. Another tornado warning toward Parkersburg, and if that's the same Parkersburg that I'm thinking of, that was the one that was so bad there back years ago with a very bad tornado Hardin, Blackhawk, Wormer, Franklin, Grundy, and Butler counties here. So again, just a lot going on. And we have this tornado warning. This is a more rogue, which could be problematic in Illinois. This is for parts of Bureau, but there's not much rotation with it. So some of these storms are getting more warnings. Some of them don't look quite as bad, but we do not have a confirmed tornado in eastern Arkansas. Let's go ahead and shift our attention. Some tornado warnings in Illinois here as well. But let's go back to radar number 2 here. Let's go to radar number 2. We're starting to get some issues on this Memphis office stuff. So let's see what we got. Let's see what this is. Yeah, that's really looking bad now. Let's go over to that. Particularly dangerous situation is what they're calling it now, in toward that area. So let's get down here. This is kind of really getting tough to track some of this. So let me go ahead and go on over to radar number 2. We got a large tornado headed for Wynne, Arkansas now. Large tornado headed for Wynne, Arkansas. So that's now our biggest focal point of concern because it's all by itself. This report here just coming in a moment ago. Unconfirmed report of a tornado, Arkansas 284 and 193 west of Wynne by a train spotter. So this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado here. As we're now seeing some small hail southwest of Iowa City. But we have a tornado on the ground that could be very dangerous in this area. Let me go ahead and see what we have here in terms of some reports. I'm going to step out of the camera side real quick, but I'm going to leave this up as I go ahead and kind of try to get this centered and zoom out just a little bit more. We're going to go ahead and step on out just for a moment to look for some more reports here. Just bear with me as we continue along with the coverage to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family. I know I'm just trying to go ahead, make sure we have everything set up right here in the Weather Center with some of this information that is coming on in. So no tornado emergency yet with this, but okay, they're now watching a storm just southeast of Cabot as well. So let's see what we got there. That's the Little Rock office. So I got to go and get Chad up here from Memphis in just a second, but got a storm now closer toward Cabot. Let's go to that radar real quick. We'll go ahead and go over there. Let me go ahead and check what we have with the Memphis office, see what they have for us here of concern in just a second. But let me go ahead and check what Memphis is telling me here at this moment as we watch Little Rock as well. Considerable threat though to the east, but they're watching a storm here southeast of Cabot. It's hard to make out on here, but yeah, I see it on that. You can see some rotation there. We'll have to be paying attention around Cabot over the next little bit. That might be more in the word town versus the outline areas though, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Then let me go ahead and zoom back out now. The Memphis radar here. We'll go back over here. This is where we have a very nasty signature headed for Wynne, Arkansas. We're talking about winds now 69 one way, 39 the other. Winds over 100 miles an hour. Potentially headed for Wynne, Arkansas here. You got to take those tornado precautions. 2 miles west of Wynne, a tornado on the ground here based on a spotter report. They're telling the media now to hype this up, which we don't hear that from the Weather Service very much. They're really concerned about it. That's very unusual to see, but that tells you how dangerous this is now. We need the whole country focusing on this storm here, unless you're under tornado warning of your own. Otherwise, we need the rest of the country focusing on this tornado warning right now because we're really concerned about it, headed toward Wynne, Arkansas. So just looking here, looks like there's a funnel steering near the ground in Cross County. That may be the same area where we're watching the more concern here on our Doppler radar technology. So again, just continuing to track things here in the Weather Center. Just trying to give you guys the very latest here to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family here as we continue live right now on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and on Twitch. It's about keeping everybody safe out there. So let me go ahead and just see what our power outage numbers are still. 70,000 in Little Rock still out. So let me go ahead. I'll step back in front of the key wall now. Bear with me as we continue to watch this situation here. Just continue to give you guys the very latest. I'm going to get back in front of our chroma key to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family now. Again, nasty situation here. Eastern part of Arkansas. You can see here we're dealing with a tornado warning for parts of Crittenden and Cross counties. We're talking about a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over the Wynne area. They're not going tornado emergency yet, but This is just one level below that here at this point. And at 4:43, 2 minutes ago, weather spotter reported a tornado on the ground 2 miles west of Wynn, according to the Weather Service. So again, Wynn, Arkansas here. That's really nasty looking, really bad stuff there. On the Doppler radar, winds over 100, maybe close to 120 miles an hour now. Moving into toward Wynn, Arkansas. There's even tighter rotation. It looks like the debris signature might come out at it soon, but Wynn, Arkansas is in the path of this. And now we're being told they're going to issue a tornado warning toward Cabot, Arkansas now because there's a storm, a rotating wall cloud there. We also have a damaging tornado in Iowa now headed toward Tiffin. So let's go ahead and go back up that way. Let's see what we have up there in Iowa. A damaging tornado headed toward Tiffin. That's west of Iowa City then. So let's see what we have with that on our other radar mode in just a second. We need to go ahead and go over to that. We do have a nasty signature there. They're calling that one damaging. Weather spotter confirmed tornado in that vicinity. So let's go ahead and show you guys what we have there on radar 1. You can see that's going to probably miss the university at this point, but still got to be watching very carefully here. And I tightened up just now. Headed right for Tiffin there in Iowa. So again, got to be in shelter immediately. Hard to make out a debris signature there, but Tiffin, Iowa really needs to be in shelter. This is kind of in the line here. Excuse me, we're not getting a debris ball in that storm. They may go tornado emergency then if that's the case. Let's look at Wynn in Arkansas. The Memphis, Tennessee radar is what I'm using there. Let's go ahead and go back on over there. We're now being told a report of tornado touching down and causing significant damage in the area there. The Wynn, Arkansas Police Department already telling us that, and it's probably still on the ground in that area right now. Probably in progress there. They want everybody now. They want the media to really start talking about parking there. Parking in Arkansas here. You need to take shelter in parking. You also have to take shelter in areas, I believe, called like Early. Yeah, Crawfordsville, maybe just to the north is where the threat would be at this point, but or maybe Earl, not Early, but again, I'm just continuing to watch here. Look at this, right over Wynn, right over Wynn, Arkansas there. That's where our tornado is at this present time. Very bad news. Talking about 72 one way now, 50 the other. That's about 120 miles an hour with a rotation here. That could be getting down to the surface, plus or minus a little bit. Let's go back to the tornado safety tips here again as I continue to give you guys the very latest here. That's what you need to do if you're under a tornado warning or a tornado watch. Just want you guys to know exactly what you need to do in this type of scenario. But again, Wynn, Arkansas being hit by a dangerous tornado right now. We're talking about a population here of about 8,367 there in Cross County. So it's a pretty highly populated area. It's over Wynn at this very moment, causing damage, if not destruction, in that area. As I continue to check some things behind the scenes, bear with me here. I know that possible tornado around Cabot will be right around downtown, so the outlying areas, you'll be okay from that one. There's more stuff though to the south. We'll have to watch for the southern outlying areas here. But we have Wynn, Arkansas. Really taking a hit right now. So let's go ahead and come back on camera. To continue to get the very latest on in here. They're just giving us quite a bit more here as we continue along. So again, tornado warning, not a tornado emergency at this moment, but a tornado warning here in play for areas around, it looks like, Wynn, Arkansas. So again, let's look at the debris ball. If there is one, it doesn't show on this well, but there is debris in here based on what the Weather Service has been telling us. This would suggest that. Let me see, make sure we're on the best radar at this point. Crittenden and Cross, yeah. Just to make sure, because I'm not seeing the debris pop out as much as I would think I would with that type of gate-to-gate right over the city. Maybe it makes me think the next scan might be a significantly worse one in terms of that debris signature, and that's when it's already hit. So that's why it's so important to take shelter when we tell you to, or when you get that tornado warning in play here even for these areas. That's about 50, 75 together. That's about 125 miles an hour worth of wind. New scan now has it coming past the town now. It's headed more toward, again, areas like Parkin and Earl, if I'm pronouncing that right. We have winds here 70 one way, 70 the other. That's about 140 miles per hour worth of wind headed towards some of these areas. And let's check the debris now. See if that's popping out at us in toward this area. See if we get a new scan on this. on the debris tracker here. It looks like we're having an issue with the debris for some reason. So let me see what's going on with this, guys. There's some issue with some of our timestamps. I can switch it over to something else if we're. I mean, the storm relative velocity has been keeping up, or other stuff hadn't been keeping up. So there's a higher CC drop now. I'm going to switch over. We have some backup systems if this isn't going to come through for us. Unfortunately, some of our data here. This is higher resolution stuff. This is working here, so that's good. But the other stuff's not working. But we're being told up to the north there in Iowa, the Eli Fire Department reporting construction materials and that debris falling there. You hate to hear that, but there's your tornado right there. And again, this is running behind, so we've got 10 minutes until it gets toward Parkin there. I'm going to go ahead and switch to a broad view for a moment and try to do something here. Try to fix that while we're on the air if we can. So bear with me. Bear with me here. It's going to be something we do right on the fly, per se. So there's where our storm warning scenario is. We have the thunderstorm warning to the west and around, but tornado warning here in place. We're so concerned with Crittenden and Cross counties. So really tight rotation. Looks like we just got some new data in. Okay, yeah, it's just updated. There was some glitch there for a minute. I don't think it was on our end, actually, but okay, it's been fixed now without me having to do it. So here's your debris signature now, right over. Yeah, it looks like US 64 there. That's where our tornado, our destructive type of tornado is. Not a tornado emergency yet, but that type of debris is serious, folks. And we're just continuing to watch things here very carefully, all wrapped up here, headed toward areas downstream like Parkin, Arkansas. We also have Earl, Arkansas there as well, or Early, depending on your local pronunciation. This is winds here. Now still in the 92 miles an hour one way and 70 the other. That's closer to 160 miles an hour with a rotation now. Really bad stuff, folks. This could get a tornado emergency if it keeps turning this direction, I would think, from meteorological expertise. If it keeps heading this direction of this town and has this type of rotation with it, and this tornado outbreak is potentially historic tornado outbreak. So, again, continuing to watch here. That's really bad. Right there. It looks like around US 64 here, folks. Again, this is a very serious tornado situation. And this is headed in the direction of Parkin there, Parkin in parts of Arkansas. So, again, that's what we're down with right now. We're going to go ahead and see what else we have. We currently have 15 tornado warnings now in the country. 15 tornado warnings. Let's see what else we have here. We have a tornado warning in Missouri now. One just east of Rolla, so let's go ahead and go over there. It's radar indicated right now. We hadn't had much in this area, but this is now a tornado warning for a rotation headed toward Cuba, Missouri, over the next little bit. So, watching that, there's some severe thunderstorm warnings out to the west and southeast Missouri. So, we'll just continue to watch some of this stuff over the next little bit here. Starting to get that together, unfortunately, maybe as it heads toward the heartland there. We'll just have to watch and track as we see here. Eastern Iowa, just a slew of tornado warnings there. Vendor tornado warning there. Got to take shelter. The most concern of which right now is toward parts of Johnson County, Iowa, but the worst of the threat should be just west of Iowa City, but still got to be careful there. It's near Tiffin there more than anything based on some more indications here in the Weather Center, but we'll keep watching and keep tracking here. Let me go ahead and zoom back out, though, at this point. Again, that's what we're watching that. And then you have this rotation. That's really tight stuff. It looks like east of Rolla on this mode anyway. And you have really tight stuff, obviously, here in eastern Arkansas. I know we're being told debris falling in Tiffin from a listener calling in the media there in Iowa, though. But back to Arkansas, we are here watching this very strong rotation. Let's see what we have with this in terms of the debris tracker here. Try to get you the latest scan on some of this here in just a second. I think we're still on the last one here at this point, but I'm going to see if we can kind of switch something over on this again to see if we can get some better information then out of here. So bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and see if we can get some up-to-date scans here on this debris tracker for the viewers at home. So it did update a little bit on us here. So let's go to this different mode here for just a second. That's just storm to the north around Tiffin now and Iowa. Debris falling out of the sky there apparently. But then toward parts of Arkansas, we have this destructive tornado, or at least potentially destructive tornado here headed toward Parkin here. in parts of eastern Arkansas. So again, a nasty situation there. A nasty situation there. They're leaning toward a tornado emergency now. They haven't pulled the trigger yet, but they're leaning toward a tornado emergency for this as I look at some of the different scans of this storm. That's not what you want to hear, but it probably would be justified here if they issued that. So just keep that in mind. That could be coming next year. They're going to go tornado emergency now for this here in Arkansas. The Memphis office now. And they see a tornado emergency appears for Parkin. So you got to be inside there in Parkin, Arkansas. A tornado emergency here, folks. A large and destructive tornado headed toward Parkin, Arkansas. This is a matter of life and death here around Parkin, Arkansas, folks. It just went through areas there around Wynn, and now it's headed for Parkin there. It's headed for Parkin. You gotta be in shelter here. Very bad situation here toward Parkin. By the way, Ames, Iowa State University, just to there to about severe limits is coming in for reference to the north. But it's got to be a tornado emergency here in Arkansas. It's approaching Parkin Earl, whatever you want to call it, there in Crittenden County. Gotta take shelter here. This is such serious stuff that we're talking about here at this present point. So, tornado emergency hadn't officially come out yet. They can always change their mind here until it officially comes out. But I'm just going to go ahead and keep looking here. Keep looking. You can see here 60 miles an hour one way. Looks like about 83 the other way. They're going. They just went with the tornado emergency now. Confirmed large and destructive tornado observed near Parkin, moving east at 50 miles an hour here. Crittenden and Cross counties in Arkansas. Catastrophic threat for some of these areas. Catastrophic, folks. That's talking about a higher end type of tornado on that enhanced Fujita scale is what we're going to be dealing with. It appears toward Parkin. Already just went through Wynn, a pretty highly populated area. Already getting reports of damage there and toward that area there. So this is your tornado emergency now. Let me go ahead and, for a second at least, take off the other tornado warning boxes in play. You can see the tornado emergency a little bit better as we look at this tornado headed right for Parkin. You hate to see it. And this tornado emergency, though, as I look now, the tornado emergency for Parkin and then Early, here has been on for a while, but again, a tornado emergency, a large and destructive tornado headed on in. So again, you just hate seeing stuff like this. Such serious type of debris signature here on that operator. Again, a tornado emergency for Parkin here in eastern Arkansas, and also Early or Earl, depending on that local pronunciation. I want to go ahead and check some population information real quick. Let me go ahead and pull up alternative safety tips again, just to reiterate them here. Let me go ahead and pull these up here so you guys know exactly what to do as we continue along here in the Weather Center. I know there's also been reports, or there's also our reports, I should say, of Springfield. Let's try that again. Springville Fire Department reporting tar paper fall from the sky there in the Davenport region per se. So again, checking here population information for a couple of these areas here. Again, a tornado emergency now for Parkin, Arkansas. Parkin, Arkansas here we're talking about. Looks like a little over 1,000 folks in that community. And then as we get toward areas a little bit downstream here, we're talking about closer to 2,000 toward Early or Earl. So again, this is can continue to get folks in shelter there as we look downstream. Gotta be in shelter here as we're looking with this tornado emergency in play. You hate seeing tornado emergencies in play, but that's exactly what we have right now for some of these areas there in parts of Arkansas. So take shelter now. Again, trying to give you guys the latest information to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family. I just want to take these tornado safety tips here very seriously and put them into action here right now as we're approaching that 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern time marker here per se. And you don't want to be driving out here. You don't want to be going out here during rush hour per se. This is just so serious here at this point as we continue to watch around. It looks like a park in there. You can kind of see it's a little bit more disheveled on this view, but that might not mean too much. Again, looking there toward Park and toward Early Earl. Again, continuing to watch here, continuing to track. You can see here the rotation really serious stuff. Looking there toward parts of Iowa. Let's get back up there for a moment. It's a mess up there in the Hawkeye state at this point. Let me go ahead and see what we have with our radar scans. Bear with me, our system a little sluggish here. We have so much going on, but we have another circulation now. We have another circulation there southeast of Iowa City, folks. Let's go over to our other scan here. Our other radar, going to be radar number 1. You see this here south of Iowa City. Now I might move to the eastern side of town. We had a storm with the tornado moving toward north of Liberty, but then maybe splitting Iowa City a little bit. But this one is new concern now down here, heading this general direction. You see it. Latest scan here. Got to be careful. Let's see the population breakdown here. Now that's getting into pretty populated areas potentially on the southeast side of town. This one up here is pretty populated here, northwest, as we've talked about, which you hate to see, but I see some stuff look like debris on both of these here at this point. So it is about to cross over. It looks like US 6. So again, reports of major structural damage in the community of Hills. It looks like a likely tornado moved through there. Okay, so this is that one. Then it looks like here that just came on right through really quickly there. You can see how it come together. It came together. So again, just continuing to watch here, continuing to track. We're just going to have to keep monitoring this here. Again, nasty stuff in Iowa. That's a confirmed tornado here near Iowa City. They're calling it, per se, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Again, this is really, really nasty stuff here. Obviously, as we've continued to allude to here, this beeps everywhere for all these tornado warning updates. We still have the tornado emergency in parts of eastern Arkansas. So let's get back to radar 2. This is for areas around Parkin there. You can kind of see the structure's kind of messy, but tornadoes on the ground. It appeared pretty significant one around Parkin. I mean, I'm hoping maybe it's not quite as bad, though. Maybe as what we had toward the west, toward the wind, based on what I'm seeing on our scans. But obviously, things can change from one scan to another, so keep that in mind as we continue to get updates here. Let's go back up toward the north now. Let's go back to Iowa City then. We'll go back to the other radar scan. You'll be able to see what's happening here. Looking toward the Hawkeye state, per se, as we continue live on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. Southeast there, maybe parts of Iowa City or just outside of town. Some really nasty stuff that we're dealing with. The winds right there, 62 one way, 39 is about 100 if you add that wind the other way. There's a tornado on the ground there, obviously, a debris signature, and there it is with the latest scan. Now headed for the interstate, headed for it looks like I-80, I believe, is what we talked about earlier on. Was that the other tornado up there toward North Liberty? So just continuing to watch here, continuing to track. Again, trying to give you guys the latest information to protect everybody out there. And maybe toward West Branch, we'll see. Maybe more between Iowa City and West Branch stuff is what I'm kind of hinting at right now. The movement on this has kind of been interesting as it comes together here. So let's go ahead and see what we have in terms of storm there near North Liberty. You see maybe a tornado there. Already had a confirmed tornado up there, maybe debris. And you just got to be really taking shelter here. Let's go ahead and go back on over to Memphis radar 2. I think they think there's 2 tornadoes on the ground. They're saying twins, so I think they're indicating now we have 2 tornadoes on the ground here in this tornado emergency. One there on the east side of Park and one on the east side of Early there. So now they don't necessarily. Let me double check here. It's hard to say because the way correlation coefficient shows up, but it appears maybe there are 2 tornadoes here. So one right here and then one right back here. So again, that's what we're dealing with right now. So again, I just got to be really cognizant of what's going on. Let's pull up those tornado safety tips here once again, telling you guys what to do if you're in the path of this. Again, take those tornado precautions immediately here. 2 tornadoes appears here in this area. Such a crazy environment here meteorologically. That's what we're dealing with right now. So I just got to be really cognizant of what's going on here. We got several confirmed tornado warnings here. It looks like Parkin confirming a direct hit from the current tornado there on the radar scan. And just got to be watching there further east even toward Clarkdale. Let's see if they've updated the tornado emergency. They haven't put Clarkdale in there yet, but may have to watch even closer toward that Memphis radar site there, which is out closer toward, it looks like, the Milton Municipal Airport. That's where this could be headed a little bit later on, so keep that in mind. And then they've just asked for traffic to be stopped on I-55, the Memphis office has. So that's some interesting news here coming on in toward some of these areas anyway, in toward the path. So we're talking about that area, I believe, around Clarkdale. Yeah, Clarkdale there. That's what they're asking for. They're asking for traffic to be stopped there here in this tornado outbreak. So scary situation with 2 tornadoes apparently on the ground there in toward that region. Again, dealing with that. It looks like we're in a tornado warning now closer to St. Louis Metro. So let me go ahead and pull up our radar 2 then, or make that radar 1 actually on our St. Louis radar view. Oh yeah, we're starting to get some stuff in the heartland now we gotta watch. So let's go ahead now and see what we have there. Let me go ahead and go on over to our radar number 1. So we'll go back to radar 2 in a moment, what's going on in areas there toward eastern Arkansas. But here is radar number 1 for you in about 3 seconds. You guys will see what we're talking about there once I get our tornado safety tips off the screen in this one-man band environment. So again, I just continue to give you guys the very latest here. I continue to give you guys the very latest. We have all these different areas here rotating all by themselves. So this is an area here southwest of St. Louis now. Roy, oh wow, that's Roy getting his act together right there near I-44. So that could be a problem. This is a tornado warning now for parts of Crawford, Franklin, and Gasconade counties here. This could be one that gets confirmed here pretty quick. And then we got this tornado warning here further north of St. Louis, parts of, it looks like Lincoln there, as well as Calhoun, Greene, Jersey, and Pike counties. Another tornado warning south of areas there around Vervinum. This is here not too far from Salem and Nick County. We have to watch this. Maybe this could be headed toward maybe Potosi later on. We'll see. But then we got more storms that are all by themselves here that could be headed more towards southeast Missouri. We'll just have to continue to watch all the trajectories of them as we go ahead now. I want to go back to radar number 2. You'll be able to kind of see what we're dealing with the tornado emergency. Further down toward the south here, I know they're asking for traffic to be stopped on I-55 between Terrell and Jarrett there. So again, that's what we're dealing with here at this present point. Again, watching here around, it looks like the early area, you can see all this mess of wind here and there. Maybe 2 different tornadoes, as we've alluded to here, as we currently now have 13 tornado warnings in the country. Again, you've got to watch around Clarkdale here. Let's see if they've expanded the tornado emergency. City names, looks like they haven't yet, but that probably will be getting updated here soon somehow with the information coming on out. So again, let's go ahead and see what else we have here. We're gonna go ahead and go back on over to the other perspective now. Looks like we'll go ahead and switch on over to our Geo-Earth computer right now. You can kind of see what we're dealing with. Again, just a nasty situation. I'm going to go ahead and step out for a second so we can gather some more information. So bear with me here. To kind of step out of the key wall for a moment so we can kind of give you guys the very latest, but still leave that radar up here. It's always important to give you guys the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here, whether they're local toward our area here, or if they're more on that national level. So again, that's what we're trying to do here right now. We're just going to go ahead and keep seeing here what's going on in the Weather Center. Again, it's a chaotic environment, a chaotic tornadic environment here right now. We're just really having to see things come together on us here that we don't want to here in the Weather Enterprise. So again, getting updates here. Severe thunderstorm warning, considerable damage there toward parts of Iowa, Benton, Buchanan, as well as Delaware, Iowa, and Lynn counties until 5:45 Central Time. So again, just dealing with that here at the present point as we continue along in the coverage here. We're just trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're just trying to give you guys everything you need to stay safe out there in this tornado outbreak, this potentially historic tornado outbreak here. So we're just trying to make sure you guys need, or if you need anything, we're trying to be here for you. So I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break though as we continue to gather more information. Just bear with me here in the Weather Center. It's a chaotic situation with everything going on. We're just trying to gather more information here as it does come on out. We have such a slew of tornado warnings here. So let me go ahead and step back in front of the key wall. Still a debris ball in that tornado emergency right now as we're tracking it toward parts of eastern Arkansas and toward those areas around Crittenden and Cross County. So going to get more information. I'll be back here in just a few minutes, so stay tuned here. We're at 5:10 Central, 6:10 Eastern. We'll be back here by about 15 past the hour.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Back here in the Weather Center right now, just getting all sorts of beeps for these updates on these warnings here. We have a considerable damage threat there toward areas there, toward parts of Crittenden County in Arkansas at this present time. A considerable threat here of damage. I know going between a couple different radar views here at this point, and this is what we're talking about. They're going to issue a new tornado warning downstream, obviously. Really dangerous threat. The tornado emergency not in play at this very moment, but still really bad danger here lies ahead for some of these communities as we get closer maybe toward Clarkdale here, and then you see Terrell, you have Millington maybe in Tennessee later on that'll really need to be watching this here as well. So just keep that in mind here as this situation progresses. This is a really nasty scenario that we're dealing with. Other tornado warnings, you see one closer to Pine Bluff. Let's not move that radar around. Let's go back to the broad view as we're getting the report to damage around Wynne, Arkansas there. We'll go ahead and say, you guys, here we have the storm east to Cedar Rapids. This tornado warning here east to Cedar Rapids is a damaging tornado, parts of Cedar, Johnson, Jones, and Lynn counties. Also looking toward parts there of Cedar and Johnson for the other box. We had there's a couple different tornadoes there, radar indicated toward parts of Henry County and Iowa. Also northwest of Springfield, we have confirmed tornado now over Beardstown. That's for parts of Cass and Sewell counties, and Illinois, Cass and Sewell counties. And we have this tornado north of St. Louis. We have more stuff I got to really pay attention to here toward parts of Missouri. So again, we'll see Festus here maybe later on in DeSoto with this storm moving towards Sullivan, the worst of it, with the rotation headed right for Sullivan, Missouri now. So I gotta again continue to watch the geography of all this here. Let me just kind of zoom in a little bit. These are some of the areas maybe downstream that could be impacted a little bit later on. Looking here right now though, you see the Sullivan threat looks like one of the bigger ones based on what we're seeing on rotation tracker. Let me go ahead and continue to watch this storm and the other radar review. I know I haven't moved things around more than I would like for our audience, but it's a one-man band, so kind of sometimes things are going to be a little bit off. I'm trying to do the best I can here to keep everybody safe, so I apologize. We're trying to go between radar all over the country. That's how big of a threat this is in terms of the scope of things, so that's why we're kind of having to jump around so much more than I would like. But Sullivan, Missouri, you need to take shelter if you're in that area right now. Let's go ahead and look at that here on radar number 1. Again, this is a new tornado warning coming out now. Downstream, it looks like. Downstream, St. Louis office just issuing this. Bear with me here. Crawford, Franklin, and Washington counties until about 6 o'clock Central Time here. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Bourbon, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. St. Clair Parkway, Lawndale in the path of this, it potentially could be as well. So keep that in mind as we watch for the St. Louis Metro eventually. I mean, it's a little ways away, but I see Arnold on here and some of those areas around there need to be on guard as we're looking here over the next little bit. Really serious situation. These storms are all by themselves, folks. Excuse me, again, I've been talking for a while. Got a long way to go still in this coverage, but again, we have a situation here, folks, on our hands. We have these discrete storms headed toward the south side of the St. Louis metro area with all these parameters in play. This is a particularly dangerous situation, folks. You got to be in shelter in these red boxes, and you got to be paying attention if you're around Interstate 55 there. As we're looking on the south side of the St. Louis metro, these two storms are really causing me concern. We have other ones we have to watch as well, but those two right there really are of the utmost concern. The utmost concern here as we look towards some of these areas downstream over the next little bit. So let's go ahead and pull those tornado safety tips on here for the moment. Put those on here for the moment. I'm going to check with the St. Louis office what's going on here with what's happening. See what they're seeing, see how concerned they are there. I know the tornadoes crossing I-55 now in eastern Arkansas. That's a considerable threat here at this point. Not a tornado emergency, but still really bad, obviously. Particularly dangerous situation is what we're dealing with, so keep that in mind. Got to be really cognizant, obviously, with what's going on here. Towards some of these different communities, some of these different areas. We don't want bad outcomes here to occur. So Again, having to really track all this here in the Weather Center. I'm going to go ahead and come back on camera now. Again, we have these storms here. Got to be paying attention here as these do progress over the next little bit. So again, you see Sullivan, Missouri here. Sullivan, Missouri, that area. You see areas there toward Jefferson County, Missouri could be next. Right now, though, we're talking about areas of Crawford, Franklin, Washington, those general zones. You kind of get the idea. That's what we're watching the threat right now. But again, this threat will be moving further off toward the east. Again, tornado safety. I can't say this enough here. What you got to do in a tornado situation, you got to take shelter immediately here. Putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible when you have a tornado warning here in play, like what we have towards some of those counties in Missouri here at this point. So, again, I'm watching stuff here around Sullivan. You watch it around Rich Woods as well. We still got that considerable threat to the south, though. Let's get back down there. We'll go to our other radar source in just a moment around Terrell. First responder to reporting damage, by the way, on a storm near Tyndall there in parts of, looks like Arkansas as well. But let's go ahead and get back on over here to our other mode. You can kind of see what we're down with. This is a tornado warning here, tornado warning continuing. PDX warning for parts of Crittenden County. Large and extremely dangerous tornado near Gilmore, or 9 miles southeast of Tyrona, or let's see, Tyrone-ja there, I believe is how that's pronounced. As I look here at my screen, moving east at about 50 miles an hour, particularly dangerous situations. You got to be really taking shelter here around Terrell if you're in this area right now. PDS situation here starting to translate off into Tennessee. New warning be coming on this soon, I'm sure, as we've kind of been alluding to. So there's that hook. Wow, that's a really well-defined hook there, just north of Clarksdale. So gotta be taking shelter. It's 23 after the hour right now, as we're getting a whole bunch of new information on in here at the various moments. So I'm going to gather the details up. If we get something to really have to pop back on for, we will. But otherwise, we'll be back here at the bottom of the hour, 6:30. But it's a new severe thunderstorm warning here, or excuse me, a new tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, a large and extremely dangerous one located near Gilmore, or 9 miles west of Meeman-Selby Forest State Park, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So Crittenden, Mississippi, as well as Selby and Tipton counties under that considerable threat. We'll keep you guys advised. See you back here in a few minutes.
This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour right now, about 5:30 there in the Central Time Zone, 6:30 in the East. We're seeing just a slew of tornado warnings. Considerable damage now possible in parts of Iowa. Talking about Cedar, Clinton, Jackson, Jones counties. A large and extremely dangerous tornado over the community of Clarence or near Stanwood, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. And a secondary tornado possible now on radar at same northeast of Stanwood. So let's go ahead and go to that. Cedar and some of those counties around there, Clinton, Jackson, and Jones. Let me go ahead and get up here on this view to see exactly what is happening here with this confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado here in Iowa. I don't think we've had any tornado emergencies yet in Iowa, but we've had some big time threats, and this looks like a big time threat. Let's zoom in. Bear with me here. Gathering the latest. Headed right for Bennett, it looks like. Headed right for Bennett. That's a damaging tornado. So let me go ahead and go on over here. They must have one that's even a little bit worse now. So again, this is Bennett. That looks like a pretty nasty tornado there. This is the Clarence one. This is the PDS one here. This is Clarence, and you see the debris. The tornado right around US 30 there in Iowa now. So a dangerous situation. That's a PDS warning there. We have another tornado warning here just east of Cedar Rapids. This is one for parts of Cedar, Jones, and Lynn counties. We're watching this very carefully here as well. And then let's go ahead and get on over here. The Memphis storm is tightening up. The radar view, that is what we're using from Memphis. But again, let's go ahead and go on over there. Let's go ahead and see. Oh, wow, that's probably going to be another tornado emergency. The way that's looking here. I know that's not the most popular area, I don't think, at the moment, but that's right over Mississippi River is where that's crossing. We're talking about there 111 miles an hour wind, 111 miles an hour of wind headed away from the radar, and 67 headed toward. That gets you there to about 180 or so. It's right over the river, Mississippi River right now, but these numbers are extraordinary, very close to the radar site here. So feel like as this emerges out, it probably gives you a new tornado emergency here for these areas. Right now, the PDS warning for parts of Mississippi and Arkansas and Crittenden in Arkansas, but it's now moving over toward Tipton and Selby in Tennessee here. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now, moving over into Tennessee. And it's a very dangerous situation that we're dealing with here right now. You can see the colors there coming together on the Doppler radar. You gotta take this so seriously, folks. That's all by itself. I mean, that's as bad as it gets almost. Right over the Mississippi River right now. Crossing the Mississippi River here as it's really coming together with that hook echo. And really just you see how these winds, I mean, doing the math on this, it's 116 now and 67. So let's just say 120 and 70. That means 190 miles an hour worth of wind this close to the surface. I'm sure they'll have to issue a tornado emergency once this reemerges here out of this Mississippi River Basin, which is a little bit of coverage here that it has to go across before it gets out of there. So that could be good news as long as nobody's out there for whatever reason. But again, that's the good news right now. I mean, that's got to be extraordinary. What type of images are coming out of that? I mean, a water spout of that veracity over the Mississippi River. That's got to be extraordinary to see if that's happening right now in person. But again, my goodness, look at that debris. I mean, that may be damage from the west, but that's the water coming up out of the Mississippi River there. Toward this area as it's crossing over Mississippi, the tornado/water spout. When it's over this, I mean, it's a very violent water spout, but the water is just being pulled up there and seen on the radar, and that's just extraordinary. But again, let's go ahead and continue to watch that here. We have storms toward the heartland we're going to watch. We have stuff, the tornado warning just west of Jefferson County there. We got these storms here. We got the stuff in Iowa. Let's go back to radar 1 then here. Once I get that positioned again. I want to see what we have on these Iowa storms. Those storms around Bennett and Clarence are still of concern here. Bennett and Clarence, I know, impressive debris signature near Bennett there in Cedar County. So let's check that. Yeah, you can kind of see that here as it passes on by now. I think the debris is out ahead now because that's the way our radar scan's reading it. It's a little bit behind on some other information, would appear. So yeah, coming across Bennett there right around Clarence. We just had a tornado there as well. It would appear. And it will still be PDS tornado watches and play at 8 o'clock Central Time tonight. As I'll go ahead and go over to our main frame here, per se, at this point. So again, you see these in the purple. We have these threats here to the south. We have the threat here to the north. Nasty, nasty stuff here is what we're tracking. Tornado warning now for parts of Delaware, Dubuque, and Jones counties in Iowa. Radar indicated there. They're going to tornado emergency now in that Mississippi River storm, as I thought they would. It's all by itself. I mean, that's as bad as it ever gets. I mean, it's maybe one of those. I mean, there's some areas that'll be impacted here, obviously. This is about, I mean, as classy as it gets for something to maybe get close to EF5, to be such out ahead of everything and by itself, so discreet with that type of hook, that type of rotation. I'm just almost in shock. I mean, it's not like we didn't expect this, but you need to be taking shelter now as we go back on over here toward the south, the north as well, but the south here. We have Dixonville, Drummond, and Quito there, if I'm pronouncing that right. You have to take shelter. This is a matter of life and death here. A tornado emergency about to be coming out for one of the tightest rotations I've ever seen on Doppler radar here, just crossing the Mississippi River, folks. I mean, the latest scan, these numbers here, 95 one way. Looking here at 72 the other, so the numbers there are still pretty in line with what we were just seeing here a moment ago. This extraordinary wind, as we're being told now by media, and this is something like we had to do last week. I got to read over this before I tell you because it's so in detail here and so graphic. I want to make sure I'm not giving away something that we're not allowed to say on the air in terms of that it could hinder the rescue efforts that are ongoing here with the information being too specific. But we're being told, the media is by Wind Police Chief there, Richard Dennis, that it's total destruction all over town. Dozens of people trapped, and they need all the help they can get. So I think we should go ahead and mention that there as I'm reading that out ahead before I say it. Unknown injuries right now. They're telling everyone who is not in really need to help or to just stay out of the way if they're not helping there. And just make sure only if you're there to help in the ward of Wynne, Arkansas, then that's if you're there to help, you should go ahead and be there. But otherwise, don't be there. So they're getting, looks like, some crews down to Cross County to help there. Poinsett County sending some crews. So again, we have a considerable threat up toward parts of Iowa, though, as well. But this right here is part of western Tennessee, where this is just crossed over the Mississippi River. I mean, it doesn't look quite as crazy maybe as it did, but it's still crazy. That's winds well over 100 miles an hour. Moving into some of these areas in western Tennessee. Again, a tornado emergency is coming on this based on what I was reading. Haven't seen it pop up quite yet. They can always, as we said earlier, not go with one if they don't think they need to. But again, we're just going to have to keep watching, keep tracking that debris. You saw it popping on up there on the Doppler radar technology here. It was so well defined there as we were looking at things. So again, this is north of Mullington, Tennessee. This is really, really nasty stuff here, for sure. So let's go ahead and go back on up there toward the north now. Checking, we got multiple storms there with the rotations on them, and they're really nasty confirmed tornadoes that we're dealing with up there. So let's go ahead and zoom back up this way now. You can kind of see northwest of Davenport. We're down with this stuff. The greens and the reds really coming together here and really being problematic. You have debris here over a wide stretch here for sure. So again, that's something you got to take heed of here. Into where these areas currently 11 tornado warnings in the country. Let's go ahead and go back on over toward the broad perspective now. You can see here that purple area, the two different ones, PDS, rare PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado watches, and within those we have potentially some threats that are very considerable in nature, if not catastrophic. They now have officially a tornado emergency now for portions of Shelby and Tipton counties here, not Memphis proper, but down there you're not into this, but to the north here, a tornado emergency now being issued for areas there around, it looks like Dixonville, Quito there, and Drummond's. Particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now if you're in this area. in western Tennessee. This is a matter of life and death. Millington, Munford, Brighton, Dixonville, Tipton, Atoka, Brunson there. Catastrophic damage may be occurring here in this area. Catastrophic damage. So keep that in mind here. This is a serious situation that we're down with in parts of western Tennessee right now. We're just really needing you to take shelter. Again, let me go ahead and go back some of our different scans to the north. What a mess there in Iowa, and what a mess here. But it's a rogue storm, so it's a lot easier to see and pick out just the destruction that's likely taking place here as this gets across the Mississippi River and starts doing more of that, it would appear. So, again, we got to be really careful. The southeast of Bassett there, that's in Arkansas. This is over the line here in parts of Tennessee. That's such an interesting structure there. It doesn't look like it's quite as tight gate to gate as it was, but still this could immediately come back together on us and produce a deadly type tornado, an extremely destructive type tornado. So you just got to be really careful here in toward this area. You got to be really careful what's going on. Let's go ahead and put up our tornado safety tips again. We can't put these up enough here today on this Friday, this last day of the month, last day of the quarter here. We just got to be really careful with what's going on here in this situation. You cannot be taking it lightly here as things are just so nasty on us. We do not want you guys taking this, where you're just not paying attention. You're not getting no warnings. You got to have a way to get warnings here today. You got to be in position to take shelter. So that's what we're down with right now. In this type of situation, very bad stuff. I know the heating here are a really problematic thing with all these parameters coming into play here as well. The rotational parameters, that wind shear is so violent here in nature in some regards. So let's go ahead and come back on over now toward our other view. Again, you can see that wrapping on up there. I know Augusta and Ward Cedar Rapids here in Iowa about 60 miles an hour, but this right here, the tornado emergency. In the ward parts of western Tennessee, tornado emergency. We're being told now from the storm report, the LSR here, the city of Wynn has had damage all over town, including a high school, Wynn High School, with dozens of people believed to be trapped there. So they just need all the help they can get around Wynn, Arkansas there, in the ward that area. I just hate seeing stuff like that. I know semi being flipped in parts of Iowa, we're being told now. This is such a heck of an event here, causing just so many problems here over such a wide swath of the country. I mean, it kind of skips some of them, obviously, and you get lucky, but other areas are having some of the worst storms they're ever going to get in their lifetime today. So that's just so serious to talk about, and that's why we're here with you guys, to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your families. So let's go ahead and zoom back on out here. Let's go ahead and zoom back on out right now. Again, it's a very widespread situation here of a threat. As we continue to allude to, let's look at southeast Missouri real quick. Right now, I don't see anything that is an imminent concern, but all these discrete storms back to the west can be problematic in later hours here. So you see a storm southwest of St. Louis. We'll be watching this toward Jefferson County, though. That could be an issue as we look toward areas there in Jefferson County, Missouri over the next little bit. Nothing confirmed there as of last check, but again, I just got to keep watching, keep tracking here as the situation does continue. So again, let's see which radars we want to switch around here. Okay, they're going to let this storm here with a tornado warning in southeast Franklin expire. It's less impressive. It didn't appear immediately severe. But that could change, so that's what we're tracking, the rotation there. That rotation right there, folks, may be a little bit of a false signature. Then sometimes it comes across like this because then it's not as strong as what they're actually seeing when they go under the hood on the actual storm relative velocity view of the radar site there, the LSX there in St. Louis. So, again, just going to keep watching, keep tracking there. The tornado warning going away for Franklin County, Missouri. We have a tornado warning in northern Arkansas, Izzard, and Sharp. Obviously, this one's the biggest concern of the tornado emergency, a matter of life and death here in western Tennessee. Again, parts there of, it looks like, Tipton and Selby counties. The latest update at 5:44 Central, they confirmed large and destructive tornado is located near Dixonville. or 8 miles southeast of Wilson, moving east at 50 miles an hour. That's what we're dealing with right now here in this area. Some of the cities don't suck, but eventually Brighton and Atoka do. And the latest tornado emergency is for Dixonville, Drummond, and the Gilt Edge area there. So that's what we're seeing at this present point. A deadly tornado moving on in, it appears. That's the threat we're having to track here at this present point here at about 6:45 Eastern, 5:45 Central on this last day of the month, last day of the quarter here in the country. So again, I'm going to zoom back on out right now. Let's see what we got up toward Iowa. And I don't know why we have a slew of warnings there in the line. It's been up tornadoes. Could still be pretty strong. Tornado warning for Davenport as well. Radar indicated a confirmed tornado warning there near Jacksonville, Illinois now. It looks like, if I'm reading that right. Moving northeast at 50, confirmed tornado around Litterberry, the community of Litterberry. So that's kind of what we're doing with right now. And Springville Fire Department reporting heavy roof damage, Rodway Street up there toward Iowa. But this is our tornado emergency right now, all by itself here. We still got to take Saturn. It's in the most populated area in the world, but still, everybody in the path of this got to be taking Saturn, taking this very seriously here in western Tennessee. This is very strong rotation here that we're dealing with. It's been strong for a while, but even strengthened around that Mississippi River area here. So that's just so problematic getting that to come together in that regard. So again, that's what we're dealing with at this present point. Let's go back on over toward some of our other modes here in the Weather Center. Let's go back over to some of our modes. Iowa, you see the storm still up there. Down in Tennessee, you see a rotation here and toward parts of Tipton County, but then also toward Shelby County. I know a little bit of that clipped in this, but more considerable of a threat here now with a cyclone of this and toward Tipton County. So they're going to drop the tornado emergency for now and go with more of a considerable damage threat, which is still very significant, but it's not where we have the catastrophic tag in from the Weather Service. But still, you got to take shelter, got to take this very seriously. So that's what we're dealing with right now in northwest of Atoka, Tennessee. We're going to keep watching this, keep tracking this. With the tornado emergency going away, we're going to take a quick break. They're going to issue a new tornado warning now for Jefferson County in Arkansas. So let's see where that is. This is for Arkansas, Jefferson, Lone Oak, and Prairie counties. Let's just double check that real quick before we go off. See where that is. That's south of, looks like the interstate by a pretty good ways there. This is northeast of Pine Bluff. So let's go ahead and show you guys this real quick. It's radar indicated there in Arkansas. So that's what we're dealing with there. The storm right here. I'm going to go down to a considerable threat, but still a big deal. Still watching the stuff up here as well. But even more so to the north and more substantial stuff, it seems like, that's come into play. You see our high risk areas, trying to kind of overlay those. We still got a long way to go here with this stuff. Then you see with some of this off toward the west, that stuff there gets going in this high risk corridor. We still could have a while to go. So that could be really problematic. So keep it tuned to cloud weather. They're going to go ahead. I think they just dropped it down to the considerable instead of catastrophic. So even if it's going to show a tornado emergency on our screen, it's not going to be one. So we're going to take a break about 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central, unless we need to come back on here soon with something more imminent, like a new tornado emergency, them putting it back to a tornado emergency or something else, becoming a tornado emergency. So again, we're just going to be here in the Weather Center to guide you through it, to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed here on this Friday. The low pressure up there, that warm sector over a wide stretch, and just all that shear around causing big time problems.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here. This is at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. New tornado emergency just being issued there for parts of Haywood, Lauderdale, Tipton counties there in Tennessee. A matter of life and death here, folks. Signatures really ramp back up very quickly on us. We got to get folks into shelter. I know we're also watching this stuff in Iowa as well. Confirmed tornadoes up there. There's a mess up there. But as we go ahead and say right now, I do want to get down to this new tornado emergency for parts of Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton counties. Precisely, it's for Covington, Tennessee. If you're in Covington, this is a matter of life and death. You gotta take shelter in Covington right now here in Tennessee. This is just extremely, extremely strong wind action moving on in. You see the areas here in the yellow percent. That's wind's about 80 miles an hour one way. Blue is about 85 the other way, so it's about 165 mile an hour worth of wind coming into Covington, Tennessee right now. It's coming in right there, the latest scan. Time's running out. You gotta get that football helmet on. You gotta get that bicycle helmet on right now. If you're in Covington, Tennessee, this is so serious. If you're in Covington, Tennessee, a tornado emergency here, southeast side of town. A tornado that is about as bad as you can ever get here. In the meteorology enterprise. So again, tornado emergency now, catastrophic damage here in this area. Catastrophic damage here is what we're talking about around Covington, Tennessee. Get into your room, away from windows. Put that football helmet on. Put that bicycle helmet on. It's so important to do that here right now in Covington, Tennessee. Again, a tornado emergency in play there. Gotta follow your tornado safety tips. If you have a basement, get in that. You gotta jump in that right now. If you're in that area, this is a town here. Looks like that's about 12 miles east of the Mississippi River. About 9,000 people live there, folks. Not good. Not good at all if you're around Covington, Tennessee right now. Again, a tornado emergency in Covington, Tennessee. One of the strongest circulations we've had all day here. Already getting reports from ham radio of a tornado crossing through at Marshall and Aiken Store Road in Millington. A damage reported, but no injuries from just a few minutes ago back toward the south and west. But this is strengthened here. This is strengthened significantly, even I would say, over the last few scans to require this tornado emergency. Again, catastrophic damage here around Covington, Tennessee, a possibility. Talking about 81 miles an hour worth of wind one way. 80-40 the other. Again, that's about 165 miles per hour worth of wind here with a tornado, an EF4 type tornado moving through the southeast side of Covington, Tennessee right now. This is so serious for these folks here around Covington, Tennessee. A tornado emergency here in play. This is a very nasty debris signature. The debris going up very high. Going up here, I mean, it just looks even worse. Even at that second layer, third layer, this is your fourth layer, fifth layer, maybe even seeing that there as well. Not good, folks. Excuse me, not good though. Not good at all. We continue to watch here this hook echo. This really nasty stuff coming right through Covington, Tennessee there. It's just coming together in the most terrible way. About to be, if it's not already, crossing over Tennessee 54 as it moves on off there. It moves on off toward the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So, again, a very serious situation in Tennessee right now. A tornado emergency here in play toward the Covington, Tennessee area. Don't get these very often, but we've had quite a few of them today. And then let's go ahead right now and check back in with Iowa as the storms transition into Illinois here at this point. Let's go back up this way. You can just see around Davenport toward the north there. Between Dubuque and Davenport, you have confirmed tornadoes. You have radar indicated tornadic action around Davenport itself right now. Coming right into Davenport. Some rotation along the line here for sure. And then we have a confirmed tornado north of Springfield, Illinois right now. North of Springfield, Illinois. Talking about, looks like Menard, Logan, and Sangamon counties there in central Illinois. That's a confirmed tornado there at this present time. Let's see if the radar is closer there out of Lincoln, which it is. So we'll go to that one, and you'll be able to see here a little bit better what we're talking about. Let's go ahead and see if there's any debris with this. It's hard to say for sure. Didn't really look like it was matching up much, but there may be a little bit of a pixel there or two. That's not quite in the proper spot there, indicating maybe there is some debris in toward this area here in this region of Illinois. So again, watching this on this radar view, we're also watching the tornado emergency there in western Tennessee. So let's get back over there right now toward parts of western Tennessee. Again, that tornado emergency, the action there, they're just crossing over Tennessee. It looks like 54. The winds there, 83 one way, 56 the other way. Just really wrapping up on us. The debris is flying in the air. Lives being shattered, to be quite honest, more than likely in this region. You just hate to see it. I mean, these storms have just been so active over such a wide area. Speaking of a wide area, Illinois now got the 81 miles an hour just reported a few minutes ago toward Henderson County up that way. But this is in Tennessee here. It's a matter of life and death. This storm just all by itself here, folks. I mean, with all the parameters you could ever want not to see on the screen. They're all coming together in this area, feeding into this storm that's causing devastation right now. It's just not good, folks. Not good at all. As you see here, tracking, eventually it could move toward Humboldt, Tennessee. We'll have to watch for Jackson, Tennessee, a very highly populated area as well. Even a television station, at least one of them there that I can think of right off the top of my head. So I have to watch for them if I go north of them, but we'll have to make sure I didn't take a right turn on us or something like that. We'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen, but probably more to the north of there at this point. But that hook is about the worst that you could ever imagine here. This is just so terrible to see, folks. I mean, this is like a meteorological textbook, really, with a hook, with all the parameters coming into play. This tornado is right now near the Covington Municipal Airport. Right there near the Covington Municipal Airport here right now. Just everything coming into play here, folks. I mean, it's just awful. Gotta get in the basement here. Gotta get in a spot to protect yourself from this tornado. Right now here, in parts of western Tennessee, again, talking about parts of Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton counties here. Potentially a matter of life and death as we're watching this. You gotta be in shelter. Gotta do everything you can to protect yourself from a tornado like this. It's just in such a well-defined segment of things. Really, it's a problem for all these folks potentially in the path here. You gotta be taking shelter right now from this storm in western Tennessee. Again, this is northeast of Memphis for perspective. Let me zoom out a little more just so you can tell. Southeast of Poplar Bluff by a good ways. South of Union City by a good ways. West of Jackson, Tennessee. I must do west there by a pretty good ways. But again, obviously tracking something that's just so severe, so serious. Everything's just feeding right into the storm right now. That's causing devastation here in toward these areas. So again, the crazy pattern continues. I know pretty large area of dust there in Texas and Oklahoma being kicked up by this threat. Maybe not widespread visibility issues there, but a sign of strong winds that are going to be coming into toward areas around St. Louis maybe after all the thunderstorms in later on. Definitely interesting to take note of that. But this is much worse here. This is much worse here. What we're dealing with in western Tennessee right now. Again, a tornado emergency continues right here for southeast parts of Covington, but really moving away from there now. That's just a new tornado warning, if not a new tornado emergency for areas downstream here as this moves there further on in towards some of these areas. I mean, right now it looks like they zoom out a little bit to make sure and get my bearings. It looks like Tipton County is where this is at the present time. We'll take the debris. Check the debris. It's moving though in toward parts of Lauderdale County and parts of Haywood County. They're going to see a new warning, obviously, as I've already talked about. We'll see if it's a tornado emergency or if it's a PDS one, which is just below. It could go either way at this point, I would say, on this based on the population density, lack thereof, and then maybe a little bit weaker, but it's still very, very strong, violent looking here on these storm relative velocities. Again, it could be cycling. Sometimes, like we have with a hurricane, sometimes they have those stretches there where they have and undergo rapid intensification, and then they kind of level one out. Sometimes they lose a little bit of strength where they're trying to regather. So you kind of get the idea here. This kind of upward phases, downward phases. So the latest update is observed considerable. So they dropped that down from the tornado emergency warning for the moment. May have just another one as this gets closer toward Brownsville, Tennessee. We'll see. but for the moment it's back down to considerable, which is still really bad. Parts of Lauderdale and Tipton counties here, large and extremely dangerous tornado not too far from Covington, as all sorts of issues are being raised here from Iowa storms by the storms in Arkansas now into Tennessee. I mean, the Iowa storms are moving in Illinois for what it's worth, some of those. So just keep that in mind as well as we continue to gather the latest information. We're going to take a break here for the moment since it's not a tornado emergency. Again, that could change at a moment's notice. We'll be right back on. It's back down to considerable. Still really bad, don't get me wrong. But we'll just catch our breath here for a moment as we gather the latest details to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family here in the Weather Center. As you kind of see the broad stretch here of the watches we currently have, it looks like 13 tornado warnings in the country. So still, unfortunately, high number. As we have a bunch of this stuff here, we'll have to watch for Chicago later with some of these spin-up tornadoes. There's a tornado watch there for a reason. Got to be paying attention there. New tornado watch PDS one issued recently for parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee, and that one goes all the way to 1 a.m. Central. Includes areas there. I mean, we're looking just northwest of Huntsville, but also we're getting over toward Tupelo, Oxford, Ole Miss there. You have Nashville, who's gone through such a tough week there. I mean, this as well. So, again, just got to keep watching. There's a confirmed tornado now toward the Charlotte, Clinton County areas there. As we're looking there. Just checking here. That's something they're looking at in Iowa and that vicinity, I would think. Let me double check. Clinton County, Iowa. So that's where this is right now. You see a lot of rotation southwest of Preston. So that's kind of what we're dealing with there. Just got a new PDS warning, still below the tornado emergency level, but a PDS warning here. 4 areas downstream now of this storm. The emergency dropped for now, but still PDS almost as bad for parts of Crockett, now downstream, Gibson and Haywood and Madison. So you got to be really careful here. What's going on? Already getting reports of just buildings there and homes completely destroyed from parts of Creighton County, Arkansas, which you just hate to hear about. You hate to see here in a situation like this that we've just dealt with here this afternoon, now on into the evening hours. So again, thoughts and prayers to everybody impacted here. Got stuff east of Little Rock now we're really paying attention to as well. This stuff going into a favorable environment, so we still got to watch around Memphis. It's not over for you guys. Still to watch in Little Rock. I'm hoping maybe the threat will start to fall off some there in a little bit. Maybe they'll start to clear some of those areas out back behind. But the threat's not over for areas east of Little Rock right now for sure. With the ongoing tornado warnings, the PDS watch is in play. Got to take this so seriously here. You're in the Weather Center already getting reports from just south at Covington, Tennessee now with everything that's going on. Let me check the Iowa stuff real quick. Since we alluded to it before we take maybe a break here, I want to see what that confirmed tornado was. It's just a messy situation up there now with everything in the line. So it's a little bit more broad in terms of maybe the damage potential up there, which might mean a little weaker, but still bad. Obviously, still bad stuff. I mean, but maybe not quite as bad as what we were seeing a little bit earlier on up in that direction. As we watch the stuff to the south, still more discreet. This is more together, which in general will be more widespread, but it's still dangerous and damaging, but not maybe like catastrophic type damage here. That what we're doing. That's not what we're doing with up here maybe at this point versus what we're doing with the south. So again, I just continue to watch. That does look pretty bad there south of Preston. I think that's where we had our tornado confirmed. It is. There's your debris signature there. That's pretty nasty looking in toward that area. Damaging tornado Joe Davis, as well as Carroll, Jackson, and Clinton counties, Illinois to Iowa there. So we're looking at that. So got to be taking those tornado precautions here as we're watching the overall situation. But I'm going to go ahead and take another break here in the coverage as we continue to gather new information. Trying to protect you, trying to protect your friends here, trying to protect your family. Still considerable damage possible toward Haywood and Lauderdale counties. We'll be back here at about 20 past the hour with more, unless we need to pop back in a little bit sooner with a new tornado emergency being issued or something along those lines.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here with us in about 6:20 Central Time right now, tracking everything on the Doppler. Currently, it looks like about 14 tornado warnings here in effect in the country. We had a tornado emergency a little while ago. Report to Haywood, Lauderdale counties, that region in Tennessee. Still a considerable threat there, though, even though it's not a tornado emergency right now. But I mean, it could always change here on us pretty quickly. The latest warning out ahead is for parts of Crockett, Gibson, Haywood, and Madison. Large and extremely dangerous tornado located, it looks like, near the community of Nutbush there, 7 miles northwest Brownsville, moving northeast about 60 miles an hour. This is a radar-confirmed tornado as it moves closer toward areas like Brownsville, Tennessee. There was a debris signature I was seeing a moment ago with it, and I'm definitely seeing some of that debris right now. It's looking like a messy view. So let me go ahead and see what we have over on this other source. We'll go ahead and switch on over right now to radar number 2, and you can go ahead and see as we get toward parts of these areas. That hook well defined. Looks like maybe some inflow debris in there, maybe even a couple areas of rotation in some ways, possibilities. So kind of interesting to see that. We had 2 tornadoes earlier in Arkansas, so maybe we're getting something like that to try to come together again here as this kind of moves across here in the views. So again, we're tracking this all right now. There's your hook and there's your storm. Pretty nasty. And just watching here as it does eventually track north side of Jackson, Tennessee, maybe. That could be problematic. We have to just be really careful. This is a life-threatening situation. So flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage there to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible according to the Weather Service. So you just hate seeing stuff like this here. This type of environment so conducive to stuff that is just so bad here in terms of the overall setup here. I mean, it's just producing such destruction, these storms are, as we're looking toward these individual communities. So again, let's go ahead and go right back on over right now to some of our other views here. Let's go ahead and see what we have in terms of the stuff toward areas there in Arkansas. We have a couple warnings there right now. These are radar indicated. One near Stuttgart, Arkansas. There we're watching stuff. There'll be some pretty big hail in there. The rotation does show up too. This is a tornado warning right now for parts of, looks like Prairie, Monroe, and Arkansas counties. Another tornado warning here for parts of Woodruff, Prairie, and Monroe. And then as we get further on up here, toward the north, you kind of skip over a pretty good area in southeast Missouri. Good for them right now. But as we look here towards Springfield, Illinois, looking here, we have a bunch of tornado warnings around there. Take these tornado precautions. Even purple box, which is indicative of a confirmed tornado that was located near Pleasant Plains a little while ago. And then we have this stuff here to the north of Davenport. North of Davenport, south of Dubuque. Those pink boxes there. Jackson, Iowa. Confirmed tornado there. Clinton, Iowa there. A confirmed tornado in the ward. Areas around that. They just gone ahead and dropped that county, but Joe Davis, Carroll, and Jackson counties between Illinois and Iowa under this threat. So the lightning is now up on the Haywood, Tennessee storm. So that could get us into the tornado emergency if things kind of pick back up in terms of that circulation and things really come together in that regard. So got to keep that in mind here. Got to be kind of careful here in that regard for sure as this evolves on us. So just got a warning though. Looks like in parts of Missouri. I want to look at this. It just came up. Severe thunderstorm warning now. This storm here going north of St. Genevieve though, north of Bloomsdale right now. This is for the DeSoto, Missouri area, heading more toward Festus. That puts it right now, the worst of this probably south of some of these areas like Arnold. I'm trying to zoom in real tight here, look at some city names, but south of Barnhart and Arnold right now. A strong storm there, but not severe like this one is. Not tornadic either, but maybe a quick burst there of some hail headed toward that area here over the next little bit. Already getting some reports of stuff like that in the vicinity. So that's kind of the storyline right now. Severe thunderstorm warning, nothing overwhelming here. Splitting the difference between Bloomsdale and Imperial at this point. So we'll keep our eyes on it. But let's go ahead and go back down toward the south here. This is the much bigger concern as we're looking at things in western Tennessee. A considerable damage threat. A large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Belle Eagle and near Brownsville. Moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So We'll just continue to watch this here. You had that hook on this storm. This is so well defined and such a nasty storm damage producer. We saw the destruction back out toward Arkansas there. I know Weather Service, by the way, St. Louis, talking about that storm. There are some signs of the updraft strengthening quickly up there, so we'll have to watch to see if that gets a tornado warning. That one I was just showing you in Missouri, but right now it's splitting the difference between some of those communities, but heading more toward Festus. So that's something for them to be on the lookout for over the next little bit up there. But let's go ahead and see what else we have. We have a severe thunderstorm warning there north of El Dorado. That's toward the Arkansas kind of, but we have these tornado warnings here. Let's focus more on some of this stuff again. Up toward parts of it looks like Davenport, a tornado warning there. Still in play. Dubuque, southeast of you, tornado warning, but Dubuque itself, I'm going to be getting winds about 70 miles an hour into where that area is, some of that straight line type of threat. So that's such a nasty situation for those folks there. We've got to watch all this stuff as it marches towards Chicago, maybe. You have Champaign, the University of Illinois, the Fighting Illini. They could have some of this tornadic activity a little bit later on. Just a heads up for you guys there. Let's see what else we have here. Again, this is the one that's so concerning because all by itself has the most destruction potential. It already had probably produced the most destruction, many of them. And we've been tracking here over the last little bit. So just bear with me here. It's a one-man band trying to catch my breath while I get the latest. Again, tornado moving toward Bells, Tennessee over the next little bit here. So let's see what we have with that. Again, going back between our different radar scans, you see those warnings there. Illinois, Iowa line pretty much, but then this one right here has this nasty look. And we have the rotation moving toward Bells in Tennessee. You can kind of see here we have our blues here going toward the radar, the red's going away. The circulation end is well put together as it was, thankfully, but that could always change here in a short period of time on short notice for sure. So got to keep that in mind as we continue to watch here in the Weather Center. So again, see some lightning popping up in toward this area. That electrical energy as well, an indicator of some of this velocity of the axis sometimes. So not always though, but sometimes it can be. So again, I just continue to give you guys the latest. There's something, it looked like more like inflow. Let me double check here. Just bear with me. That new scan coming on out. Looks like maybe debris actually. It's north of Brownsville there. Yeah, the new scan coming out again. So I think we're having a little bit of an issue with this radar, but inflow or debris, one or the other. But nasty storm moving toward Bells there in Tennessee. So I'm gonna keep watching that. Gonna keep tracking that as we give you guys the latest here. I know another new severe thunderstorm warning in parts of Missouri now. I'm just keeping a close eye on that region there just to see how things transpire up that way. We'll go ahead and look on here toward parts of the St. Louis Metro now. Severe thunderstorm warning issued east side of St. Louis, more toward Illinois, over Centerville, the worst of this. It looks like looking over toward some of these areas there around East St. Louis, but also areas there around Glen Carbon. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail, a possibility. So that's more of a base warning right now as this moves off in Illinois, but there is a tornado possible tag with it, so we'll keep our eyes on it to see how things transpire there. Just have to keep our eyes on these discrete storms, obviously. They could take advantage of the environment a little bit easier, just depending on how close they are to each other. But looking here towards Springfield, Illinois, so you're talking about just really nasty stuff there west of Decatur. We'll have to watch that around Decatur, Illinois, and confirm tornado warning there for parts of Sangamon County. This is our Lincoln, Illinois office. That's near Dawson, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So just got a new update on these tornado warnings. We're down for the moment at 7 tornado warnings in the country, clearing things up a little bit, not that much. I mean, that's still a lot, but that kind of helps us out a little bit here to try to focus maybe on the bigger threat zones. But again, watching stuff here southeast of Dubuque, Iowa, parts of Davis County, Illinois, a tornado warning there. Another tornado warning for parts of Clinton County, Iowa being canceled, but continuing for Joe Davis and Illinois, Carroll, Illinois, and Jackson, Iowa. This tornado warning here for parts of Whiteside, as well as Henry and Bureau counties. That was just East West Quad City's office. This radar indicated this rotation there. You can see east of Springfield, between Springfield and Decatur. is what we're watching, that confirmed tornado near Dawson we were just alluding to a moment ago. And then, okay, they're now calling us a particularly dangerous situation toward Logan and Sangamon counties. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located between Williamsville and Cornland here, moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So let's see what we have with this. Let's see what we have with this here. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado down there south of Lincoln, Illinois right now. So let's see what our radar is showing. I want to double check is it which storm, because both of them look pretty nasty. I actually think the one to the south might be a little nastier looking, but spotter confirming that large and extremely dangerous tornado. So let's go ahead and go to radar 1. You'll be able to see what we're talking about with the storminess, just a lot of that rain, a lot of that wind around, some hail potential. But then the box to the north is where we have the PDX warning located between Williamsville and Cornland. Again, large tornado confirmed by spotters. And then this one's a confirmed tornado near Dawson. So just so you guys know here, trying to give you guys a look at this, kind of giving you guys the bearings of this. You see here, we're watching some of these rotations. There's Mount Pulaski to the north, though, and then even further north is Lincoln, Illinois. So, again, notice have to keep watching here, keep tracking. You're going to take those tornado precautions and turn them away from windows. Put in as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself with a football helmet or bicycle helmet in these type of situations. So, those are very important things to do as you're trying to keep yourself, your family safe, your friends safe. So let's go ahead and see what else we got. We have a tornado warning on southern Arkansas, moving toward the Camden area. Let's go ahead and see you guys that. There is a PDS tornado watch there for parts of southern Arkansas even. This is a tornado warning for parts, it looks like, of Calhoun, Dallas, as well as Ouachita counties here. So if thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Poison Springs State Park. That's an interesting name. Or near Camden, moving east at about 50 miles per hour. And then we're going to be tracking areas under this warning that are included, but not limited to Camden, Poison Springs State Park, Highland Industrial Park, East Camden, Eagle Mills, Fairview and Ouachita County, Hopeville, Bearden, Cullendale, Harlow, Amy, Harmony, Grove, Warner, Millville. This is toward the arc limits here, by the way. And this is not included, I heard and mentioned, you may have heard Ouachita County, but not Ouachita Parish. Ouachita Parish is where Monroe, Louisiana is. They're not under a watch-or warning right now, but Ouachita County in Arkansas is. So just to kind of give you guys a little bit of perspective there on that, we'll go ahead and see what else we have here. Just trying to give you guys the latest. You're just seeing here all these warnings, tornado warnings here. West Chicago, got to keep watching here. You see stuff here along this line. You see these areas of rotation, showing up on a rotation tracker, and then some of them's a little behind because it's going to take just a minute for us to kind of reevaluate here where the current rotation is, because things are just so dangerous here in terms of their just fast movement with the axis. It's making it tough for this source here to keep track of things. But again, we got a couple thunderstorm warnings by the way around St. Louis. We got this warning here. This is nasty stuff around Tennessee. We have all that destruction there from this in Arkansas, even some in Tennessee as well. So trying to evaluate that a little bit more on the fly. But around Bells, Tennessee right now we have a tornado looking like it's headed toward that area as we go to radar number 2. Debris there is not 100% on that, but there very well could be something in there. I can't see it for sure, but I'm just going to keep checking here. They're still calling this a PDS warning for parts of, it looks like, Crockett, Gibson, and Haywood, and Madison counties. So let's pull up the tornado safety tips again here, folks. Kind of reiterate those. I'm going to check some things off camera real quick. Again, take the tornado precautions there. If you're under this tornado warning, that's the things to do. Tornado watch, you see the different things to do there. So just trying to get the latest updates from the various weather service offices. That's so important to get that communication here from the different offices to try to see exactly what is going on at hyperlocal level. So important to weather service, everything they do there. Again, bear with me. Sometimes kind of have to catch my breath a little bit, but we need to stay on here for the moment at least as I get the new details. I might take a break here and just a short bit, depending on what I discover here. But Again, let's go ahead and see what the Memphis office is talking about here in the chat session. Sometimes we have issues where the chat kind of closes up on us here, so we have to get off and kind of reboot things with that. It's issues. There's so many people using it here across the country. It's not something on our end, but again, trying to see exactly what's happening. Looks like that looks like as I do the math, it's gonna be in bells here in just a second. So time's running out. If it's not already in bells, Tennessee right now, it's already there. It's just so many people in the Weather Enterprise are keeping track of this situation. It's just such a big storyline that we're dealing with here at this present point. So again, let me come back on camera, give you guys the latest here right now at about 6:36 Central Time. Just want to leave those tornado safety tips up as well, just so you can make note of those, something in that regard. But around Bells, Tennessee right now, we have a tornado on the ground there moving on in. That's a rogue storm, so that's always a cause for concern. It looked more like inflow into debris at this point than it did an actual debris signature. And I say into debris in the correlation coefficient. That's what it looked like, more inflow versus actual debris. But just never know there. Gotta be taking these situations seriously. Let's see what else we have here. Let's see what else we have up toward Illinois. So we'll go back to radar number 1 now. And let me go ahead and switch on over to that source here for the time being. You can see here we have some of these areas of rotation south of Mount Pulaski. Let's check debris tracker. Definitely looks like debris there. This is right now considered a damaging tornado for parts of Logan and DeWitt counties in central Illinois. We'll just have to keep track of that one. That looks like one of the stronger ones right there south of and southeast of Lake Fork there. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now in parts of Illinois. We have had a PDS warning issued. I don't see as much on the radar right now, but it was noted by spotters a little while ago there between Williamsville and Cornland there in Illinois. We're now being told the rotation's a lot weaker for the time being around Bells, Tennessee, so that's some good news. It's surprising since we don't have much around it, but maybe it's being disrupted somehow in the overall environment here. So they're going radar indicated now for Bells, Tennessee, which is a big departure from the highest level of tornado warning. They're now to the lowest level for the moment of tornado warning there in Bells, Tennessee. So still a tornado warning though. You're still going to take shelter. Don't just come out of your shelter because we're saying it's the lowest level of tornado warning. It's still a big deal. You still got to treat it as such when you're under tornado warning. That still can be problematic, and the consequences could be problematic for you. So let's go ahead and see what else we have in reports out of Tipton County. Roof damage and windows blown out of a Chevy dealership there on Highway 51 south of downtown Covington in Tennessee. And then just have a slew of warnings, especially on the northern side of this, probably more concerning at the very moment in the southern side, but those could really re-evolve here on us into something more significant over the next little bit. So again, that's what we're dealing with right now. That's what we're tracking. I'll go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. I think we're going to go to another break. Going to go ahead and take another break here in the cover. We're at 7:39 Eastern, 6:39 Central on this Friday. We'll come back about 50 past the hour unless something breaks on us here, and we need to pop back in sooner. So I know we don't have a situation right now where we can put that clock up to tell you how long it's going to be until our next update. So we'll just say 50 past the hour. That's when we're planning to come back on here, unless we have something more serious to tell you about. Though there is now a massive hail signature in Monroe County in Arkansas, and there's also reporting in Haywood County in Tennessee of amateur radio saying a church destroyed several houses there. It looks like as well issues there in the word out region. So trying to give you guys everything you can here in terms of all those details, all those reports. I'm back here soon with more information.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now, about 7:50 Eastern, 6:50 Central on this Friday. Such a dangerous tornado outbreak here. Seeing so many people impacted, and currently there is 11 tornado warnings in the country here at this point. We have some of them toward Arkansas, some toward Tennessee there, that vicinity, and then quite a few toward parts of Illinois here, I would say, at this point. You see all those up there. We'll get up to that area here in a moment, but right now, tornado warning here toward parts of southern Arkansas. This is radar indicated here between areas there around Fordyce and Hampton, Arkansas, Calhoun, Dallas, and Ouachita counties. So we're going to be watching, going to be tracking here over the next little bit. This storm here is really concerning eastern Arkansas. Hail indicator here over 2 inches on it as it moves further on over toward the north and east, or east-northeast really, I would say. PDS situation. They entered a large tornado on this, but they haven't got a debris signature or spot or confirmation yet, so it's a little bit unique, but it's going to be something to watch maybe for South Memphis eventually, later on in the timeline, so just keep that in mind. Let's go to the Memphis radar site right now to get a better look at this, give you guys a little more analysis on what's going on here as we continue to watch toward the north there around Lincoln, Illinois as well. We'll continue to watch that area, but here's this storm up here around the community of Marble. You can see here also just really warning you guys to take heed in toward this area as it moves on off toward areas downstream. So again, a tornado warning in play for parts, it looks like, of Lee, St. Francis, Phillips, Crittenden, and Tunica counties. Even that's parts of Mississippi there now included as well. So that's something to watch. It goes more southerly, more toward Tunica, Mississippi versus south of Memphis. So a little bit of margin for error there in this overall path. Again, just trying to give you guys the latest here on what's happening. Trying to make sure you guys have everything you need here to protect you, your friends, and your family here on this Friday evening. Again, tracking what is happening here with the Doppler cycle. We're just going to make sure you guys know where this is headed over the next little bit. So, again, that's what you need to do in these tornado situations. We're being told now that a storm chaser and meteorologist in Marble in Arkansas is reporting that there's no tornado visible, but the storm seems to be struggling with a low-level organization at the moment visually. But gotta be really careful here. You just never know what can happen. So let me go ahead and go back on over to the Doppler. You can see here around Marble, that's what we're talking. Let's go ahead and see what we have there. You see the word Jackson, Tennessee. We have the rotation there, radar indicated. Moving towards some of these areas downstream, talking about Henderson, Gibson, Carroll, and Madison counties. We'll be watching there for sure with this threat up in that area. And then we have a pretty big break in between. So let's go over toward areas on our other mode right now. Let's go to the broad perspective then. We'll go ahead and see you guys what's going on there. You can see northwest of Decatur, Illinois. We have some tornado warnings, confirmed tornado warnings, in fact. This is for Logan and DeWitt, issued by the Lincoln office. And then the office over there in Lincoln, it looks like, is well issuing one for parts of, it looks like, DeWitt and Macon counties for a confirmed tornado located just east of Latham, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So let's see what the radar is showing up there. I'll go ahead and switch some of our modes here in our system real quick. Let's go up toward that Doppler radar site there. As I know we're also being told now toward the south, state troopers are closing off major highways going into Covington, Tennessee because many roads are blocked in the area there. Just stuff you don't want to hear. I mean, could be a prelude to even worse information in toward that area. But again, watching this stuff here to confirm tornadoes, I will go to our radar 1. You'll be able to see we have the rotation maybe trying to tighten up on this latest scan, but it's not all that tight here. To the south and west there of Marrero, if I'm pronouncing that right. Northeast of Warrensburg, it looked like. So watch that. You have some tornado warnings up here, though, as well. So let's see what we have in towards some of these spots. So let me go ahead and switch modes here again to kind of give you guys an idea of what's happening. Of course, we're watching this stuff in Tennessee as well, but let's go ahead and see what we have there. inward parts further on up here. I'm trying to find the right radar site. Let's see if Davenport will help us. I know our hail signature's right in the way, but let's go ahead and see what we have there on the Davenport radar. You can kind of see here what we're dealing with. You see these rotations all along this line, and eventually the Chicago metro area could have some big time problems as this axis moves on in. So gotta keep that in mind here for sure. As these storms move further on off toward the east, it looks like more than northeast at this point. With some of these, I'm sure there's some northerly component though with this, but there's still some pretty nasty weather moving towards the Chicago area here later on. There's something to keep an eye on from the national perspective, no doubt. So we'll do that here in the weather center. Currently, it looks like 11 tornado warnings in the country, 13 severe thunderstorm warnings for what that's worth here as well. So let's see what else we have for you guys at the present time. We'll go ahead and say here our other view 3 radar indicated tornado warnings down here. The Windows PDS. As we're looking at this one, the hail indicator so significant. Had a report of 1 3/4 hail there east of Stuttgart, Arkansas, or Stuttgart. I think I know the pronunciation on that. Stuttgart, I guess that's what it is. The hail, that 1 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Again, looking here toward parts of Illinois, west and southwest of Champaign. We'll be watching areas there. We're going to go ahead and see what is happening here west of Rockford, Illinois as well. There'll be areas that are in line maybe before this actually gets towards Chicago. So keep that in mind here as well as the situation continues to transpire on us. So a lot going on here, obviously. Going to keep you updated by the way our local viewers South Florida got a threat here of severe weather aboard North Florida tomorrow. Afternoon and evening is more what we're going to be tracking versus maybe any type of earlier actions. So just keep that in mind. We'll have to look at those details after refine them here for you guys as the situation does go along here toward the timeline. So going to take another break here in the coverage for now since we don't have like an active tornado emergency. We're going to keep gathering more information and be with you guys here soon. Right now we're at 58 past the hour, so it's 58 past 6 o'clock in the central, 58 past 7 in the eastern time zone. So we'll meet back here at about 5 past 8 o'clock eastern, 5 past 7 o'clock central. It's about 7 minutes away. Keep it tuned here, everybody.
This is a Clouds weather alert.
Back here in Northern about 5 past the hour right now. We're tracking a very nasty situation still. The tornado watch, it looks like they're just coming on the board as we get toward even parts of Kentucky there. You can see that just coming up here in that last update there on our view. Parts of Indiana in there as well. Just to name a number of states. I mean, even have parts of Michigan there as well. So kind of telling the story. Just a nasty situation for sure. Just really causing some problems here towards some of these different areas. And we're just going to have to keep paying attention here. Going over right now, we do have a large tornado on the ground. It looks like moving toward Tunica, Mississippi at this point. So let's go ahead and see what we have on our other source. You can see this hook echo, this storm all by itself here. It's really wrapping up now. We're starting to get some reports in of damage east of Marvell, Tennessee there, Marvell, Tennessee, depending on how you're pronouncing that there on that local level. But again, this is moving toward Tunica, Mississippi here, folks. So you got to keep this in mind. Head in this direction. You got to take your train of precautions there. Maybe head just a little bit off toward the north. We'll see. But right now, definitely of concern there for that area in Mississippi. Right now in eastern Arkansas, though. I know we don't have the best scan on the debris tracker, but it's being called a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground there over the community of Lexa, or near the St. Francis National Park, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So talking about a particularly dangerous situation on our hands here. We're going to just have to really be careful here as the situation transpires. As we've alluded to, now we have a confirmed tornado as well up on this storm again. We had one earlier, and we got a report in recently of a spotter confirming a tornado. It looks like that's now near Fairview, right miles south of Milan there, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. As I know, we're being told here that the Covington Hospital has been damaged in Tipton County because patients there, I mean, they had the impact to them, and now they're being rerouted to the Lauderdale County area. So just a lot of different impacts from these storms here on this Friday, this destructive event here impacting parts of our country. So again, that's what we're dealing with right now. Let's see what we have in terms of some of our other informational details that we need to pass along. I'm going to go ahead and go to the word of west of Chicago now and see what's going on. Getting our latest scans here on the Doppler radar technology, and you'll be able to see here we have a number of tornado warnings, including some action headed toward Rockford, Illinois, here over the next little bit. So we got to be watching up there. We're tracking this stuff as around in the vicinity, at least, of Lanark. And you can see here we have some more stuff southwest of Rochelle in Illinois as well, trying to come on into the picture there. So just keep watching that. A new tornado warning even in Wisconsin now. This is south of Madison. I know University of Wisconsin, not too far away from this. Right now it's to the south, but this is parts of Greene and Rock counties here in Wisconsin. With this tornado warning radar indicated at this point. I think that's our first tornado warning in Wisconsin today, but Champaign, University of Illinois will need to be watching that area of rotation. Radar indicated, got some new stuff in the heartland. Got these tornado warnings. We just got a new update there. Large and extremely dangerous tornado located near the St. Francis National Park. Moving east to 55. We were also getting some other reports in as well as we go ahead and go back on over toward the tornado safety tips here at this point. The tornado safety tips here are so important in this type of situation. So go ahead and take shelter. If you're in the path of this, just go ahead and take shelter. Now we have about 10 minutes until Middle Fork on one of these storms that we're watching here. So just so you guys know, one of these storms here that's impacting parts of that Memphis jurisdiction. So I just want to give you guys that heads up here for sure. A tornado reported there just a few minutes ago in Phillips County, Arkansas. So that's some information we're just being told about. So that's something to kind of pass along as well on this very hectic, chaotic, dangerous weather day here across parts of the country. Currently we have 10 tornado warnings on the board here. 10 tornado warnings on the board at the present time. So again, that's what we're having to deal with right now. We're just really having to continue to hunker down here when we have tornado warnings that are in play here across parts of the U.S. So let's go ahead now, and I'll come back on camera. The fine rotation, by the way, Ashport Road and Christmasville Road, by the way, coming in to the Memphis chat right now. But I'll go ahead and say, you guys, again, some of these warnings, a new warning there being issued recently. You can see it kind of goes a little bit further than the other one did. Getting a little closer to the interstate there. We're also seeing the confirmed tornado north of Blue Goose, or 9 miles southeast of Milan, moving northeast there. This is that storm that was so destructive earlier, by the way, but it's moving northeast at 45. Watching it really pick up steam there in Arkansas. Then it kind of weakened a little, picked up steam again, weakened a little. Now it's trying to pick up steam, maybe not to that kind of level that it was at earlier on, but a kind of up and down cyclical pattern here. Cyclical supercell is a way to describe these here today for sure. Kind of like a hurricane, sometimes it goes under that rapid intensification and then it kind of falls back down in its overall strength here. So that's something to keep in mind. These storms are just so powerful here today for sure. We don't have much energy over here, which is kind of interesting, but we sure have these tornado parameters here in play in the overall grand scheme of things. And in fact, the tornado warning was just issued in the heartland. Now I'll talk about that here in just a second. We're now being told there's a tornado on the ground in West Helena there now. So that's being sent in by Brenda Dare, but that's not toward this storm. This storm here is near Poplar Bluff in the heartland now. Butler and Stoddard counties until 7:30 Central Time. A tornado warning here in play. At 7:11, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near the Q-Lynn community, or 9 miles, or the Q-Lynn community, I guess I should say, or 9 miles southeast of Poplar Bluff, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So we're going to have to watch that. They're in the heartland in southeastern Missouri now. I think that might be our first tornado warning of the day in that Cape Girardeau, Paducah, Harrisburg TV market. So that's something that they're jumping on with, no doubt. A tornado warning in the heartland now for parts of Butler and Stoddard counties, again, around Q-Lynn there is what we're talking about. This tornado moving northeast about 60 miles an hour. It's 9 miles southeast of Poplar Bluff there. That's what we're dealing with at the present time. You have Dexter potentially in the path a little bit later on. That's something to watch, maybe even Sykeston, if this were to hold together and really get its act together. This tornado watch continues to remain in effect. This PDS tornado watch continuing to remain in effect here at this point. I know that tornado, by the way, in the West Helena area is considered to be a very dusty one. No condensation, according to Brenda Dare. So that's interesting. It may be one where we don't have as much damage. It's quite as much damage as what I'm trying to say here. I know it's been talking about a while, so apologize if I get my words jumbled up a little bit. It's a one-man band, so we have to be on top of everything here. And the Weather Center kind of running around here to give you guys the latest. But again, the debris signature might not be as well defined, but could still definitely cause some damage here. That's what we're trying to refer to. So again, got right now, it looks like 11 tornado warnings. I'll make it 10 tornado warnings now in the country with a new update. You see our low pressure up toward the west there, if I kind of focus on that. But then all this warm sector type of setup here down in toward these areas. We have a bunch of warnings west of Chicago. We'll have to watch here in northern Illinois. This storm here with the rotation that we've been tracking around Freeport. We'll have to watch around Rockford over the next little bit. See if things come together there. Possibly possible on the northwest side of Chicago, maybe. Looks like DuPage County, Illinois, a report at least 1 foot of standing water in toward the Wooddale community. And again, you see a storm they're moving toward at University of Illinois around Champaign. That's a tornado warning here, radar indicator at this point. Then we have stuff south of Decatur, and we have stuff. This looks like it's trying to come together. It's past Perryville and St. Genevieve County here at this point. But it looks like it might be trying to come together now as it gets into toward Illinois, moving toward the Sparta community. So that's kind of interesting to see. Rotation tracker did still it a little bit around the interstate, trying to come together here. Haven't had any warning on any of this. So I'll see if we have anything that's kind of interesting as I look back on some of the scans. Let me see here what's going on with some of those scans here over the last little bit. Making sure this maybe isn't quite as bad as it looks like on this mode. I'm just kind of curious there. And that didn't look that bad actually on on our St. Louis radar at all. Sometimes it starts to overdo things a little bit when the algorithms, it's the computer trying to detect things in terms of rotation. So it may just be kind of overdoing it a little, hopefully. That's the case. I'm looking back. Well, it did have some rotation there around Bloomsdale, unfortunately. Kind of popping on up there. No warning. Don't see anything in that regard, but nonetheless, kind of interesting to see. This stuff can just do this sometimes here. You got to always be on guard in these type of situations. So, again, tracking that as it moves up into Randolph County there, and towards some of the different spots at this point. So, again, I'm going to just back this up one more time. I'm just looking at some stuff behind the scenes on this here, making sure we didn't have any type of touchdown ever on the south side. But, again, no warning was issued on this. I'll go ahead and go back on the view here. Yeah, I don't see anything in terms of debris, so that's good. Probably wasn't quite getting there, hopefully. But again, we'll keep our eyes on it. Illinois, maybe a more favorable environment. We'll wait and see. But again, just continuing to watch things here. Looking back down towards southeastern parts there of Missouri, closer to where Poplar Bluff and Dexter. We have a tornado warning here in play right now. Tracking some of this stuff. We're just going to have to watch there. You see some rotation there southeast of Poplar Bluff. And let's just kind of continue to watch that here over the next little bit. Let's see what this storm here on this Butler and Stoddard warning looks like on our rotation here on the Memphis radar. Let's go ahead and see, you guys, this right now, this Butler and Stoddard area. Again, we still watch Chicago very carefully. This near areas there just south of Fisk, it looks like, in Butler County. You can see some greens and reds, and even, I guess you could call them pinks, are trying to come together on us here. So you got to take shelter if you're near the Dudley community. As we get off toward parts of Stoddard County here, maybe going just south of there, we'll see. We'll see. It's always interesting here with the overall trajectories on these, but you can kind of see us moving on from west there and southwest to east-northeast. You can kind of see that movement here with this activity. So getting that interior room away from windows. Tornado warning in play right now. Gust to 46 around Poplar Bluff here recently. So again, I'm going to go ahead and keep checking stuff here. Go back over to the broad perspective here. Considerable damage threat. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. As we go down to the south now, 7 miles northeast of St. Francis National Park, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So again, a nasty situation there. I'm going to leave you with this view for a moment. I'm going to step out of this shop for a few minutes to gather some new information on things. You can see the low pressure really. That's a really interesting view as a meteorologist here as we continue to watch. Just kind of giving you that view. You see the warning, the red boxes, base tornado warning, the radar indicated ones, the purple more in that confirmed range here. So keep that in mind as we continue to watch here the situation. So again, just checking all sorts of different things here in the Weather Center on this Friday night. Always interesting to do that here. Just bear with me as I'm trying to give you guys the latest. It's a one-man band, so I have to check things on the fly here as they come on out. So again, you see the purple boxes, purple shaded zones. That's indicative here of the PDS tornado watches that are on play. Always interesting to see. When we have those, those are very rarely issued. So just keep that in mind as we continue to watch things. Again, I'm just trying to see that we are watching storms. We've had hail there toward the O'Fallon area there, closer up there in the St. Louis CWA per se. So kind of interesting to mention that. We'll just have to keep looking at all these different scans here on the Doppler radar, and we're now being told that the Tunica casinos are in the path now. The Tunica casinos are in the path. They want everybody here in the Weather Enterprise to stress that the casinos there in Tunica could be impacted by this dangerous tornado. We may get a tornado emergency on that pretty soon. It looks like it's really strengthening, getting this act together. Yeah, it's right as it crosses the Mississippi River again. It is a different one, obviously, than the one we were tracking further to the north earlier on, but you just hate to see stuff like that. So let's go to radar number 2 here. You can see what I'm talking about. Again, this is moving there into Tunica County, Mississippi here. Again, we need to stress the casinos could be in the path here according to the Weather Service. in Memphis. So we're seeing winds right now 71 one way, about 55, maybe 60 the other. That's about winds to 130 miles an hour. A possibility. And there's your debris signature now. Again, the Tunica casinos need to take shelter immediately, is what we're being told by the Weather Service. That's where their biggest concern lies. As we're trying to look here at some of the topography, I know some tornado watches have just been extended now to 10 o'clock Central, so there may be some side lobe stuff going on there, but the debris signature is not going to be side lobe necessarily. I mean, you see the debris zeroing on out there in this area right now. You got to take those tornado precautions. In Tunica County, Mississippi, as this crosses over the Mississippi River. Again, Weather Service is very concerned about this as this goes into toward Mississippi now. You can see here what we're doing with that hook echo, well-defined storm in toward this area. So, continuing to track things here in the Weather Center, trying to give you the very latest here on what's going on, making sure you guys have everything you need to protect you, your friends, and your family here. Right now we have 10 tornado warnings in play. By the way, we have a nasty hailstorm west-southwest of Lufkin, Texas right now. That's kind of interesting to see here as I'm looking at some things behind the scenes here at the present point. More tornado warnings west of Chicago that are a big deal for those folks. That's got to be paying attention there, obviously, and toward the Chicago Metro. We have stuff there south of Decatur, Illinois, so a lot going on right now for sure, but this is the focal point. What I have on the screen for you guys right now is PDS tornado warning for the Tunica, Mississippi area. They're saying they really are concerned about the casinos there. They're saying they're really concerned about the casinos that are in the path of this. So, again, it's going to take shelter immediately there in this area. Checking some more information now off camera. Power outage numbers here. Kind of worth looking at here too, because that can kind of give us a scope on what's happened. Arkansas, nearly 90,000 customers in the dark there in that state. Now with 90,000 without power in Arkansas. Tennessee, almost 21,000 in the dark. There at this point, Missouri, about 22,000. Oklahoma, winds back behind, almost 20,000 according to PowerOutage.us. Same thing with Colorado, almost 14,000. Well, Roy split the difference between 13 and 14,000 without power. Iowa, about 45,000 without power from the storms. Illinois, over 22,000 without power there from the storms. So, just kind of giving you guys the numbers here that are relevant at the present time. So, again, just continuing to watch things. I know it looks like the Tipton County Hospital is taking patients there. That's been confirmed by the hospital CEO now here. That's what emergency management is saying here in the chat session. So again, just trying to pass that along for you guys at this point. Just trying to give you guys the latest here on what's happening. We'll go ahead and come back on camera now. Just bear with me. It's a one-man band, so I'm trying to look at a lot of things off camera too, because we can't do all this on the air. It's kind of tough. But I know there's just so much going on here for sure in the weather enterprise tonight, in the meteorological community. So that's what we're dealing with. This storm, nasty storm here, headed in the direction of Tunica, Mississippi here. The casino seems to be the area that this looks to be headed toward. It has the greatest area of concern here at this point. So again, a lot going on. Let me go ahead and jump back in here in toward our shot now. As we continue along with this special coverage, we're getting here toward 5.5 hours to being on. A lot more of the coverage being with me here versus taking a break with this, so in that Doppler radar. But again, it's about protecting you, your friends, and your family here. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather. So we're just gonna keep watching things, keep tracking them here in the Weather Center as I go ahead and see what we have to deal with right now. I know they're saying that the terminal radar also showing the couplet near Tunica as well. So I'll go ahead and go over to that here in just a moment. Let me go ahead and go over to that here in just a moment as things continue to transpire on us, continuing to evolve here in the Weather Center. Let's go to that terminal Doppler radar right now to kind of get a look here. You can kind of see that air headed toward that Tunica area around North Tunica. We're going to be tracking it here. Going to be watching. You can just see some of these areas that could be impacted. We'll just have to keep watching them. You see the hook on this sun, but I actually like the other radar better for this. So let's go ahead and issue back. Or excuse me, let's go ahead and switch back as I freed them talking about what they're going to issue here. It looks like maybe on the MDOT camera. So there could be an area there of a funnel on US 61 and US 49. So that's something that's interesting to hear about right now. And that's the Mississippi Department of Transportation camera. So, in fact, let's go ahead and pull up the tornado safety tips here. We can go ahead and pull up the Mississippi camera if we have them here in a moment. I want to see if we can get that camera live on the air. It may be kind of tough, but I'll try to effort that for you guys here. Again, there's what you need to do in a tornado safety situation. When you're trying to take shelter, that's what you need to be doing here. So let me see if we can get that funnel live. We're able to see that Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras. So let me go ahead and see what is going on there from that perspective. We were trying to look at some of those last week here in the Weather Center. I know that's a meteorologist over in Columbus, Mississippi, giving us that information here in the chat. But again, let me just see what we have here with what's going on. You just have to really be taking these situations very seriously when we have these setups like this. Again, tornado watch is in play. You got to make sure you're staying tuned for the very latest here as these situations transpire. I know they're talking about some rotation in some of these storms here. I'm talking about maybe considering thunderstorm warnings here as we're looking towards St. Charles County, further up toward the north. So that's something to just bear in mind here as well. As the hours and minutes go by here, it looks like maybe getting something there in Tunica now, maybe touching on down. So got to keep that in mind. It looks like that MDOT camera source is being overloaded right now. Unfortunately, a lot of people are probably trying to get on there to see what's going on, and I may be able to get up here in a moment, but just bear with me. Just bear with me here. We have a lot going here in the Weather Center too. So I'm gonna see if we can get anything for you on this. And we have a bunch of different angles that we could take on here that make it kind of interesting here for you guys at home. There's so many of them, I might not be able to really get the best one here because they're all in a similar direction here, whether they're north, south, east, or west. There's like 4 of each in some cases, so there's a little bit different angles on this. I'm just going to see if I can find anything while I'm off camera, and I don't really see much on that, but again, it's a one-man band, so it's not something I can just find when I'm talking to you sometimes. So that's just the nature of things here. Looking from the river bridge pretty much. Trying to see. That's going to be too hard to see from probably. So let's go ahead and just come back here. We'll go ahead and come back here on the camera. Bear with me. You understand they see Tunica now on the ground. So there may be some video on another source, but don't think we can get that up here at this point. So again, tornado on the ground around Tunica, Mississippi right now. You got to take Saturday. These tips are up for a reason. You need to be following them right now if you're around Tunica, Mississippi, especially northwest side. This is very serious stuff here in toward that area. So let me go ahead and see what we have here. We have our secondary radar source up right now. So radar number 2 is what I'm calling it. I'm looking at that here in the Weather Center. So we can kind of get an idea on what's going on here as the situation does continue to transpire. It's a considerable tornado on the north side of Tunica right now. You got to take shelter there around Tunica. Again, a tornado on the ground. Look at that debris now popping up. There's reports of a tornado on the ground there from the sheriff's office as well. Now, that debris signature figured for that moment, but definitely could have a tornado on the north side of Tunica here. They're saying they have eyes on it in the air right now in the Memphis office. So that's something that they're tracking here in this chat. A Memphis TV station telling the Memphis office is what I'm trying to say, but I'm sure they're probably looking at it too. But again, it's on the ground right in front of them, about to cross 61. It looks like about to cross 61. Again, a tornado on the ground here on the north side of Tunica. You got to get in that interior room away from windows immediately here. A dangerous situation on our hands. A tornado, a PDS tornado warning here, north side of Tunica, Mississippi. A tornado in progress here, it appears, causing damage towards some of these different spots The debris on the last scan was a little more prominent, it looked like, right in there, and now it's co-located well. It looked like it weakened on here, and we hope it does continue that weakening process, but we just don't know. And again, there's visuals, and sometimes the radar scans lag a minute or two, so in between the scans, the next scan might say something a lot worse, and we would have already had damage here that's taken place. I know they're saying here right now that there's a coordination of traffic being stopped here on I-55 as this moves in that direction. So that's something to keep an eye on here as we look later on in the timeline. It's considered a big dusty tornado according to Bernadette. It looks weak so far, but there's been multiple power flashes, so that's the kind of the storyline there. So I mean, it's still causing damage, obviously, to cause power flashes, even if it's on a weaker level there on the EF scale, maybe lower down, not really low, but lower down there. It could still be problematic for some of these areas here on Hollywood, Mississippi as well. So again, you got to take those tornado precautions immediately. Interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible here in this very serious weather scenario that continues to evolve here. This historic day, it would seem, taking place here in the weather world, impacting parts of our country. So again, let's go ahead and see what we have right now in terms of our broad perspective. We currently have 8 tornado warnings in the country, so let's go ahead and switch on over there right now. Able to see what we're talking about. We have this tornado warning here around Tunica. Then you have a radar indicated tornado warning there, not too far away with this weakening. Looks like west of Waverly, Tennessee. We have this tornado warning there in the heartland, a part of Stoddard County under this, and then we have stuff here kind of not severe in between for a ways, and then tornado warning there north side or just north of Champaign, Illinois. Maybe just north of the University of Illinois. And then we have stuff tornado warning around Rockford, Illinois. It's radar indicated right now, but let's go ahead and see what we got on this, because Rockford is a highly populated area. So I'm going to get radar 1 on this. This is more in the line formation. There is some rotation right over town, though. Right over Rockford now. There's some rotation, pretty tight looking. There, it's just kind of passing on each side of town. Can't tell if there's any debris with that or not, but that's into the Winnebago County. A radar indicated tornado on Milwaukee radar may actually give us a better look at this. And it's on a little bit further south here. That scan might be from a minute or two ago. And maybe a debris signature trying to start right over Rockford here. That looks like it's kind of bowing out a little bit on us here. This could be a tornado on the ground around Rockford right now here. And I don't know, we're giving you a heads up about this earlier on. And now maybe there's a tornado on the ground around Rockford, I don't know, looking off that Milwaukee radar. So you got to be in shelter there around Rockford, Illinois, as we're watching things there in toward that region. You can just see here what's going on with this. A little bit lower, so the tornado may be right over town then versus displaced a little bit away from the downtown, like what our other sources showing further aloft. But again, you can see here this is very, very populated territory. So you got to keep that in mind. This is dangerous, folks, because maybe you think, oh, if it develops right past Rockford, the name on here, it's okay, but it's not. This could really be problematic if we get this to tighten up on us and some of these more populated zones. So you see there in the latest scan, let's see if there's debris. I don't see a lot or much, if anything, actually, which is good news, but those wind pixels were concerning there. That's really concerning. It's showing some very strong wind there. I would say we have some winds here that could be in that destructive range here. If we don't have a tornado on the ground here, that could be problematic in Winnebago County in Illinois. So, by the way, they're not seeing the ground circulation any longer at this moment toward Tunica, Mississippi. So that's some good news. We just got to keep watching here, keep tracking as the situation does transpire. There's a significant hail signature, though, as we're looking down there. But let's go back to radar number 2 then for that storm toward the south. Radar number 2 then, as we continue to watch things, continue to give you guys the very latest here around Tunica, Mississippi. We're just going to see what happens down here. You can kind of see a more broadened signature at this point. But again, things can change quickly on us. The hook is still there, but it seems a little broader for the moment. But again, things change very rapidly here in this type of situation. So that's just something to really pay attention to Let's go ahead and see what else we have right now. We'll go back to the broad perspective again. As we go ahead and switch away from this, we now got a new tornado warning issued. I still think there could be considerable damage here as we look into where this area. So I'm still all by itself pretty much. Talking about DeSoto, Tate, Tunica, and Selby counties there between Mississippi and Tennessee. A tornado warning, large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Robinsonville, or 15 miles southeast of Hughes, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So south of Memphis, maybe I have to watch this here in a little bit. We'll see. You can kind of see that rotation trend though over the last little bit. They kind of move the map over some and zoom out just a bit. You can kind of see the trajectory it's taken. So something along this line maybe as we look ahead into where the timeline eventually crossing the interstate. That's why they're trying to get things taken care of there. But again, latest update now, 10 tornado warnings here at this time, and we just have to keep watching these trends. You can see this tornado warning here, parts of areas in Stoddard County. I'm rotating there just the west side of Dexter. It looks like maybe we're going into Dexter at this point. That'll take us after there. You see around Champaign, Illinois, watching stuff west of Chicago, watching stuff there as well. Let me go ahead and see what else we have here. I'll go ahead and see our other radar source. I want to see what that storm looks like in Stoddard County. Definitely some pretty strong rotation there, maybe north side of Dexter is what I'm seeing here on this mode. So let's see what we have here at this point. So again, I know they've just cleared more of the tornado watch behind the line of St. Louis office. They're taking this updated now. Look closer toward areas there not far to the south of Bloomfield here in southern Missouri and Stoddard County. So just going to keep watching this. You see Sykeston there. Maybe get a tornado warning around there. We'll have to wait and see on that. This kind of trends there into toward that direction here in a little bit. So just kind of keep that in mind. Right now we have just the one what's being called confirmed tornado there around Tunica, Mississippi. We have other areas though of radar indicated tornadic activity here across the country. So let's go back to the broad perspective once again here. I know they're watching some development here, it looks like, on some of this stuff. As we look toward Crittenden County coming up from the south, we'll have to see how that kind of evolves on us here in short order. I know they just canceled out one of the tornado warning areas for Bend and Carroll. So that's some news that's coming on in right now. I think that's this storm. It was weakening down here. This one right here is really falling off. The one we've been watching for so long finally falling apart, which is great news before it gets to Waverly, Tennessee. So this red box will be going away here in just a second here, and there it goes. That's good news. See the tornado warning completely go away on that. But looking at 9 tornado warnings at this point. The one storm around Tunica is the one that's had the greatest level of concern on it over the last few moments. Looking there around Tunica, Mississippi. The current rotation still in there. Just got severe thunderstorm warning in Jefferson County, Missouri now. That's also good parts of St. Clair and Monroe and Illinois. This storm, it's not this storm, it's this storm here. So let's see what's going on. And there you go. That's not severe thunderstorm warning for areas there between Festus and Arnold. So we're talking about winds there of 60 miles an hour a possibility. This is toward Monroe, St. Clair, and Jefferson counties there in Missouri until about 8:30 local time. So some nasty weather moving through there. Nothing overwhelming though. Nothing overwhelming at this point. But we still got to pay attention here. Obviously, got to still be watching things. Got to still be tracking things here in the weather enterprise. Make sure things are a little bit stronger. But there'll be some severe weather coming through there. Nothing overwhelming, but there's still light. You don't want to be outside, and the light and the hail. The wind type threat hail could be about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, I would say right now, in toward this area, because that wasn't actually marked as a threat in the box. But we'll keep watching everything for you. Currently 9 tornado warnings in the country. If we have some late breaking information we need to give you at once, we'll come right back on here. But otherwise, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes with more as we try to keep you, your friends, your family safe on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. I know if you're watching on one of our platforms other than YouTube, I know it's always a good idea to subscribe on YouTube as well. YouTube there at Cloud Weather is another great way to get that live stream there. You can even hit that bell icon to be notified of the coverage when it starts. And we're going to be back on the stream now here in just a few minutes with more. So keep it tuned to this stream. I'll be right here with more information as the conditions warrant, or otherwise here at 50 past the hour, 8:50 Eastern, 7:50 Central.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here in the Weather Center, about 50 past the hour right now, we're tracking several tornado warnings. One of the big headlines, though at this point, are just really nasty conditions headed towards the Chicago metro. So we need to go over right now to the Chicago radar because we're talking about some really dangerous weather headed toward that region at this point. Several tornado warnings here out toward the west, but we also got to watch out for just some extreme winds that are headed their way right now. So I'm going to try to treat this like a tornadic situation here as we're looking towards some of these different areas here around Chicago, getting that interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can here. Treat this like a tornadic situation, whether you end up getting put under a tornado warning or not. We have some very dangerous weather headed toward Metro Chicago here over the next little bit. So some really bad stuff there in northern parts of Illinois. You just got to really be taking heed here and treat this like a tornadic situation. So again, you can see here these winds are just howling out there in terms of our base velocity. And these warnings here, a 90-mile-an-hour wind threat being noted toward Kendall and Kane counties in northeastern Illinois. And then we have tornado threats in here as well, including one that's been for a confirmed tornado. Talking about, it looks like tornado producing storms from Beloit to the Timberlane to the Kingston area. Released at 60 miles an hour, so maybe multiple damaging tornadoes here. Radar confirmed tornadoes is what that means within this area here toward Boone County. This is for parts of DeKalb, or DeKalb there. Also over to Winnebago, McHenry, and Boone counties. So, by the way, they're going to go to a considerable warning there toward parts of that storm action that we're watching toward Mississippi. Considerable threat again, really starting to ramp back up. So let's go ahead and see what's going on there. They have a debris signature on that storm in toward parts, it looks like, of northwestern Mississippi. It looks like parts of DeSoto County right now. DeSoto County here. So let's go ahead and see, guys, what's going on as we get over there at this point. A dangerous situation, a large and extremely dangerous tornado over Eudora, 7 miles west of Hernando, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this accident will be crossing the interstate here, I-55. They're going to be setting it down, I believe I read, but no matter what, you just shouldn't be driving here right now. I know, looks like getting reports of some concerning debris detection information out of Chicago radar right now, though. I noticed some stuff there a moment ago, too. They're looking at some different things there. Looks like really nasty stuff showing on up. I was getting a report of looks like a roof collapse on a building there. And then Illinois, confirmed tornado near Paxton there, Ford and Iroquois counties there. Tornado moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So let's see what we have on this. I'm going to go back over to radar 1, and you'll be able to see what's going on here with this extreme threat that's going on across the nation. This is a base confirmed tornado warning at this point, but again, we're talking about a tornado near the community of Paxton here in Illinois. So that's again for parts of, it looks like, Ford and Iroquois counties. So let me make sure I got my bearings straight here. Got a lot going on, so it's actually a storm down here. I apologize, as we're just trying to get our bearings straight here. Not 100% familiar with the geography, but this is for Ford and Iroquois counties here in toward this area. A confirmed tornado on the ground near the community of Paxton. So got to be taking those tornado precautions here. You see some nasty areas, multiple areas of rotation, eventually moving toward Vermilion County there, and it looks like Illinois. So that's the areas downstream that we watch, and I know there's so much happening here on the Doppler radar for sure. Going back toward northwest Mississippi now, we're talking about areas around Hernando and DeSoto County now. You see this hook echo moving toward Hernando. Need to be in southern Hernando, Mississippi. Again, it's a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, 7 miles west of Hernando, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Maybe a couple different circulations here This is a matter of life and death possibly here. Most of the areas like South Haven, Germantown, Olive Branch, over toward Horn Lake under this tornado warning here. Even over toward a little part of Memphis maybe. And then Eudora, we already mentioned to you guys as well. So again, this is some nasty, nasty stuff that's happening here in northwest Mississippi. Again, DeSoto County, and we're watching this in and around there at this present time. A couple different areas of spin, it looks like. Let me look at radar to make sure. Yeah, that's a couple different areas of spin for sure. I don't want to see that. Don't want to see that here. You can see here around Hernando, one right here, one northwest of Hernando as well there. So we could have two different tornadoes that could be trying to touch down here as the situation transpires. So I know there's some rotation also in the St. Louis region near Troy, but it has disappeared there. So that's some good news as we're watching stuff in that east central Missouri to west central Illinois region at this point. New tornado warning in the heartland though. Let's see what's going on there. Radar indicated tornado warning in play. Still in effect here downstream for parts of Scott, New Madrid, and Stoddard counties. So let's go ahead and get in this region now and give you guys the latest. You can see here, and by the way, now we're getting reports in Illinois of a large tornado on the ground in the Montgomery area of Galena and Concord. So you don't want to hear that, obviously. We'll keep watching there. But this is radar indicated tornadic activity here for parts of Scott, New Madrid, and Stoddard counties. This warning being issued within the last 10 minutes. Already getting an update on it. And this axis is moving off toward the northeast at 55 miles an hour. So I-57 in Missouri, their mile marker 1 could be impacted. I-55 between mile markers 58 and 91. That's a pretty big stretch there. Could be impacted as well, according to the Weather Service there. Just trying to err on the side of caution there with this, as there may be another storm capable of producing a tornado within here versus just one near Haywood City. Another one there also capable of producing a tornado just south. That's near the Morehead area, or Morehouse area, excuse me. So again, I just gotta keep watching this as we've been on the air for 6 hours now. So I apologize if I'm stuttering around a little bit, making a few mistakes here and there that I normally wouldn't make, but it's about protecting you, your friends, and your family here in this one-man band situation. So, talking about that large tornado though on the ground by Galena and Concord in Illinois. So just not what you want to hear. Let's go ahead and zoom back up here right now. I know we're watching different things. I gotta double check some stuff here. This is a storm to the south that we're looking at there. This is a storm off toward the north that we're looking at. There's just a lot going on, and hopefully we'll get a new update here soon on what's happening there. We have a big mess around Chicago. I have it in just the base mode, not to confuse us, but 90-mile-an-hour winds, a possibility around Chicago. That's hurricane force, tornado-like winds moving towards Chicago, Illinois, one of the biggest cities in our country here. So you need to treat this like a tornadic situation. If you're around Chicago, Illinois, there in Cook County or around there, I mean, this warning goes not just for Cook County, but also Lake County and Will County and McHenry and DuPage. You got to be really careful here. These are winds that could cause widespread power outages in one of the nation's largest cities here. Hurricane well over that 74-mile-an-hour threshold of hurricane force winds could be headed into Chicago here. The Weather Service is warning for 90. You're getting alerts on your phone because this is so dangerous and so destructive here. This moves on, and also a chance of hail to 2 inches in size. So let's go ahead and give you guys some times of arrival here. I know Aurora, St. Charles around this point, Naperville over toward West Chicago, Shorewood, Warrenville, DuPage Airport around 8:05 Central Time there, Wheaton, Carroll Stream, Plainfield. Unfortunately, they know all about severe weather there back in 1990. Hopefully nothing like that headed their way at this point, but still, I said the word Bloomingdale, Crest Hill, Winfield around 8:10, getting over toward Bolingbrook and Downers Grove, Lombard, Romeoville, Addison, Glendale Heights, Woodridge, Glen Ellen there, Lockport, Darien around 8:15, Elmhurst, Elk Grove Village there, Homer Glen, over toward Hinsdale, Lamont there, Burr Ridge, Oak Brook, Westmont, Villa Park, Bensonville there, around 820, Orland Park, Tinley Park, O'Hare Airport, Melrose Park, Maywood, Brookfield, over toward Franklin Park, Westchester, around 825, Oak Lawn, Oak Park, Austin, and I don't know what here as well, Burbank, Oak Forest, Belmont, the Belmont Cragen area, if I'm pronouncing that right, and done it around 8:30. Chicago, Westtown, Lincoln Park, Chicago Loop, Lakeview, Irvin Park, South Lawndale, Bridgeport, Chicago, Lorna, West Ridge around 8:35. And they're saying this is an extremely dangerous situation here for Chicago. Again, 90-mile-an-hour winds. Really bad news here. Widespread power outages are a possibility here for the Chicagoland area. You gotta take this very seriously here around Chicago, Illinois. Again, one of the nation's largest cities on a Friday night. We have some of the strongest winds you'll ever see coming in. It's just not what you want to see there, obviously, in toward that area. I know we have tornado warnings around as well, the north and south of the metro, but the metro here could have some of the strongest winds they've seen in years coming on in here in the next little bit around Chicago. So again, really bad news here, moving out of Kendall County and Kane County here, headed into toward Chicago. Hope that doesn't all verify. Any sensors are not verifying the 90-mile-an-hour gusts so far, but there's not a lot of them back there. 57 around Sugar Grove. That contained the damage here to some degree, and that'd be a little bit better news. But gotta keep watching, keep tracking. South of Oak Lawn there, we have a little bit of weak rotation, but again, we have a lot stronger rotation around Rankin, Illinois. Large and extremely dangerous tornado there, moving east at 60 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation there. It's going to be around Rankin right about now. It looks like there's some debris showing up there. As you saw that blue, maybe I'll zoom back in one more time. Right in there, maybe that tornado. I know we're maybe giving you a little bit of loopiness there by zooming in and out too quickly, but you kind of get the idea. You can see in southern Wisconsin now, we have some confirmed tornadic activity south of Madison. We have some action there that's getting these pink boxes. Confirmed damaging tornado toward Walworth, Rock, and Jefferson counties in Wisconsin at this point. So not what you want to see, obviously. Dangerous weather there around Whitewater, Wisconsin, for instance. Maybe the south of there even a little bit more so. We'll see with the tornadic threat. But again, currently now we're at a count of 8 tornado warnings in the country. So let's go ahead and see what we have. See what we have here across the nation. The low pressure, the warm sector. Just a really long line here and there of the worst of the action coming into play there down toward the surface. I know right now in Missouri, a radar indicated tornado warning for parts there of Scott County. We have this possible tornado, one of them anyway, being tracked there near Sykeston. They're saying it's just one at this point. It was more than one a moment ago, but also Haywood City is another area there east. The movement on this at 55 miles an hour. So again, a tornado warning in the heartland. But right now, areas like Cape Girardeau, Perryville are really missing out on the worst of this, and that's great news. And they might end up missing out on the worst of this altogether as this winds down for them later on. But that's definitely some good news. But we're going to keep watching, keep tracking here. They got to watch again on Tuesday because another big threat's coming into play toward parts of Missouri. We'll have to look at the details on that later on. But parts of Missouri under a big severe threat on Tuesday once again. So it's just going to be a situation here like some of the nastier years in the past where we've had just multiple events that have wreaked havoc, it seems. Being told, by the way, watch tornado watches in Plato, 10 o'clock central in some of these areas here. It's been extended ahead of the line. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here as we're watching the overall situation. So, but right now some of the areas have gotten really lucky. A lot of other areas haven't gotten lucky. That's kind of the point here. Confirmed tornado located near Hernando in Mississippi or near areas there in DeSoto County, Mississippi, and Shelby County, Tennessee. So still going to watch this. It's not a PDS warning at this point, but we're still going to have to watch the northwest of Oxford there. So that's one of the tornado warnings there, one of the confirmed tornado warnings going up here in eastern Illinois right now. We have some up here, PDS warning from Vermilion County here a large and extremely dangerous tornado located near the Hoopstown area, Hoopston area there, or 13 miles south of Milford, moving east at 60 miles an hour. A radar-confirmed tornado in that area. Stuff east of Rockford here, around Janesville as well. This stuff is moving maybe closer toward Milwaukee here in a little bit. So that's something to keep an eye on there. Nasty weather, nasty weather for sure. So let's see what else we have right now. I think we'll go to the Chicago radar again, because again, this stuff is moving in toward the Chicago metro here in short order, and it could be really destructive. Just got to get to 64 or so around Sugar Grove, the Aurora Municipal Airport. So let's see what radar 1 shows. You can see what's going on there. Radar 1, as we continue to watch this stuff coming on in. Nasty weather. Destructive weather, causing a lot of power outages, no doubt, in a higher population density zone. So that's something to keep our eyes on here. Just got to really be careful as we're looking towards Chicago there, in toward northern Illinois, such a highly populated area in our country. We got some really bad weather headed that way. Other areas under this warning, you see Evanston. We're talking about Northwestern there, the university, and then Keegan there as well in Lake County. Joliet there is going to be bearing down on you here very soon in that area as well. So just trying to give you guys an idea of what's going on here with all that here in the Weather Center. So again, you're looking east of Paxton, Illinois. We've had some large tornadic activity there. No tornado emergencies up here, but still some debris east of Rankin. There's a tornado obviously on the ground there. Some more tornadic activity maybe trying to develop west of Rossville and west of Hoopston there. Again, trying to pronounce that the best I can. I think that's the right pronunciation. And then continuing here to see what else is going on. Again, radar indicated tornado warning right now southeast of Memphis. Let's go ahead and go on over here right now. This is for parts of, it looks like, Benton, DeSoto, Marshall, Fayette, and Hardeman counties. Just kind of looking there, and even Selby County clipped by that as well. And then seeing here up towards Scott County, Missouri, radar indications of a tornado south of Cape Girardeau, close to I-55 there. And then just watching even a rogue storm here. This is something to watch northwest of Mount Vernon. Some rotation on that. I know we have those parameters. I've shown them to you before, but show them to you again, just extreme tornado parameters. But eventually they'll be moving on out of the picture here in southeast Missouri, but still stuff can get going. Some of these empty spots here, that could be problematic if it's not too widespread, because then those storms will be able to take advantage of the overall environment. But right now it's not happening in some of these areas in between there, like St. Louis and Cape Girardeau, a lot of them, especially just south of like Arnold, where they had some hail and wind. Doesn't look overwhelming, but still nasty there. But continuing to watch as we go ahead and see Nashville PDS watch still in play there, but nothing really impressive at this point. We're watching there between Dixon and Dover in Tennessee. You can see southeast of Memphis right now. Radar indicated tornado warning. That's pretty tight rotation on this mode at least. There, as I kind of zoom in, move it over northeast of Saratoga, southwest of Collierville. So we'll just continue to watch there what is happening in the grand scheme of things in this overall scenario. So again, currently, the biggest concern is for Chicago with the extreme, maybe extraordinary wind that could be coming in toward that highly populated area over the next little bit. Still some nasty tornadoes to the south of Chicago that are really raising some alarm bells as well, though. But Chicago itself going to have some really strong winds coming on in here over the next little bit. We have areas like Oakland in there as well, Oak Forest, Chicago Heights. As we zoom in really tight here, just giving you guys an idea. Of what's going on. You see Elmwood Park. Just trying to give you guys an idea of some of the geography here with some of these stronger winds moving into Chicago's metro area here. These could be violent type of winds, really. I mean, when you think about it in that straight line fashion. Well, we've got the latest update on the SBC outlook here. They did take away the high risk, it looks like, to the north now, not to the south, though, which is interesting here. And let's go ahead and see what they did. Let me go ahead and go over to our other source. So the high risk for the tornado stays to the south here, around Memphis and south from Tupelo west. These storms out of the west, they're still concerned about them. We still have just the really high tornado parameter that things can get going there in that sector of this overall situation. And then you have the 15% risk. It kind of drops off some as we get further back in Missouri, thankfully. But you see some of that right across the border there. And still, you have Paducah under this 15% tornado risk. So keep that in mind. Then we have only a 10% risk up here. The Iowa stuff, it's already moved past now. We had a high risk up there. So that's kind of one of the reasons for the changes there. So one high risk instead of two. We have not had high risk in 2 years, and we have 2 different areas today. Just crazy to think about. Now one of them here still in play as we're looking toward parts of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee. So still got to watch this stuff to see if it comes together here in a very robust fashion or not. As we're looking there, again, this is a dangerous severe weather outbreak. Now, eventually here, what I'm thinking, and this all depends on the overall setup. These storms get going down here, then obviously it won't happen like this. But what I'm thinking is once the storm accent gets past Chicago, we may go ahead and kind of keep the stream going, but only come back on if necessary. But that's some early thinking here of how we might play our coverage. We need to stay on it as it gets through Chicago here for the most part, based on that higher potential for impact because of the higher population density. So again, let's see what we have here right now in terms of that radar around Chicago. About to move into toward Joliet there, and toward that area. I mean, you pretty much want to treat this like a tornado situation with the winds as strong as they are toward parts of Lake, Will, McHenry, DuPage, and Cook counties there in northeastern Illinois. So again, let's go ahead and put those tornado safety tips in if we want you to treat it like a tornado situation here. Very important stuff to keep in mind as we continue to get the latest information in here to the Weather Center. Trying to check some things off camera right now. See, make sure we're getting the latest here. I know we'll be watching tomorrow to South Georgia's way. See if we get some trying to severe stuff to develop. Maybe not overwhelming necessarily tomorrow, but still enough to be on for our local counties. I know I'm losing my voice now, so hopefully don't end up having to be on too much tomorrow, but you just never know here as we continue to watch the situation. So again, just continuing to monitor things here in the Weather Center as we try to protect you, your friends, and your family here on this Friday night. It's last day of the month, last day of the quarter, and unfortunately, this is a deadly scenario that we're talking about, Roy, as we look at things here across parts of the country. So just checking here right now, Chicago, see what they have here, see what they're telling us. I know Plainfield reporting a gust to 54 miles an hour. Just to keep that in mind. Debris signature showing up over southern Iroquois County to the north of, or let's try that again, between areas to the north between Rankin and East Lynn on the county line. Train spotter reporting a tornado on the ground there. 1 mile east of Alden and Fernwood and Boulder Hill near Montgomery. So different reports coming on in. Definitely interesting to see here at this present time in the timeline. So again, been on this stream a while now. Obviously, we've been on here on this stream over 6 hours trying to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed here. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather, to keep you guys safe and informed in these type of hazardous situations. So that's what we want to do here. We want to make sure you guys are staying protected because things can change at a moment's notice in these type of environments. So again, let's see what we have right now. I think I'm going to go back on over here to another source. We'll go back to the Doppler. You can kind of see here Joliet's about to be getting this right now. It's kind of hard to see on the radar because we're so close. So even if it doesn't look as bad, it may still be pretty bad in here. It's just kind of hard to see because the radar we can kind of impact it here. In fact, let's go to one of the terminals. This might help us a little since it's not quite at it yet. This might kind of help us out a little bit. Here, radar, you can kind of see some of the stronger winds back here. Definitely damaging winds coming in, but again, maybe something more higher in than that, a possibility. So again, just going to keep watching things here, trying to do our best to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know they're saying that they know 90-mile-an-hour wind is that potential in the warning. Somebody's asking a question here in the chat, but more like 50 to 65 is what they've seen. So they're kind of trying to see if there's any higher end reports. We'll kind of see that as well and kind of play our covered out based on what we're seeing here in terms of some of those reports. But definitely some power outages will occur on Chicago for sure. If we get to 65-mile-an-hour winds, they would be around in a pretty interesting fashion, but they wouldn't be necessarily just overwhelming probably. But 90-mile-an-hour winds could be a different just different overall situation altogether. So keep that in mind. We got some warnings in the heartland to talk about right now. Some tornado warnings in the heartland. So let's go ahead and show you guys those here. We'll go off the Memphis radar first. I want to see the tornado warning in northern Mississippi. Real quick, it's radar indicated. So let's go ahead and go to radar 2. Radar number 2 here. South of Collierville, we're watching that. And here toward the heartland, west of Paducah. Getting some stuff here in Alexander County. Near Tams, you can see around Tams and Alexander County. Moving into Pulaski County. And then we have an area there. Let me go ahead and take this off real quick. We have a tornado warning for parts of Marion County in Illinois as well. So that's getting a little bit further up there. But Marion County, Illinois, that's the Evansville radar then. And you see some rotation around Salem. So keep our eyes on that. But this one's more in the heartland per se. Alexander and Pulaski counties here under this tornado warning at the present time. So again, I just got to be kind of taking heed of this here in toward this area. Let's go ahead and go back on over toward our tornado safety information here. I know, again, Alexander and Pulaski. I'm going to see what the Paducah office is telling us real quick here in the chat. Try to relay some information to you guys here as we have this tornado warning in play until 9:45 Eastern, which is equivalent to 8:45 Central Time there. Again, parts of Alexander and Pulaski counties. We're just going to keep watching here. No reports out of the Missouri tornado warning as of yet, but we'll keep checking, obviously, to see what's going on. We're just going to see what's going on here in the Weather Center. So trying to keep you guys safe, trying to keep you guys informed here. Apparently, KFVS was reporting a funnel cloud here a little bit earlier on, but trying to see exactly what's going on here. Other than that, it was near the Bloomfield, Missouri, southern Missouri area there. That was that storm we've been keeping our eyes on as it was further back toward the west there. So that was a report there of a funnel cloud. Emergency management reporting that and then that came from a media report. So Bo Dotson passing that along. So again, sorry I'm losing my voice, but we're trying to keep you guys safe and informed here on what's going on. We've been with you for a long time. We've now had an 83-mile-an-hour gust, by the way, in Earlville in the northern Illinois area in LaSalle County, and a 71-mile-an-hour gust there in Joliet. So again, some nasty stuff up there. That's kind of the reasoning for that 90-mile-an-hour wind potential there in parts of northern Illinois. So we're so concerned, of course, for some of those communities up there. So let's go ahead, come back down to the south, though. We're looking in the heartland right now. Again, a tornado warning as we try to keep the heartland and everybody else safe here across the country. We have a tornado warning right now around Tams. You have some pinks here. You have some greens coming together. Nothing overwhelming at this point. But again, a funnel was reported earlier with some of this activity in the heartland, according to KFVS television there in the Cape Girardeau area. But again, continuing to watch things here on our views. You see this is all west of Paducah right now, so we'll keep our eyes there and see what happens to see exactly what might try to evolve or not evolve. A new tornado warning in Clay County, Illinois, south of Effingham. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Let's see what else we got for you guys. Here again, watching the winds as they move into Chicago. A very, very highly populated Chicago here. In short order, going to be getting some of the worst of the winds here. It appears, again, not guaranteed for 90-mile-an-hour winds, but that's the upper end of the possibility for them. So that's why the warning is for that here, to get everybody inside or keeping everybody safe here in this type of situation as we're looking at highly populated Chicago, Illinois here. We're looking at Evanston, that's Northwestern University there. They won a game in the tournament last month, I think, on the second time. I know that's kind of irrelevant, but they're a really academic school, so they don't really do too well generally in college basketball or college football, but occasionally when they do well, it's a pretty big story. So anyway, Joliet there, you can see looking there right now in Will County, you can see there getting some winds there. You can see south of Joliet, south of New Lenox there. We're seeing some rotation, but right now it's more about the straight line of wind versus the tornado here. So just trying to see exactly what's going on here as this stuff moves on in. And some people think it's maybe weakening some, but I don't know how much it's actually weakened. It's hard to tell because it's so close in the radar here. It's got to be really careful here with this as this activity moves on into Metro Chicago, one of the nation's largest cities here. Some very strong winds moving on in. Again, Joliet's getting some of the worst of this. We'll see what their center says here in a minute. That could be kind of helpful to give us an idea of what's going on here as this goes through one of the highest population corridors in the entire country right now. These very strong winds in northern parts of Illinois. So again, that's what I'm kind of staying with this right now. I know we'll keep watching this. Let's go back to the south right now. We're going to Pulaski County, Illinois. Tornado warning continuing. The Paducah office saying tornado 14 miles southeast of Anna, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So that's kind of the storyline there at this point. Tornado there, 14 miles southeast of Anna, Illinois. We'll keep watching that then. See some stuff here to the north. We'll watch it as well. Let's see if there's anything going on up here. There's really not. That's good news for St. Genevieve and Perry counties in Missouri if you're watching from there. I'm not too concerned right now. There's still a tornado watch in play, though, so still will stay weather aware. But things right now look a little bit better in toward that area. So, again, just a little heads up there. But let's go ahead and go on over here right now. We're going to go ahead and go on back to our other views here. Chicago again. Now getting reports of areas of issues toward areas in the Winnebago County area. Large 3-block and roadway, power lines down, and a gust in the Lamont EOC was to 61 miles an hour now. So again, that is coming in as we continue along here in the weather center. So again, watching these very dangerous winds here moving to Chicago. You see Lombard there. Darien, I know Joliet's getting this right now. You can see that on this view. It'll be interesting to see the wind speed when you get on that site here in short order. Let me go ahead and see if we have anything new there on that Joliet site. That Joliet radar site. See what's happening off of that here at this point. You see Oaklawn, though, going to be getting this here in the next little bit. Chicago, downtown. I mean, we're talking the south side of Chicago, really, with some of this wind. But, I mean, the north side, too, is going to be impacted downtown with some dangerous winds here in toward this area from this line. Maybe not 90. I'm not sold on the 90 here at this point. But, I mean, there's still areas that could get closer to that. But generally, probably more like 60 to 70 would be more likely, which could still cause some big-time problems in isolated areas here as the more vulnerable and more exposed areas here kind of feel the impacts. So, again, just continuing to watch here as this stuff moves on in as we're looking here, looking off the terminal radar now. Looks like, by the way, there's some confirmed tornadoes up here. So I'll look at them in a moment. I don't have all the chat up. It would take too long, but I know they're saying this right here would be interesting to look at, I think. So there's some wind there, but we're getting an update now. Weather Service is saying that the widespread wind potential has decreased, so 50 to 60 be more common with the line crossing the metro. They're still seeing embedded pockets of potential with winds like near Lamont or 80 mile an hour winds will still be possible. So brief embedded circulations will be possible there, and they could bring 80 to 90 mile an hour winds, but that'd be more isolated here at this point. But still somebody in here could get that type of higher end damage, but not as widespread now. So that's good news, but still can't lay your guard down if that widespread area, around you is lower, but you get the higher area of wind. I mean, that's problematic for you and your family. So just got to keep that in mind. Got a gust there at a Romeoville spot there, 55 knots just now. That's LOT. That's probably Joliet then. Yeah, so that's going to probably go up to about 60 or so, give or take. But let's look at the confirmed tornadoes in Wisconsin now. Let's look at the Badger State, per se, and see what's going on up here. Let's see what these warnings are telling us. Damaging tornado there. Tornado-producing storms located along the line from Whitewater to Como to Woodstock, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And then we have stuff here north. You see north of Jefferson. That's a confirmed tornado warning, damaging tornado there. In southeast Wisconsin, near Lake Mills or over Lake Ripley. So that's what they're dealing with there. As you see that gust there on Joliet just popping on the board here. So it's kind of trying to give you guys the very latest information on what's going on here for sure. Now being taught on Romeoville, Normantown, and Weber there, a semi-truck was flipped over by the wind, so that's kind of interesting to see here in the chat session. Let's see what else we have on the broad perspective now. We have now currently 8 tornado warnings in the country. So let's go ahead and go over to other source. I'll kind of say you that. You can see some new tornado watches to the south. They're not PDS, but that doesn't include the area that was hit last Friday there in Mississippi. You don't like to see that, obviously. Still a tornado threat remains toward some of those spots. And then you see here southeast of Memphis, we have a tornado warning still. That's the one we've been watching that was around Tunica earlier. This one in the heartland here. You can see that. And we have more stuff as we get here south of Effingham, I don't know what. We have stuff there getting toward Lafayette, Indiana now. It's a new TV market, Roy, as we get overward there to talk about anyway. And then you see Chicago's winds. You see the tornado threat toward areas there around in the vicinity of Milwaukee anyway. So it's such a crazy night here indeed. Let's go ahead and pull up those tornado safety tips right now to kind of give you guys an idea of what's going on here. Again, just make sure you guys are following here just the different tips that we're setting forth. So you guys are staying safe out there on this Friday night. It's so important to stay safe in this type of situation. Just want you guys to be really careful here as things impact some different communities here. So we don't want you guys caught off guard. And we've been here with you so long to try to ensure that doesn't happen. So again, we're sitting here 8:27 Central, 9:27 Eastern. Now 6 tornado warnings in the country, but of course the wind potential in Chicago, pretty significant there. Pretty significant around Chicago. So keep that in mind here. I know a lot of these damage reports, the injury numbers, maybe fatality numbers, will take a little while to come in because it's a so widespread of an event here. So it might take a while to accumulate what has happened here from this event. We still have a little bit of a threat tomorrow as well in toward our South Georgia counties. They're nice. If it's thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. Johnson, Massac, Polk County, then Illinois. So gotta watch even a tornado threat in there as well. A quick spin up, not out of the question. So just kind of keep that in mind as well. So let's go back on over toward the camera now. I'll go ahead and save me just for a second to save the radar as well. But also just for tomorrow, we'll be on for our 62 counties. If we have a tornado warning storm within any one of our 62 counties tomorrow, we'll be on to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're on for the national coverage now, but it's mandatory for us to be on for any tornado warning storm moving through this area here tomorrow. Not expecting widespread coverage of that in terms of tornado warnings being all over the place, but here and there we could have a couple in our South Georgia zones, but then maybe damage and winds will be more of the predominant concern with a slight risk in play for stuff like that. So just giving you guys an idea on there, but following the national threat right now, a little bit bigger of a storyline, even on that local level for us, because this is such a big event here across our nation, impacting areas from Wisconsin to Alabama, as we alluded to very early this morning, late last night, on our different platforms there, Facebook and Twitter. So this is Roy trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on against Chicago. That wind is moving in to Chicago here over the next few moments. Cook County there, it's really moving in right now according to some of our radar scans. Again, it's probably not as widespread as we thought it could be a little while ago, but it's still problematic. We may have a tornado developing, by the way. Let's see. Yes, in Will County. Let's go over there. I see a little bit of rotation. It seems like it wants to come together here southeast of Frankfort. A little bit of an area there is trying to come together. We'll see. South of the Frankfurt Square, and then you see Oaklawn. It's going to be harder to see there without a terminal, so let's go to the terminal. You can kind of see stuff here, and maybe some stronger wind there. It could be closer to 60 or 70 there versus anything higher than that, I would think. But you never know. It's kind of muddied in here between all the different radars and stuff we're watching. They're talking about rotation, by the way, now in the chat there that we were watching near Frankfurt and Illinois. So we'll keep our eyes on that for sure as we go ahead and go back on over to the other radar view here as we continue along with this coverage. Again, some of these winds coming in Chicago here, downtown next few moments, trying to give you as much warning as possible, but the time's running out now for downtown Chicago as this stuff comes on into the picture. So this is what we're talking about right here, folks. Some nasty, nasty weather here for sure, moving into some highly, highly populated areas on this Friday night. So just trying to make sure you guys are staying safe out there as we try to keep you guys safe and informed here from the Weather Center. So again, watching this surge out ahead a little around Oaklawn, that could, in theory, I don't see it on the velocity, but that could promote some higher winds around Oaklawn at an north end. As we're looking here, you can kind of see the radar echoes. You can see it kind of blowing out a little bit there. That could get a little bit of stronger wind down toward the surface there on the south side of Chicago around Oaklawn. And then also looking toward Burbank there as well, moving toward Evergreen Park. So keeping an eye on this here in this area in the Chicago metro, Chicagoland here. As we go ahead and zoom back on out, you see Will County here, southeast of New Lenox. That rotation there around Frankfort, we'll keep watching that. That could be something that's problematic for those folks here. But this line should be starting to get over the lake here pretty soon, as this is moving pretty quickly out there. We'll go ahead and show you that wind speed in terms of what's happening. Let me go ahead and just read it to you. I'm talking about east at 60. So, I mean, it's headed right in there in this moment in Chicago as we continue to give you that warning. But we currently now have 5 tornado warnings in the country. Let's see what we have. Again, the plan right here, once it gets past Chicago, we're going to probably just go ahead and go to a radar stream unless something really ramps up on us, which it could, and we'll have to come back on. We've done that before. We did it last Friday night. So we were on a lot shorter time and had to come back later on. But we've been on for a really long time today with coverage to protect you, your friends, and your family, because that's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather. And in fact, let's go ahead and give you an update here on just the different platforms that we're on here. Facebook, KC Cloud WX, Facebook there, Cloud Weather, at Cloud KC on Twitter. You have YouTube at Cloud Weather. If you're not subscribed to that, go ahead and subscribe, just in case you may do a little bit extra streaming of the radar on that or something like that. That's a good place to go. Subscribe there at YouTube and there on that source at Cloud Weather. Just type in youtube.com and then search for meteorologist Casey Cloud, and you can hit the subscribe button on that. Hit the bell icon as well to be notified of some new streams that may come forth tomorrow, for instance, for a local area or other events, maybe next week for the national threat. And you have Twitch there, Cloud Weather 2, and the website cloudweather.com gives you guys all the latest information there. A list of the alerts there, even from that local level, still on that page for now, but then all the sources that you can go to for the live coverage at the top of that page. And interactive radar is there too. That's the radar tab, so keep that in mind. Some different things that you can use here to keep you informed, your family informed, your friends informed. By the way, we're down to 3 tornado warnings now. I know sometimes that's actually a pretty big number, but that's the lowest we've probably been at in hours now. I mean, hours. So that's a sign that things are not quite as dangerous, but they're still dangerous enough. You have to stay weather aware, because all it takes is one, like what we saw toward that Rolling Fork area last week, who's now under a tornado watch. Unfortunately here, and it's not a PS watch, that wasn't either, but touch lower than last week, but it's still a threat until 4 a.m. Central Time. So that's something to keep in mind there. As we're looking there, we have the Arklamis really into this around Monroe and Ruston. UL Monroe, Louisiana Tech, we'll keep watching there. And then you have some stuff here north of Houston, believe it or not. We'll keep our eyes on it to see if anything gets there further to the south. A lot of this stuff may be moving more easterly, it looks like. So let me double check, though. It's probably going southerly a little, I would think. Yeah, it is. That's something to watch there. Believe it or not, in southeast Texas a little bit. We'll keep our eyes on that. See if any of that stuff goes severe down there. It's a crazy pattern here. For sure. So let's look at the overall risk real quick down here. That's a marginal 1 out of 5 down here. And the tornado threat is pretty much not existent as we get past about Huntsville. But still, issue there for some of these spots that we have to keep our eyes on. You can see here, going up to the north, it's now confirmed tornado. Benton, Marshall, Fayette, and Hardeman counties are now calling it a PDS situation again. So let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here. A PDS situation. That's like a new tornado warning now in Chicago Metro. So let's see what's going on here. Let's see what's going on here. We have a couple different things we got to look at. You're seeing this large and extremely dangerous tornado near the Sladen community, I would say. Near Sladen. So let's go ahead and see what's going on here. As this moves toward the Grand Junction area now. Let's see what our radar technology is showing here. You can see that hook on here. That hook on the radar trying to come together again. Let's just see how this kind of develops on us over the next little bit. Here around Sladen, we're getting some debris on here just a second ago, and you can see it. That's probably debris there. Let me make sure that's not inflow, but that's probably debris. Well, that could be inflow actually, but did they confirm this based on a spotter? They did confirm it on a spotter, so let's see what they're saying then. I'm going to go ahead and pull up that chat again. By the way, tornado warning in the Chicago area. Let's go ahead and see that first. That's the storm we were watching there around Frankfurt, now headed towards Chicago Heights. Chicago Heights here. You can see that hook on that. Moving toward Richmond Park, though, first, before it might head towards Chicago Heights. Chicago Heights, the higher population density area in that, it would seem. So, again, just looking at things now, I want to go to other radar, though. The PDS warning, and then I'm going to go back to tornado safety tips and then step off here for a moment to continue to give you guys the very latest. So, again, just trying to give you guys everything you need to protect you, your friends, and your family tonight in this threat. So, just going to check some things here. Power outage numbers first off. I know, looking at the states here, we have Arkansas, the high, 78,681 customers in the dark. Illinois, number 2, 71,254 customers without power. And in Iowa, 40,248 customers in the dark, according to PowerOutage.us. And in Tennessee, 21,031. So just kind of giving you guys an update there. And I'm going to go ahead and see what the Memphis office is telling us now here in the chat session. So bear with me here as we get the latest information from them. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're being told of numerous power flashes on this storm now. So that's not good news. That was from Benedict a few minutes ago near Mount Pleasant. So that's not a good situation there. But you can see this is starting to refire. As we were showing you a moment ago on our other source. I'm not going to pull that up right now, but a tight circulation moving into southwest Fayette County. But it looked like the debris signature was kind of pulling back away there, or the inflow for a moment. So that's a little bit of good news. Tornado warning now. Still in play toward Benton County in Indiana. It looks like at about 10 o'clock Eastern time as we look out in that area now, moving over a little bit into time zones. That's something that I'm watching over the Earl Park area, Fowler and Oxford in Indiana. So, again, down with that, as we continue to look here, continue to look at the situation. You see this rotation here, just northeast of Sladen, there. See that hook there? Not as tight maybe as it was in terms of everything coming together with the debris. Also there, not quite as co-located, but it's still there in a pretty nasty fashion. So something to keep our eyes on here for sure. Let's go ahead and see what else we have here. I'm going to go ahead and see what else we have. We currently now have 5 tornado warnings in the country. Again, this is a warning now, and another one's coming for this storm. So I'll probably get it to 6 then. A large and extremely dangerous tornado threat here as we're looking toward McNeary County there in Tennessee, Hardeman, Fayette, and then Benton, Marshall, and Tippah in Mississippi. So that's a new tornado warning now. PDS tornado warning here in play at this present time. So keep that in mind. And then let's go to the broad view then. Let's see if that's where we want to take you at this point. To give you guys the latest on what's going on here in that broad perspective. So again, you can see here north of Houston, we're watching some stuff is not severe on one of these, but one of these is. Here as we're looking southwest of Lufkin, around Grovetown, we'll watch that. South of Shreveport, we'll keep watching. You see stuff east of Memphis there. We're just kind of seeing what's going on here southeast of Memphis. That PDS warning in play. Tight rotation on this mode there. You have a severe thunderstorm in the heartland. A lot of rotation south of Vienna there. We'll watch that. You have a tornado warning in Illinois. This is for parts, it looks like, of Clay and Effingham counties. This radar indicated here right now. And you have stuff in Indiana, south of Fowler, north of Lafayette there. You have area there, looks like, moving towards Chicago Heights, we've already been addressing. And then the main line here with the wind potential moving right through Chicago right now. Right through that highly and densely populated Chicago metro area. So it's now starting to even get out of our water a little bit now, which is some good news. So, by the way, in the Heartland, news for thunderstorm warning now for Massac, I can't even say it. My voice is just going away. But Pulaski and Illinois as well. And then also toward Ballard and McCracken in Kentucky there. As you see a gust here in the wake of this to 62 on this sensor here. Kind of interesting to see. That's around Oak Lawn, and in fact, that is going to be the Chicago Midway Airport. So, some stronger winds, no doubt, causing some more power outages in Illinois there. So, again, continuing to watch that, continuing to track that here in the Weather Center. And it's been a long day as we're trying to keep everybody safe and informed. So, let's go ahead and see what we're down with here. Some strong rotation in Benton County, Illinois. Moving into toward Indiana right now, toward maybe Tippecanoe or White County in Indiana. That's actually Indiana. I apologize. Getting my borders mixed up a little. It's been a lot of states there's been a lot of states we've been tracking stuff in here today, but this is in Indiana. That's Illinois over there. But you can see here, this is a tornado warning for parts of Benton County, Indiana, and in White County, Indiana. We have another tornado warning in place. So, just to kind of get you guys your bearings there. Chicago office issued one of these, and then Northern Indiana office issuing the other one, as kind of the handoff occurs between the two county warning areas that they cover there. One covers one covers the other there. So keeping that in mind, let's check for debris on this. Is there any tornado debris? I don't think that's in the right spot. I'll take that back. Actually, it looked like it could have been something there to the north. That's not where I was really pinpointing things, but there is looking like there could be something up there. I mean, it could be not exactly the right spot for what I would have expected, but there could be a debris signature there in Benton County, and I know it's a tricky situation for sure as we continue to watch here, continue to track. So, watching stuff move through Chicago there, really strong winds, a possibility in that area. Let's see what else we have right now. I want to tell you that storm with the PDS warning, and there's still enough of the rotation there. I'm going to go to it on your screen that I'm not going to go ahead and switch over to our radar only mode yet. I think we're going to take a 10-minute break or something like that, maybe a little bit less than that actually, and just kind of reevaluate here at this point. We're talking about parts of Fayette County and then parts of Hardeman County in Tennessee, but then some other counties in the Mississippi side of things into this as well. This kind of translates off toward the north, so can't quite let our guard down in this yet. As a new tornado warning just got issued for parts of Arkansas again. So another storm back out here now. Tornado warned. There's a rotation all by itself there. Moving in eastern Arkansas now, unfortunately. That's now tornado warned, folks. New tornado warning. Lee, Phillips, St. Francis in Arkansas, and Tunica in Mississippi until about 9:15 Central Time. There's your box with the rotation right there. So, again, that's the storyline, not confirmed yet, but got to keep watching. This is not over. So we're going to go ahead and take a break here. We're not going to go to radar only mode yet. It's too dangerous at this point here to do that, I think. So we're going to be back here at 50 past the hour and more as we continue to give you guys the latest information. I also need to jump back in here earlier on as we try to protect you, your friends, and your family on such a heck of a system here that's impacting so many lives across the country on this Friday evening, this Friday night, and this Friday in total.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Back here in the Weather Center at 50 past the hour, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, trying to keep you, your friends, and your family protected. Again, watching stuff there toward parts of Benton, Tippah, Fayette, Hardeman, and Erie counties. The warning level there has kind of dropped off some, though, in the latest assessment. So let's go ahead and zoom in there right now. They're calling this a radar-indicated tornado now versus a PDS tornado situation. But this one here, about an hour and 15 minutes from the metro of Memphis. So we gotta be watching there. This kind of tries to work its way closer to that community, that region, so highly populated. We'll see how close it gets to Memphis proper, if it gets in there toward downtown or not. Right now, it looks like it'll be on a trajectory to the south, but we'll wait and see, obviously, as the timeline does continue to advance on us and evolve. But some warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings in the heartland right now, north of Paducah. We got a a severe thunderstorm warning in play right now for parts of Pulaski, Massac, Pope, Ballard, and McCracken counties. Also, a severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-an-hour wind potential to Massac, Pope, and Johnson counties way. And then over toward Hardin, Pope, Saline, and Gallatin counties in southern Illinois, we have a threat of some 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And then you have this line that's starting to form now as it gets closer toward Perryville all of a sudden, starting to fill in a little bit. Nothing's warned on this as of yet, but we'll see. It might be more of a wind producer, I would say, more than any type of tornado producer here. That's probably not going to be a big national story either if anything comes out of that. At this point, I wouldn't think, but there's still a tornado watch in play in there. We're starting to get some lightning to evolve along it, so kind of interesting to see that here. That would probably, once that comes through, kind of wrap things up in terms of a threat there. It looks like based on how this watch is drawing out. So that's just kind of an interesting look at that. St. Louis and Missouri's out of this. So once that comes through, the threat for severe weather should in there, which would be good. You can see this storm here and parts of Indiana's tornado warn, or Illinois, I'm sorry. We've been on a long time, and I apologize. It's just when it's a one-man band, you make mistakes here, and you have to roll with them. So this is a tornado warning for parts of Clay, Effingham, Jasper, and Richland counties here until about 9:15 Central Time. And then you have some tornado warnings northwest of Indianapolis. Those are all radar indicated north of Lafayette there, to be a little more precise. And then stuff around Chicago is really getting into the water now in the lake. So that's some good news there. No severe thunderstorm warning no longer in effect for Chicago. But around Milwaukee, they're getting some nastier winds, about 60 miles an hour there. So right now, things are still threatening for sure towards some of these communities here. We still got to pay attention. We still need to be watching our tornado safety tip information for sure. The threat is not over even for a stronger tornado. Stronger tornado is not out of the question here, or even more violent tornado not even out of the question in some of these areas, especially further south maybe toward Memphis. You just never know here. You just never know. We'll be watching, we'll be tracking, but my plan here is to kind of ramp down the coverage a little bit here and only come back on if necessary here as we approach that 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern benchmark, because I'm not seeing any really confirmed tornadoes right now, and we're not seeing stuff in really highly populated areas for the most part in the tornado warning sense. The Chicago threat's kind of pushed over the lakes. That PDS warning no longer in play. It could redevelop into one toward that area there. We were talking about that storm there that we've been paying attention to, obviously, there as it's moved in towards southern Tennessee there. As we're looking not too far away from Boulevard there in Tennessee, even in south by a good way to Jackson. But we're watching now. We're still getting a lot of beeps indicative of tornado updates. But right now, we'll probably go ahead here and stay on guard as you needed to do, or even take set if you're in a red box, a purple box. But we'll probably go ahead and tone down our coverage here in just a few minutes. Let's continue to watch things here in the Weather Center for sure. You can just see here we have our pattern, our low pressure. I mean, talking about pressures there in the 990 range there in southeast Minnesota there for sure. So that's something they're having to deal with this overall pattern, and that's what's helping to fuel here some of our threat. We have all those high wind shear values, those high energy values in play, coming together, causing problems here. And there's now a report of some issues toward the south side of Paducah, a tree down in the south side there. But that's a report coming in from the Weather Service. They heard that, but no other damage otherwise so far. So that's good. Maybe some winds out ahead then is what they're saying because of the gust potential there, not from the storms that have actually come on through yet, but the stuff out ahead of the storms. As again, this line here should be what would be ending that threat here. As let me check the wind direction, you can see the shift. So obviously, once this gets to Perryville, this is going to be over the threat for them. Once this last little hurrah comes through, just for reference there, as you can see that wind shift. So that's something to kind of keep an eye on here, and that's why St. Louis, Columbia, no longer under threat. Quincy, Illinois, Davenport, you're good to go here at this point. We actually have some wintry weather here back to the north and west snow, and around Minneapolis here as we put in winter mode. Pierre, South Dakota. You can kind of see what we're talking about, even closer there in Nebraska, closer to Omaha even, sewing up. So kind of interesting to see that here in this overall pattern. As this goes to say the strength of all this. The air mass is classing, the low pressure. There's just so much coming into this. It's a high-risk day. First one we've had in over 2 years in the Weather Enterprise, going back to 2021. So again, definitely interesting to take note of. We had a couple of those, I believe, in March of that year. Before that, it may have been a couple of years since the high-risk threat as well came in play. So that's kind of just some perspective for you guys to view at home. So again, just continue to watch things here on the Doppler radar algorithms. Let me see what else I have. Here. Just looking at some things. Here in the Weather Center behind the scenes. Let me check that storm there, the Memphis radar. We got a couple we got to watch. So I don't want you guys to lay your guard down here. Even if I kind of ramp down coverage for the time being. I know this is the radar to the north. I'm keeping eyes on for some reasons here in the Weather Center as well. But you can see toward the south here, eastern Arkansas, Lee County there, also areas there. It looks like St. Francis, Phillips there, and then even Tunica County, Mississippi. This radar indicated tornado south of Marietta. It looks like it wants to still produce something pretty nasty if it can get it that together. Maybe even a little bit of something in there, but nothing too much apparent at this point. We're getting reports of a tornado warning now for Lake and Porter County in Indiana. And this storm here, it still has a lot of wind energy, but it's not in precise alignment here right now. But it looks like it might want to do it again. Here as we look toward Hardeman County, it looks like it wants to produce again here. So we got some winds right now, 74 one way and about 30 the other way. So that's something to kind of watch here. If those get tight again like a magnet, plus and minus, then you have a problem on your hands and you have another tornado down. So this purple right now is not actually indicative of anything being on the ground because that's from when this was issued earlier, but this looks like it wants to come together. Oh, it's coming together. It's going to be a tornado on the ground probably pretty soon here north of Salisbury. Next scan or two, probably going to get a debris signature because that's 50 one way and 33 the other. I mean, that's a lower end on the scale tornado right now, but it looks like it wants to try to get together here and become a little more problematic here as we look ahead. I know some power outages there, maybe toward Paducah right now. Tree down wrapped in a power line. So that's something to keep our eyes on there. That's kind of ahead of things probably. Again, as we were looking on some of our radar information, some of that wind out ahead, but this scan is problematic here. As we look over toward parts of Tennessee, this is wrapping back up on us. Here. There's still Congress radar indicated for McNeary and Hardeman. But obviously, if we started to get the debris signature to pop out, it makes it large and extremely dangerous very quickly on us. So, southeast of Hickory Valley, I wanted to call it Hickory Village, but Hickory Valley there, we're talking with this right now. This looks like it wants to come together, so I'm going to give it at least another radar scan or two to see the progress on this before we kind of maybe tamper down the coverage a little bit. You just never know what could happen in this type of situation here as we're looking at. And now it's going to be, did they just confirm this, or is that just the update of, it's just the update here from earlier, staying in purple. I kind of wish that would change on us when they changed it to a different type, and kind of makes you think it's confirmed because it was earlier. But at the moment it's not, but we could see an area of co-location here at any point where we see a debris drop out here, and we don't want to see that. Obviously, we do not want to see that here as the situation progresses. So, again, just continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. Now we're getting a couple of different areas maybe. That might be it. Oh, no, that's another area trying to develop. It looks like another area of rotation trying to get us out together here east of Salisbury. So that might be another tornado. Could have two tornadoes trying to develop here around Salisbury. So I gotta be really careful here on this. Not confirmed yet, but take shelter here. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna come back here in just a moment. Then I think we're not gonna go away still with the cycle because this is just too dangerous. We gotta go ahead and keep it going here. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. We're at 10:01 Eastern, 9:01 Central. So let's go ahead and plan on being back here in about 9 minutes or more. But if we get like a tornado emergency, something like that, I'll pop back in sooner. But look for our products here to see. I may pop up a debris tracker. You may see a debris signature pop up here on us on this storm. We got to take shelter here. Hardeman and McNeary counties here in Tennessee. A dangerous situation trying to reemerge once again. We'll be back here in about 8 or 9 minutes or more as I continue to watch things across the country here. I'll go to the Bride View for now, and if we really see something, they're talking about maybe double rotation here in the Tatus Royal, so that could be problematic here. And that's what we're going to be tracking for you guys here in the Weather Center. Got to keep it here with the covered a little longer, and that's what we're going to do here at Cloud Weather to keep you, your friends, and your family safe. So we'll be back here soon.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here, we're listening about 10 past the hour. That storm there, we just pulled up the debris signature on over the last few minutes, producing a tornado there toward parts of Hardeman, McNeary County, that general region there in Tennessee, as we kind of expected. So that's the cause for concern there at the PDS situation. Again, just kind of watching that scenario as it does evolve there. You can see some of that debris here. It's over an area not as quite as populated as some of these storms here today, but still dangerous for the folks being impacted. You can see here just crossing around Middleton, just to the north of there, along Tennessee 125. So kind of keep that in mind. They're saying now it's not good as things are trying to maybe still be a threat here in toward this area. It looks like it's wrapping back up actually now north of Middleton. So that could be a problem for folks downstream here. We have a number of other tornado warnings here across the country as well. You can see there south of Hornsby, you still got to be paying attention here because this is a storm that's pretty nasty in nature in terms of just the overall threat here that the environment is around it in. I mean, it's really a nasty environment that we're dealing with for sure. So let's go ahead now and see, guys, what else is happening. You see the number of tornado watches, the purple, the PDS tornado watches here, and then they're talking about this Hardeman storm. We have a circulation that's taken over, a new one that's become more dominant now. We were kind of alluding to that a moment ago, and why we're getting kind of concerned. Don't see it on here quite yet that well, but we'll keep watching, keep track. And we have a tornado warning, though. One going from Arkansas to Mississippi again. We have another tornado warning south of Pine Bluff here. We'll watch that near the Star City area. And then we have a bunch of other tornado warnings popping up here. This one toward parts of Kentucky and Illinois. Hardin, Crittenton, and Livingston counties now until about 9:30. Over toward Hardin, Gallatin, and Union counties there as well. That threat going, it looks like, until about 9:32. 9:30 off is what I'm trying to say. And then you can see here Crawford. Okay, they're calling this a dangerous situation potentially, but they haven't actually seen the debris up on the radar based on this here. And that's why I didn't turn purple on us here. It goes from parts of Illinois into Indiana there. So let's go ahead and check here on this. I see exactly what's going on here with this storm. It looks pretty nasty as the situation does transpire up here. So let me go ahead and see here. Oh yeah, that's really looking nasty, pretty high up on this one view. Let's go to a different view though, and we'll go ahead and switch on over to that here momentarily. And that really looks nasty around Robinson in Crawford County, Illinois. So that's showing you guys winds there, 94 one way, about 80 the other way. But we're having, I mean, is that a debris signature? Let's see. That actually looked like it could have been one there. The way they issued this warning, though, it was as if it wasn't actually confirmed. But, I mean, you just never know here in this type of situation. You just never know here. I've been with you a long time trying to keep you, your friends, and your family protected here today. Again, this is in Crawford County, Illinois here. I'm moving towards Sullivan County in Indiana over the next little bit. Moving closer to the community of Robinson. I mean, where the tightest circulation is, it looks like it's not really co-located, so it's really tricky. You would think at that height we would see more debris than that if that was as tight as it was at the surface. I mean, that looks like inflow there, but it could be debris as well on the southern flank. I mean, that could be debris. It's really messy in here, and I think that's why they didn't go maybe with the PDS radar confirmed. The PDS radar indicated. So kind of tricky stuff that we're dealing with. We're getting an update in from the Weather Service now. Let me go ahead and step off, give you guys that information here. Again, tracking things here from Illinois into Indiana. And okay, they just went with a tornado emergency now, folks, on this storm here in Illinois. So that's not what you want to see. I'm going to go ahead and check with the chat session there, the Lincoln, Illinois office. They're calling this a deadly tornado now for the community of Robinson in Illinois now. So a deadly tornado there, Crawford County, Illinois. Not good news there, not good news at all. So let's go ahead and see what we have. Let me go ahead and see what we have here. Just bear with me here as we try to give you guys the latest. Very concerned with the latest scans They're seeing the debris ball in some of their modes now. So large and destructive tornado near Hudsonville or near Robinson, Illinois. This is in eastern Illinois. Moving toward Indiana now. East and northeast moving at 70 miles an hour is what we're tracking. You hate seeing that. You hate seeing that. So let me come back on camera now again. If you're in that area in Crawford County, Illinois, this is what you need to do. These tornado safety tips. You got to put them in action. You got to put them in action right now here if you're in this area. It's so important you do that. Your life could depend on it literally here as we have a tornado emergency now in play here for parts of Illinois moving into toward Indiana there. We've been looking off the Evansville radar here over the last few moments as we're trying to keep you, your friends, and your family protected here. Trying to keep you, your friends, and your family protected. And we'll come back over to the Evansville radar now as we have a tornado emergency here. Tornado emergency, a matter of life and death around Robinson, Illinois here, folks. Robinson, Illinois, moving toward the community of, it looks like, Palestine there. That's in Illinois. But in Sullivan there, that'll be Sullivan County in Indiana. As we're looking at the geography of this, again, the debris signature is really not even able to be seen here because this is so dense, this debris. It's so bad that our radar is not actually picking up on it now. It's the color table, I mean. It's not picking up on it because it's just not expected to see something like that. That's just very unusual here. So this is a different area than we've been really been paying attention in here over the last little bit. I mean, we've been kind of watching this stuff in Illinois Central, but this is eastern Illinois here moving into Indiana, folks. A tornado emergency, a matter of life and death here in Jasper County area there. That's where they canceled it out from. But now we're talking about Crawford County in Illinois moving into Indiana. You have a large and destructive tornado located near Hudsonville or near Robinson, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. So that's what we're dealing with right now. A large and destructive tornado. I mean, these colors here, 105 one way, 60 the other way. That's winds to about 165 miles an hour there. And then the debris is really co-located right over Illinois 33, folks. Again, a matter of life and death here. Crawford County, Illinois. This is moving in toward Indiana and Sullivan County in Indiana over the next little bit. Again, a matter of life and death here in toward this area. It's not good news at all, folks. Not good news at all. One of the stronger circulations we've seen all day here in the whole country is in eastern Illinois moving into Indiana now. So you just do not want to be messing around with this type of action here. Yet another tornado emergency, another catastrophic damage tag. We're talking about maybe a violent tornado, maybe an E4 type tornado here as we check out that enhanced Vegeta scale here now. Again, maybe devastating damage, a possibility here. Devastating damage, a possibility in toward this area here in Illinois, moving into toward Indiana. For perspective, we're south a pretty good ways of Terre Haute, Indiana, just if you guys are wondering where we're at. And then we're north of Evansville, so kind of right between Evansville and Terre Haute. I mean, pretty far away from both, but north there of Evansville, south of Terre Haute, there in Indiana. So again, a really bad situation for these folks. As we saw those scale details there, on the higher end of that, no doubt, is what we're dealing with right now here in Crawford County, Illinois. Again, you do not want to see stuff like this, folks. You do not want to see the debris. I mean, it's so dense that our radar did not even expect it to be to that degree, so it's not even picking up on the color table. This is bad news here in this area. Let's see how high the debris is going, because that's actually pretty low down, about 4,000 feet. So let's see how high this is going. The debris, oh boy, that's dense at 5,500 feet. Still dense at almost 7,500 feet. Oh my goodness, it's almost 10,000 feet, as dense as can be. Still really dense at 13,000 feet here. And then you can even see it at 17,000 feet. So that's why this is a tornado emergency. This is a matter of life and death here in Crawford County, Illinois. It could be, this translates off into Sullivan County, Indiana. This is the Lincoln, Illinois office issuing this tornado emergency. Because this is a matter of life and death here in Crawford County, Illinois. I know we're getting other tornado warnings. We've gotten quite a bit of that tornado warning count. We're down to 3 earlier, now back up to 10 in the country, unfortunately, here. So again, we're dealing with a situation. It's a matter of life and death here, moving in from parts of Illinois into Indiana. So, again, really bad news. We have a sensor right near there. I'll be curious to see if we get a reading on that. It might be knocked off, might get knocked offline. But goodness, that's right over Robinson Municipal Airport, folks. I mean, this is bad news there. The pressure. I mean, that's not going to give us that good of an indication, probably, because it'll be knocked off before we get to reading. But nonetheless, I might get something out of that here later in the aftermath of this. But again, really watching this right now. This is the only storm that has either a tornado emergency or a confirmed type of tagging on it. That's kind of why we're sticking with it for the time being. Then a storm in Tennessee. Let me double check it because we've just been going back and forth. It must be radar indicated again. It's really tight looking, moving indward. And they're calling this damaging, but not with a debris signature, moving into McNeary County, Tennessee. So it's not on the ground maybe, but it could tighten up real quick. So let's go to it real quick. When I say tighten up real quick, I mean tighten up at the surface real quick because it's tied aloft just a little ways. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and switch modes here. Our other radar. You can see here, actually it looks a little bit broader than the other scan there just a moment ago, but gotta continue to watch that here in McNeary County. But obviously one of the worst situations we've seen all day is taking place here right now in parts of Illinois, headed in toward Indiana here. I know Indiana, Valparaiso, they've had a gust of 74 miles an hour recently, but we're focusing on this area, moving now into Sullivan County. Be interesting to see if the Indianapolis office goes to the tornado emergency, because it's a different office. I mean, I think they'd have to based on that signature here, as we have this tornado emergency there from the Lincoln, Illinois office that's been in play for about 8 minutes or so now. So again, this is a matter of life and death, even probably in the word Sullivan County, Indiana. I mean, you just see stuff that you don't ever want to see here with these colors. That's 84 miles an hour one way. That's 50 the other way. That's probably like 130 there, but it's kind of messy, so there's a chance it could even be a little bit higher than that with the debris signature we're seeing in toward this area. So you see a community here. They zoom in, Rome there, just over a border, could be impacted. This storm kind of has a cyclonic look. It's hard to tell for sure, but kind of has that cyclonic look here to it. So you hate seeing that here as we continue to watch. And just checking my time here real quick on our stream. Been on this stream for about 7.5 hours. So if this threat really continues here past 8 hours, we'll have to kind of decide what we want to do. We can keep streaming on YouTube for 12 hours at cloud weather. We may do that with this radar or something at that point, depending on how things looked then. Things that looked a little bit better, not where we let our guard down by any means, but we were hoping to be able to wrap this up here in terms of being really on continuously almost. But obviously, you can't do that. We have a tornado emergency here in play right now with a storm that's potentially catastrophic in nature crossing from Illinois into Indiana here around the Rome community. So not good news at all here, folks. But again, eventually they may translate, if we're just doing radar mainly, to YouTube at Cloud Weather there. On that platform. YouTube at Cloud Weather, make sure I get that right. So many different platforms, but right now it's not about that. It's about keeping you, your friends, and your family safe here with a tornado emergency here in play. This translates out from Crawford County, Illinois, to the Indiana area. I want to check our tips again. I want to see what the Indianapolis office is saying about this, see if they're going to extend the tornado emergency. So I'll go ahead and pull up our tornado safety tips here again in just a second, so we can kind of pop those up for the viewers at home. This is what you need to do in a tornado situation. This tornado outbreak is so dangerous, so extensive in coverage here spatially. So again, just continuing to watch here, continuing to make sure we give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family here. They haven't went tornado emergency yet over the line. I'm just curious to see what they're seeing here. So that's what I'm checking on right now here in the chat session. It's a one-man band here, so you just have to bear with me. But this is so serious what we're dealing with. So serious around Rome, Indiana. They're going from Crawford County into Ward, Indiana, where we have Clay, Green, and Sullivan under a tornado warning there at this present time. So again, ILXs. We want to look there for the Lincoln offices. We have to reset some stuff here real quick, and then we also need to look for the Indianapolis office here. So that's going to be with the abbreviation here from the Indianapolis office. As I look at some of my sources behind the scenes still, towards Sullivan County, we're talking about IND. They want PDS still, latest updates. So they haven't went with emergency over there yet. I'm just checking here in the details that we're getting. So it looks like they were not able to get information out of that site there around Robinson. They were unable to dial in for information there because the circulation right near it. So hopefully we'll get more updates from there, but not a great sign early on. But they haven't won a tornado emergency to the east yet, which is a little surprising, but we'll continue to watch for updates on that to see if that gets upgraded there to the east there as we're going again from Illinois into Indiana here in this type of situation. So again, I know getting just a lot of reports in here right now. Sullivan in Indiana, you could be in some big time trouble here in just a few minutes. So Sullivan, Indiana here. You gotta be taking those shelter tips seriously. Do what this says here. If you're in Sullivan, Indiana, this is very serious stuff, folks. Let's get back on over here right now. They may just go tornado emergency. This gets closer to Sullivan because they want to make sure everybody's taking shelter. I know it's kind of messy in a way, but we have winds right now, 83 one way, 58 the other. So that's winds to 130, give or take. Moving towards Sullivan, Indiana. That's like an EF3 tornado, give or take. There will pull up our EF scale. Maybe high-end EF2. Maybe that's why they don't want to go with it, because maybe they're thinking they would rather have a situation where they're not issuing that unless they think it's more like an EF3. But technical criteria, I believe, is EF2, higher populated area generally. That's one of the things you can use there to justify that. I know it kind of, sometimes it's a little bit cluttered in there in terms of that criteria, but that's generally what you would use for a tornado emergency. High confidence in a strong tornado hitting a higher populated area. Now, Sullivan in Indiana, I want to take the population on that because some of these towns, if you do this coverage, we honestly don't really know much about them. So it's important to go ahead and let me and let you guys know that's over 4,000 people that live there in this town, Terre Haute metro area, it looks like. Per se, it's not going to hit Terre Haute, but my point being, it's part of their region, per se, maybe their TV market even. I'm not, again, very familiar with this area, to be quite honest, but not an area we have tornadoes all that often that I can recall that have been higher impact ones. But this is headed right in that Sullivan, Indiana area. Again, it's a PDS warning now, so the tornado emergency no longer in play here to the west, but it doesn't matter in some ways. Let's have a storm credit in DeSoto and Tunica. We need to get back down to that now. We need to get back down to that one. That's the one coming toward maybe the south side of Memphis now. They're calling that confirmed. They're calling that a damaging tornado, not a large one at this point, but a damaging tornado on the ground there. So let's go ahead and see what's going on here as we look down over to Robinsonville community. Robinsonville here. You see the greens and reds coming together here on the Doppler radar technology. That's not really tight. It's more broad, but since we're going to be tracking, you see that's Memphis, by the way, in Mississippi, which is interesting. But maybe the Memphis, Mississippi area being impacted by that here over the next little bit. But let's go ahead and go back on over here to our Sullivan storm. That's so concerning right now. This large tornado bearing down in Sullivan, Indiana. That debris signature seems like it would warrant, I mean, unless they think it's really displaced to some degree, I feel like that would warrant a tornado emergency for them too. But Indianapolis office has different thoughts on this right now, but we're going to stick with it. Sullivan here in Indiana really could be at risk here. A town of about 4,000 folks could be at risk for a large and extremely dangerous, if not what would be called a destructive tornado here. Very serious stuff right now as we continue along here and checking on all of our sources here to keep you guys abreast of the situation. So that's a nasty signature there on the Doppler around Sullivan, Indiana right now. You just don't want to see stuff like that here as the situation transpires. So again, I'm going to check some more stuff now. Let me zoom out on my other view, make sure I'm not missing anything. That's still the area of the highest concern. These rotational values are just extraordinary here. As we look back on our shear rate product over the last little bit, you can see through the Robinson area there, as we continue to watch, you can see how it's kind of tracked through there over the last little bit in the direction of Sullivan there in parts of Indiana. So again, you see how it moved to some other areas back toward the west as well. Again, right now, a PDS tornado warning, not a tornado emergency, but that some of these radar trends kind of suggest something a little bit on the higher end of PDS. I mean, they're not used to issuing these tornado emergencies up there like some of these other offices. So I'm kind of just curious on this, but checking some of our views. There's a storm there to the south, but one of them anyway. And here's the one we're so concerned about. Here's Sullivan. Oh, that's not good. That's right over Sullivan. So that's 86 one way, and that's 60 the other. That's a strong tornado. And it's a strong tornado hitting Sullivan, Indiana, folks. Strong to violent tornado. I mean, I don't think it's out of the question. This is a violent tornado with the way the pixels are kind of overlapped a little bit here. But these winds suggesting 86 one way. And then in the highest, I mean, you can always go with a 72, and then that gets you even quite a bit higher there. Closer to 150 miles an hour with the wind. But this is a strong tornado, at least an EF2, probably stronger than that. Hitting Sullivan, Indiana, dead on, it looks like. And that's not good news for that community that's not used to dealing with stuff like this. You can see that debris signature right over them. It's so dense that it's kind of, I would say keying out, but that's not the right wording. It's just our color table is picking up on something so dense it's not used to seeing. It thinks it's a false signature, but this isn't a false signature, folks. There's almost no way it could be. It's got to be the tornado, folks. That purple there might even indicate that is a debris ball as well. So, again, looking at this around Sullivan, Indiana here at this point. Not good stuff on an Evansville radar. As we're looking about 4,000 feet up. Let me see if there's a better radar on this. Maybe that's why they're doing what they're doing here. But no, that's the closest radar, the Evansville radar site. So, I know we're getting mesoscale discussing in now. That might be for that storm. Let me see if they're... Well, they might have just issued it. Let's see what this one is. That's our later. I bet it's for that storm. Let me double check it. It'll pop up here in a second. And to get a red circle area here on this mesoscale discussing. And it'll kind of tell us some things. But so they just corrected the tornado warning now for Clay, Green, and Sullivan. They're saying it's a confirmed tornado over mainly rural areas of Sullivan County there. So again, we'll just continue to watch it here. For sure. Continue to watch things here. They're saying it's no longer a large tornado then, but again, some of our systems kind of say that it might not be the case. So again, you can see this red area here though. This red area is an area that we're watching still for some potential. It's a circled area that's pretty broad. Try to do my best to kind of point it out to you guys, but the threat continues there is what they're saying. I thought they might do a specialized risk assessment here for that more isolated area, but they didn't do that here at this point. But we'll keep watching. By the way, there's a thunderstorm warning as this stuff moves over from Missouri and Illinois now. It has strengthened enough to get a warning as it moves past Perryville and ends that severe threat in Perryville, Missouri. But again, we'll just keep watching things. There's so much going on here in the Weather Enterprise. Again, they are saying at this point, I don't think it's maybe a large tornado, but still a tornado underground. So that's serious enough as we go ahead and look at things there around Sullivan there in Indiana, going between our views. I know it's an unusual looking storm here for sure, but you can see there that's debris. It's still lining up. I mean, so again, this nasty stuff. We'll get more later on this, I'm sure, but one way or the other. But 44 one way, 60 the other. So some of these gate values are a little bit lower now, but the debris still just terrible looking in that one spot. So we'll find out more here in a little bit on this to see maybe there's some reasoning behind this that I'm not seeing. That's not readily available here in the radar views. But again, we'll just continue to watch here, continue to track. You see some severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes south of Evansville right now. So we'll be watching those here too. Let me go ahead and see what else is happening. Again, I'm looking at some of our overviews here. I know it kind of can get cluttered, so I'm going to take some stuff off before I switch it out to show you guys. But the tornado watch here overlapping. The tornado watch overlapping here. 10% risk with this tornado warning in play right now. So low risk and still real danger happening in the western parts of Indiana right now. So that's problematic for folks there. Again, looking in parts of northern Indiana, tornado warning in that vicinity. We have this storm here, new tornado warning, radar indicated south side. Maybe Memphis is a metro in Tennessee. So we'll keep watching there. That rotation, that's in the high risk deal. So that's something to watch there. That purple 30% tornado risk. But let's go ahead and go back on over right now. You can see northwest of Linton there. We're talking about right on Sullivan again. You see the rotation still shows up right tight on this mode. Just continuing to watch things here very carefully. I'm going to go ahead and check back on that storm to the north again. We'll see exactly what they're talking about with this one moving to areas like Midland and Indiana now. Midland, Indiana, moving out of Sullivan County, moving into what areas downstream here in short order. So we're talking about some of these communities here into word parts. It looks like, I want to double check this, the county names. So we have Clay to the north. So this would be Green down here, I do believe, parts of Greene County in Indiana. So just trying to see exactly what's going on. But in Jasonville might get impacted here as well. One, not the other. It's getting really messy on this view. I wonder if they're seeing something from a different radar that's really giving them some pause. Let's go to Indiana, Indianapolis radar there, and they're seeing it on that too. I mean, they go on confirmed here, but not with the enhanced wording at this point. I mean, it does look kind of interesting. The debris kind of displaced a little in that mode. There's some issues going on here with getting the best view of some of this. So it's kind of interesting. We got to keep watching it though here in the Weather Center. So definitely see these nasty colors. So not a tornado emergency right now, not a PDS warning, but I'm on guard here. Our other warning toward Memphis's office is a confirmed tornado there, credited into Soto Tunica, but it's not PDS either. So I'm still concerned. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take another break. We're going to keep going with the continuous type coverage here. We're at 37 past the hour now. 37 past the hour. Let me go ahead and go to the broad view again here. The broad perspective on what's going on here. We'll go ahead and keep watching. What a line of action that we've dealt with. The tornado watches from Texas, Louisiana, all the way up there. I mean, you see them all the way up into ward parts of Michigan, and then we have a thunderstorm warning in northeast Ohio even popping up way out ahead. But such a widespread event here in terms of that damaging potential. So, by the way, new tornado warning confirmed. Tornado there's 7 miles southwest of northwest, of Linton there, or 24 miles south of Terre Haute. But when he's at 70 miles an hour, Clay, Greene, Sullivan, Owen counties there. That's what we're dealing with at this present time until about 11:15 Eastern, as we're in the Eastern time zone now in Indiana there. We look further on over. So gotta keep watching, gotta keep tracking. I'll be back here at about, it looks like we're at 37 past now, 38 past as the clock just changed. So I'll be back here at about 45 past with more information to keep you, your friends, your family safe. Eventually maybe translating in that radar stream though, exclusively on YouTube, but that's not 100% yet. That'd be at Cloud's Weather, but we'll have that information on the screen as I take this quick break, so you guys can write it down or maybe switch over to that stream to keep watching, as that might be where things are headed here if the threat kind of falls just a little bit here in the next little bit, but it's enough for us to keep streaming. So just some programming information for you guys as we keep you guys advised.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here at 45 past the hour, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, tracking 9 tornado warnings here in the country. The one area we're really keeping an eye on was toward Clay, Green, Owen, and Sullivan counties in Indiana. Right now, though, they're backing down a little. They don't think it's a dangerous situation, but that's been unclearing the debris and the scans here over the last little bit. So that's some good news as we're looking toward that area. I know the box still has it as confirmed on here for now, but actually, they are now saying confirmed for Boone, Clinton, Hamilton, Howard, Montgomery, Tifton, because we have a storm up here now that is apparently showing signs of debris on the Doppler radar scan. So let's go ahead and see what's happening there. We'll go ahead and see what the view is showing. Yeah, there's a tornado on the ground near Colfax. So let's go ahead and see what we have there with this. They're still watching the stuff down to the south. This is where that debris signature is near Colfax. The tornado on the ground here in a different area in Indiana. Confirmed tornado causing damage. These winds here would suggest this could be a tornado in that EF2 type range here around Colfax, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour, moving toward looks like I-65 here in Indiana. So again, a dangerous situation for these folks. You can see this storm toward the south here. That's the one where it's no longer being confirmed because the debris signature became more unclear. So that's some good news, but still got to watch toward Clay, Owen, and Greene counties, especially here as this kind of translates on off in those areas there and further on over. So that's the debris signature there around Colfax, Indiana for sure. And that's what's problem is, really. That's what the problem is. As we're looking toward that area there, you see the community of Manson there as well. So I know we're kind of getting close to the 8-hour benchmark, though, for our live streaming on some of the platforms here, like Facebook, for instance. So we're probably going to go ahead, unless we get a tornado emergency here, we're probably just going to wrap covered on the other platforms, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch for tonight. But YouTube will continue here to have the stream going. It'll probably mainly be in the form of the double box radar, but we'll break in if we get something like a PDS warning. But if we get like a tornado emergency, then we'll need a simulcast again on all the platforms. So that's kind of some housekeeping information. We're getting very close to just switching to YouTube only with the stream. So let me go ahead and emphasize this to anybody watching on Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch right now, where our YouTube handle is. Some critical information for the viewership here at home. YouTube at Clouds Weather is the place to go to continue watching this stream and watching weather coverage here. Unless we get a tornado emergency, in that case, we need to go ahead and start new streams for Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch here to keep some coverage going on those. So that's kind of some housekeeping information here. We're getting very close to having to do that and switch on over just to exclusively YouTube. But again, we may have to stop and start on some of the platforms if we have a tornado emergency issue. So just kind of some housekeeping information. YouTube at Cloud Weather will be the place to go here. It looks like next little bit, but we're not getting reports though. Unfortunately, the scanner traffic reporting several houses in Sullivan County that are destroyed by what appears to have been a significant tornado moving through that area that we're tracking for you guys a little while ago. So again, YouTube at Cloud Weather, the place to go in a few moments. But let's track this storm here around Colfax. Checking the debris is still there. It doesn't look quite as crazy as what we saw in the other storm earlier on, but still winds over 100 miles an hour. Can be deadly, obviously, here. It looks a little more embedded in the line, but that's still a very clear debris signature there towards some of these areas northwest of Indianapolis. So just so you guys know, that's kind of what the storyline and the headline is with that right now. So again, checking out a bunch of tornado warnings, though. Don't let your guard down as we go to the broad perspective here. The broad perspective, and also we still have a threat tomorrow South Georgia, especially locally, if we have some local viewers watching as well, so we'll be on top of that. But let's go ahead right now and go on over toward this look here at what's going on right now from that broad viewpoint. We got, it looks like 11 tornado warnings here in play. 11 tornado warnings across the country. Tornado warning here, south side of Memphis, South Haven, Mississippi. Watching rotation there. Let's check to see what the Memphis radar is showing. It looks kind of broad there, but maybe a tornado could be trying to cross I-55 in toward that area. So let's go ahead and continue to watch our different scans here. South, we'll go on this view. You can see around Nesbit, there, that general area. We're watching some stuff. So let's go ahead and pull up those tornado safety tips here real quick. Those tornado safety tips are always important in this type of situation to kind of reiterate here what could be going on here toward this area. So there's some information to pass along to the viewers as I continue to leave that up in the corner that we're going to, unless we get a tornado emergency, the catastrophic threat tag like we've seen a pretty good number of times, unfortunately, tonight, but we haven't had that much here recently. The one, though, from Illinois, moving to Indiana just before it got to Indiana, had that tornado emergency in play there for the Illinois zone, but otherwise we hadn't had those in a while. But if we get another one, we'll simulcast, but otherwise it's going to be YouTube for just a radar stream and/or having to cut in for like PDS warnings or something. It may just be a straight radar stream. The rest of the way of things are on the lesser serious side. So that's kind of the storyline there. So again, YouTube, subscribe there, hit that bell icon for notifications of further streams here, maybe tomorrow for that local threat or next week for the national threat toward Missouri. So YouTube is the place to go. YouTube at Clouds Weather, folks. Go ahead, make sure you're ready to go there and going over to that source here for the very latest information on what is happening. So again, just continuing to watch things here, continuing to watch things. I'm just checking some information here in the Weather Center. We just want to make sure you guys are staying abreast of things here. I'm just checking some more information here for a second. So I'm just wanting to make sure we get everything under control here, really. I want to make sure I have all my time limits really set here. So again, just want to make sure what is going on. So just want to make sure that we kind of get you guys in the right mind space here per se. So again, I just trying to make sure everything is giving you the latest here on what is happening. So we're at the point now, I think we need to go ahead and just switch on over. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that here. I'll go ahead and come back on the air in front of this camera here, that camera view. You have this tornado warning here. You have a slew of others, and we'll keep that radar stream going on YouTube here, I think. And in fact, I tell you what, I think we'll do here. It's just a technical issue thing here that I'm thinking about right now. I think for the moment, we're going to go ahead and just cut the stream on everything, and I'm going to start the stream back up on YouTube. It's a technical thing here. So that's what we're going to do here at this point. We're going to cut the stream for a moment on all the platforms, but we're going to continue on YouTube in just a moment with a radar stream and cut in if necessary. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date here. Stay tuned to YouTube for more. If something else escalates, we'll simulcast it covered on the other platforms. But again, thanks so much here for giving your attention to this threat here as it transpired across the country, really. It's in a historic day in a number of regards. Our thoughts and prayers to everybody impacted by these serious storms here, impacting just a very large area, a slew of states here. And we just really are saddened by what has happened with all these tornadoes touching down and all these tornado emergencies.